you're seeing creatures.
No, I'm really seeing them. Someone set this whole thing up. They made me a pawn in their conspiracy.
What are you gonna do about it?
To get the truth out, you have to go inside.
I'm scared.
The future is bright at Monsters Incorporated.
I'm in this
We're
one.
part
I'm
of
in this
your
one.
life. We power your car. We warm your home. We light your city.
I'm Monsters Incorporated.
Hey, look, Betty!
Carefully matching every child to their ideal monster to produce superior scream, refined into clean, dependable energy. Every time you turn something on, Monsters Incorporated is there.
Hey, may the best monster win.
I plan to.
We are on in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
You're the boss, you're the big hairy boss.
Oh, I'm feeling good today, Mikey. Yeah.
Oh, attaboy, another dog coming right up.
Maybe I should realign the screen.
In order to change a human being into this.
Well, Jerry, what's the damage so far? Well, Jerry, what's the damage so far? Well, Jerry, what's the damage so far? What's the damage so far? What's the damage so What's the damage so far?
I'm here about the ends.
We have an investment in blood. Think of it as spiritual currency.
Spiritual currency.
What?
What is that?
It has many names. Regenex, Resell, Nectar. It comes from people. Each unit is refined from approximately 100 human beings.
What?
Your planet is a farm. There are thousands of planets like yours set up by families like mine.
So what you need to understand then is that these beings deliberately custom designed a planet that they could use for fear farming, because they require this fear just like we require having money in the bank if we want to go to the grocery store. Well, let me tell you something very bizarre that I heard from one of the new insiders. He, for a while, worked for the World Wrestling Entertainment, WWE. And every single time they do a major event where there's a big stadium of people, they have all these big screen TVs at the event. And most, if not all, of those big screen TVs, quote unquote, mysteriously go missing after the show. The reason for that, it's going to sound crazy, okay? Just going to tell you the truth, is that the crystalline structure of these television screens picks up enough of the loosh that the Draco want those TV screens after an event because it helps keep them going. That this energy that we make actually gets impregnated into the crystals within the monitor, within the LCD, the liquid crystal display.
So they use a new one for every event.
Every event, that's in the budget. They got to buy new monitors, yep. They will literally cloak their ship, fly into our atmosphere, and park the ship over the battlefield as these people are dying and just soak it up. That's what they've been doing for thousands and thousands of years, and they need to keep creating wars so they can keep soaking it up.
Is that what's going on in Syria and Iraq with ISIS? Are they soaking that up?
Absolutely.
CEO Kyle Ryder, a human vessel, the physical manifestation of Mundus, the Demon King. Through debt, he controls everything. To Mundus, the world is a factory farm for human souls, and he likes to keep his animals monitored and docile. The monitoring is done by the Raptor News Corporation, a global network of CCTV cameras, satellites, and spies. The way he keeps us docile is a little more insidious.
What is it?
It's in your hand. Planet Earth's most popular soft drink, Virility. The demons have spiked it. It's okay. It has no effect on us, only humans. Phlebotomy in a can.
It'll kill you. 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 It'll kill you.
Public servants. That's all the military and our police are, and government officials. No more than public citizens. Firstly, foremostly, public citizens who have been brain locked by these words. Government, which is Latin, gorba mente. Govern, or gorba, is government, is to control, the word control when it's translated. And mental, mente is your mental. So government says control your mental. Police says policies, which says there's someone who comes to take your money for no reason at all. With this corporate, our police have become no more than corporate thugs. And it's very clear to see when they go into these SWAT teams and they go out to stop us from protecting Earth and protecting our free will choices. They come out in this SWAT gear, just like that RoboCop, with their faces covered, and a lot of them now you can't even see into their masks. Now these people are not, these, whatever they are, they're not clones, they're actually computer generated people. They're doing something to their brains, making them behave in a way that's not man-like, it's machine-like, and it's very, very clear to see what's going on. And they're only used to provoke us into some sort of aggression. And the best way to stop aggression is to walk away from it and not provoke it. And so that's what's been going on, and it's very clear. You know, they've been making synthetic clones since 1932, and now they can put a computer chip in them, so they're actually programming us through this Neurolinguist, this bullshit, what is it called? Neurolinguist programming, what is it called that? I can't remember quite the right words of it right now. And this transcendental meditation, which are all military tools to take our awareness away and our true comprehension of the power of God.
Did you notice anything strange going on at that base?
Well, there were many things that you could call strange, although at the time it was just part and parcel of the work that was undertaken there. A lot had to do with mind control, reprogramming people psychologically, testing of people involving genetics and the creation of life forms.
What type of life forms?
Well, these were small grey, your typical greys, in fact, they were producing.
How many of them? What sort of
hundreds? You're talking hundreds. Yeah, they were in 3 stages at the time. You'll find perhaps 60-70% of abductions reported worldwide will probably be my labs. It involves an ongoing genetic project run by the governments of the UK, Canada and the States. Genetically monitoring people with a high degree of technology.
What sort of virtual reality were you exposed to?
They can produce an abduction scenario right in front of your eyes within one of the labs at the base. With drugs and the hypnosis combined with the technologies used there, you believe you are going through an abduction scenario. You've got the edge on the enemy.
And what sort of physical size or state were these beings in?
Well, they looked very small and very frail. I mean, at one stage, I even picked one up and hoisted it over my shoulder just to see how heavy, and it weighed virtually nothing at all.
How did it respond when you picked it up?
It didn't. If you imagine, well, it's just like picking up a child who's asleep. There's no response at all.
Stage number 1. Describe each stage.
Well, they're all kept in different sort of environments, from the small ticklers right up to the large, the big ones, as we call them. When they're fully grown, they're the big ones. They start off as ticklers.
Were they in some kind of...
People think ultimately of little glass jars filled with little liquid, but it wasn't that. It wasn't that.
Just like babies in incubation units in a hospital?
That would be closer to it, yeah. I mean, people imagine these little Frankensteinian glass jars lined up on the shelf. There's nothing like that.
There were some questions on the tunnels out there at the test site, and they questioned me whether I had been in tunnels. But on a specific tunnel that I was in, you could fit 2 locomotives going in either direction, plus a center road with a tractor trailer truck for hauling parts and stuff. I know that of only one tunnel that I've been in where we did some testing of a particular item, and this was about approximately 6 miles into the mountain. In a facility in that mountain that was specifically set aside for my group and my team. Those particular items that I worked on was basically technologically some science that was related to flying disc, but not necessarily for a flying disc. It was for a different project. There's so many different projects out there, and of course the facility that I worked at, that was just too numerous to mention. Plus I can't identify code names, and I can't identify companies, although there are a number of different representatives from various different companies that are completely involved in this alien technology and the transfer of technology for the new aircraft or the flying discs. Are there aliens out here at Area 51? I don't know of aliens out there at Area 51, though. There are aliens that I know of in other facilities throughout the country, but not at Area 51. The aliens that they have, so to speak, that type of thing. I don't understand this case about the reptilians. I know that where these individuals come from, no more than 6 different species, if that, and not the 70 or 73 that John Laird talks about. Mostly the facilities that are located in Arizona, New Mexico. Kelsey? I don't know all of the areas. I've never been really underground to determine that, okay? It's, like I said, I was in one underground facility. It was out here at Area 50, not necessarily 51, but it was in to really get to see an alien, okay? If you, in the case where you've got the confidence level, that level of security, it takes like many years. It takes several years before you're even cleared to even get to that point. If you got a Q classification, you may get a certain level. You may go up to say 10 above Q, or you may go to 20, depending on the area or what your involvement is, okay, and how much they trust you. And say these security people that assigned particularly to him to monitor him, and that's the way they work it. They got security agents that are yours forever, and they monitor you and they put the reports in on you.
Well, as I say, they've got their own created life forms.
Yeah, the programmable, the PGLFs.
The PGLFs, so...
And how many of them are there, and what sort of quantity are we dealing with?
I would imagine hundreds, I mean, of each.
So how many did you see?
Stages.
Right.
The tiny fetus-like stage ones.
And how are they generated? So what did you see as such?
They're in like racks or pods, if you like.
Yeah.
And there's row upon row of each of the 3 stages. Stage 2 and 3 use the same type of large rack.
Yeah.
And they're in certain pods. And there's obviously row and row and row on each level.
What sort of size of container are we dealing with?
The larger racks are about 40 foot long, 6 foot by 4 foot or thereabouts.
Is this in some kind of a clinical ward or factory type environment? Or?
Oh no, well no, it's more like a warehouse. I mean, literally they are stores. They call them the racks, the sheds.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, row after row, these things are just stored there for use.
These things are alive, obviously,
yeah.
But they're in a sleep state, or? I mean, you mentioned before that you could actually walk up to them and you'd see an expression on them. Was that the human ones?
Because they're programmed directly from the central computer systems, literally anything that goes in, they're programmed to go and do. They haven't literally minds of their own as such, but you can get something out of them. I mean...
In what way?
Well, it was a bit of a standing joke between the 4 British security guards there, but there was something strange about the faces of these little creatures. And 2 of them were joking one afternoon and saying, well look, you get a screwdriver and you just carefully prise off this black thing on his face.
Right, so you can walk up to them and you can touch them.
Well, you can pick one up, literally shove it over your shoulder. They're so small and light, but very, very strong. You know, they are very, very strong and very... you could literally, go and pick one up.
Notice a celebrity who has tattoos or piercings mysteriously vanished. Cloning Center.
This stuff, people, this stuff is not a joke. This is real stuff that goes on all the time.
Every time you see a celebrity randomly lose their mind, Cloning Center, crazy or delusional, it's a cover-up. And ever since he's put these tweets out, they're not there anymore. When a celebrity in great health suddenly suffers a stroke, heart attack, aneurysm, Cloning Center. Hundreds of kids go missing each year, Cloning Center. And Britney Spears has come out herself and said she's been cloned hundreds of times and she's being sick of it.
Are doing all the time. It's not a joke. You know, and people think that, you know, this is made up, that this isn't true, that this isn't real. This stuff is real, people, and it's time to wake up and see what's going on with all this cloning and what's going on with all these sacrifices.
Lizards.
And the first paragraph right here says, documents leaked by NSA whistleblower Edward Snowden conclusively prove that the United States has been ruled by a race of tall, white space aliens who also assisted the rise of Nazi Germany.
What is about cloning? Do you want to get cloned, or are celebrities getting cloned?
Yeah, man, I think people should look it up, man. I don't really want to say too much, but I will say do your own research.
You sound like a conspiracy theorist.
I'm not really a conspiracy theorist. It's no more conspiracy. I know. And so it's really up to each person to do their own research and come to your own truths, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like we as people listen too much to what somebody tells us, and we don't actually go background check and really say, you know what, that really don't add up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, when you really look at a lot of different things and you start to think, and so what I like to do is I like to provoke thought, you know, and provoking thought is the least you could do. You can't make somebody believe something. You really got to just provoke thought.
Would you like to be cloned?
Would I like to be?
Yeah.
Am I already cloned?
Oh, are you already cloned?
I'd rather not say. But
that means there's a possibility that you could already be cloned.
Yes, there's a possibility. But, you know, I know I'm me because my fingernails look the same and I have dreams still. You're crazy.
I'm not crazy, dude. I'm kind of following based on what you put out there.
No, I'm just joking with you.
What's this entire season been like for you? You get hurt at times. At one point, maybe you were thinking, maybe you were even willing to accept that you might have gotten cut by the team.
Yeah, a lot of ups and downs. A lot of ups and downs this year. But it's been a heck of a ride, to be honest. I really can't complain. Yeah, I was kind of. I was a little down when I found out I was injured and I had to have surgery again, or you know, with another knee. But at the end of the day, you know, I have amazing teammates. You know, guys like Draymond, everybody on this team, they come over there, they wrap their hands around me like, yo, we got you.
What's this entire season been like for you? You get hurt at times. At one point, maybe you were thinking, maybe you were even willing to accept that you might have gotten cut by the team.
Yeah, a lot of ups and downs. A lot of ups and downs this year. But it's been a heck of a ride, to be honest. I really can't complain. Yeah, I was kind of. I was a little down when I found out I was injured and I had to have surgery again, or you know, with another knee. But at the end of the day, you know, I have amazing teammates. You know, guys like Draymond, everybody on this team, they come over there, they wrap their hands around me like, yo, we got you.
And so I don't know. You have to really try to.
People in Hollywood, they're afraid that they'll drop out of the top, you know. They're afraid that they'll drop from the bottom of the pyramid, maybe to the middle of the pyramid. But you know, they're the ones. Hollywood is the one that keeps all this power structure and all this culture of racism and sexism and classism and genderism and all of it in place. They continually feed it, and they make a lot of money doing it, and they do it at the behest of their masters who run everything. So, you know, they're not going to get brave enough to do that. I mean, I think that there aren't many of us who are brave enough to do that. And I'm just, you know, I'm lucky that I can do it, and I feel that I do it on behalf of many people in Hollywood too. I go to Hollywood parties, or you know, occasionally I go to Oscar parties and things like that, and people, big stars, people will grab me by the arm and take me aside and say, I just want to thank you for the things you say. And it blows my mind, but that's the culture. It's a culture of fear for sure. You know, and it's a big culture of mind control too. MK Ultra mind control rules in Hollywood. If you don't know, Google that and look into it.
Well, we've talked about Operation Mockingbird, MK Ultra mind control stuff from, I mean, this goes back decades and decades. But Roseanne, I mean, Do you know people have been blacklisted? I mean, is it just kind of a self-censorship in Hollywood, or do people actually get edged out if they are too much against the grain?
Yeah, it's self-censorship after a while, but it's not just a crazy self-censorship. It's self-censorship because there's actually a danger that you will never work again. And people know it. Everybody has friends that it happened to, that maybe you said too much, or maybe you were too vocal on unpopular issues. And it's funny because it doesn't matter if 2 years later, I find this a lot, that 2 years later those unpopular issues become very mainstream. They still don't forgive the first person who does it. And that's kind of been my story there. When you're first, you're going to be vilified, despite the fact that 2 years later everybody's saying what you said. You're still going to be vilified because you dared. And like they say, the Chinese, the Chinese have a myth or a saying that says the nail that stands up is hammered down, and that's how it is here and everywhere in the world. Right. You don't really want to put yourself at odds with people who decide your future and pay for your work. But sometimes you have to. And I was very lucky that I had a successful show that made me a lot of money, and so that I can do that. And I feel that I owe that to the people I came from, to say those things that maybe they can't say because they're afraid they'll be fired, or they're afraid even that they'll be put in jail or whatever. I'm going to do.
Okay, reptilian shapeshifters. The thing that all these people talk about on these conspiracy theories and stuff, there's hints about them in movies and in music and everything. I'll tell you all about them. Yeah, they're about a foot tall. I have it all written down on the Facebook thing. And yeah, I didn't tell everybody about it from the beginning because the beginning stuff about cloning, it's hard enough to believe anyway, but these things, it's called the Secret of Vril. That's their name, is Vril. They're a foot tall. They're covered in scales. Usually red, but there's some from the Middle East that are black in scales, right? And then there's another kind entirely, and their eyes are slightly different, but they're still on stalks. And yeah, they have gray scales. They're a little bit bigger, and a little stronger too, for being small like that. Anyway, yeah, I have to describe it. They drone people in such a way. I have a picture of the ceremony. It's called a demonic possession thing. There's no magical nothing about it. It's all like it's a parasitic lizard that it ejects its brain out the top of its head. If it doesn't have anywhere to go, it dies. And so the guys, the drones that are drones already, they hold down the person to make sure. Wiggles in there, and then it does something. It what they call sweat, and all the stuff in the spinal cord comes out the top of it and everything, and it totally takes the person over, makes them what's called a drone. Now there's hints of it all over the place. People think that it'll never be believed or anything, but rich people and some celebrities and some world leaders and stuff own these things for pets. They all call it with the Secret of Vril, right? Like Alf, the sitcom, kept them as pets, and Alf ate cats. Well, these things, what they like to eat, I don't even want to say it on video, but their main thing that they like to eat is children. It's true, because they don't have vaccinations. And what they do is they like to scare their food too before they eat it, because it gets adrenaline in them, and they taste better, and they get a slight high off of it from eating it. I've seen it done as a clone myself, the whole REM driven clone thing. Most people get whacked out from MK Ultra and stuff, but they tried to minimize that with me so I could be still good at making these songs and stuff. Like, I don't mention the songs and stuff because I'm not gonna say like Metallica, Sanitarium, and what's the other one? The Enter Sandman are about REM driven cloning, and Yeah, they call them demons and everything, Oni and gremlins and mimics, doppelgangers, everything like throughout history, and everybody keeps them a secret somehow. And when they didn't keep them a secret, and they wrote stuff down, they destroyed that evidence. So there was some hieroglyphics in Egypt and everything that told all about them, but then they chilled them off and said they were worn away by time, but they weren't. They're covering it up, right? There's not a lot of drones. They don't outnumber humans or anything, but they're in high places. But the human people that help them out of fear and out of evil, they're scared of being found complicit and being executed, pretty much. That's what they're saying there. They're talking to me like constantly. Now, they left me alone there for a while, but then they brought me back there again, and I thought that they were going to just leave me alone and I could tell people about this and raise people's awareness about the things and the critters. And but no, they're bringing me back now. Now they're all freaking out. And I said, you guys are probably going to get messed up. Think about it. You execute kids to these things sometimes, kidnapping kids, sending them to the things and watching it like a show, like they're messing me up right out there. But real kids though, not even just clones. And clone's bad enough, it hurts, right? And messes up your heart and stuff and makes you sick and everything. So I'm not feeling so good now. Anyway, I'm going to keep this short so I can upload it quick. But these things are a foot tall, right? They sit them on their laps out there because as clones you can sit with them. But if you were to do this in real life, you'd get something like foot and mouth disease, like H1N1, and it gives you warts to handle them and everything. And it doesn't matter with clone because they recycle to a new clone after so often anyway. REM-driven Mark II ones anyway. So I'm going to upload this. Hello to everybody that's helping me and everything. Spread this around. Everybody must think that I'm pretty crazy just to do this because I'm probably dead anyway. But yeah, they said that they cut my lifespan in half with like the lifespan of my heart. Everything else is really healthy. But my heart, because they sliced it. So they said I'm definitely going to die of a heart attack sometime. And yeah, there is some way they can bring it back, like a bad negative. I'm hoping that I'm not even conscious of it. But yeah, they want to get me back. I'm kind of the biggest problem they've ever had in centuries. Seriously, I'm not bragging because it's not good. I probably won't live through it. But these little Vril things that stick their things up into people's eyes, you have to kill them all. It's a very imperative thing to the human race. Oh, their mouths. I have to tell you about their mouths quickly before I go. It's a spike on one of their vertebrae behind their mouth, and between the vertebrae, they push down on their heads like if you were squished down your neck. It pushes it down, and then the spike goes kadunk, and like it pops out like that, and they can go and shoot it out, and then they sucker onto you with their mouth. It's not like a ganashing thing. It's they blood dart you pretty much, and then they sucker on you and they latch on with the claws. Right? Anyways, I'm telling everybody because they had them biting me out there as a clone all the time for punishment for talking about them and about cloning. So I'm just going to talk about them anyway. So yeah, it could be stupid of me, could not be. No, I don't think it is because everybody has to know about these things. Anyway, up to YouTube, and this is all true. They're called Vril, and secret's out now. Anyway, thanks. I'll be making more videos about them and stuff. I'll draw them and everything. And I'm not a crazy person. I'm not on meds, and I don't need meds. Trust me. This is a real deal. These things are real. I stomped them before out there as a clone. And cloning's real too. Bad enough. But yeah, I really gotta get these other things because yeah, it's out of control. So upload.
You know, it's a testimony coming from me direct. Hollywood's main goal is to get people to sin, however which way. That's their main objective, getting people to sin. It's not to entertain you, that's not their number one goal. Their number one goal is to get you to sin. Their second goal is to distract you from reality and potentially waking up and serving the Most High. So they will try anything to get you to lust, to covet, to be jealous, insecure, envious, greedy, obsessive, addicted, materialistic, gossip, because that's what Hollywood is all about when you really think about it, when you're really honest. It's profane, it's homoerotic, it's do what thou wilt, which is Aleister Crowley's motto. And he is the founder of the Satanist Church. So this is what they're telling you to do in Helloweird. So when I was younger, I used to go to a theatre school, and I was out performing. You know, they had me in makeup at that time, because obviously I didn't wear makeup normally. But for the show, I was in makeup, and a model scout for a top high fashion London model agency approached me and gave me a card and told me to, you know, come down. I told my dad, who I lived with at the time, he was strict and it was his way or no way. And instantly he just really often said, no, you're too young, you need to focus on your education. So I missed that opportunity to get into the high fashion world. And with high fashion, around 12 years old is the best age to scout future high fashion models. You know, they like to take you from about 12 years old and groom you. There's a lot of mind control in that game as well, so they'll probably groom you and God knows what else. So it was actually a blessing when I really think about it. But at the time, I wanted to do modelling, and, you know, I felt like it was unfair. But it's a blessing from the Most High that I didn't get scouted at that age and groomed and all that stuff. So I missed out on that. So fast forward a few years to college, I ironically became the most popular girl in college, not by any thing that I was specifically trying to do to become that way. It just happened that way. But it wasn't a good thing because, you know, girls were jealous of me, majority of them, and guys, majority of them wanted to get with me. I used to more or less wear pink. How ironically is it that I'm kind of wearing pink today, because I hardly ever wear pink now. But anyway, I used to always wear pink, so it's like I had my own little thing going on there. And I was quite vain. I used to, you know, hair had to be not a hair out of place, you know, light amount of makeup, but it just accentuates, you know, as makeup, that's what makeup's designed to do. So anyway, and I used to wear crop tops, you know, that revealed my small waist, and tight trousers that revealed my curves. People were talking about me, making up rumours, and I didn't like it, because even though I took care of my image, and on the surface, on the outside, you know, I'm well put together and I looked attractive and stuff, I was a down-to-earth person. People didn't want to get to know me for that. I was down to earth. I would have spoken to whoever was cool. I'm not cliquey. I'm cool with whoever's cool. And so I stayed away from the common room because of it. Because I just didn't like the atmosphere. I didn't like the fact that I had to deal with all these bitchy girls and stuff. And a lot of the guys were just phony at the college. There was only one guy who was quite decent that I started speaking to. So anyway, with all of this jealousy, and then the one close female friend I did develop, she turned on me after 1 year and told one of our friends that she was just using me, she couldn't stand me, blah, blah, blah. I didn't see that coming, because I have always had a bit of a gift of discernment, but I guess the Most High just wanted me to experience life. So he let me go through that kind of betrayal. So all of that drove me into saying, you know what, I've had enough of being judged on my image, because that's what it boiled down to. I was lonely, I was targeted because of how I looked. And I said, I'm going to try and get into the modelling game. So I tried high fashion modelling again, but if you know anything about high fashion modelling, they only take on a few black females of colour. And by this time, when I was looking at all the agencies, they already had their token 4 or however many. And that's just the way it goes, I'm just being honest. You know, out of however many female models, there will only be about 3 or 4. That might have had part of the reason why I was rejected by them all. Also, I wasn't straight up and down. Even though I was still slim, to look at me, you'd think, oh, I'm slim enough, I'm tall enough to do modelling, because people would always tell me, you should model, you look like a model, do you model? But they want you to be anorexically thin, stick thin. And because I wasn't, I developed hips, I developed a booty, I wasn't accepted into that high fashion modelling game. So I said, you know what, I'm going to try eye candy modelling. After I watched Masonic Television, aka MTV, there were some UK girls that were going to pursue eye candy modelling stateside, you know, music video modelling, hip hop videos and stuff. There was a girl from that show who was holding a workshop. So I decided to go to that workshop. And there was a guy from a popular UK boy band. He was going to be shooting a video for a movie, a UK movie, music video. He was coming down, he was going to pick some girls or whatever to take part in that video. When he got there, he kind of said to me on the side, you know, don't worry, I'm definitely choosing you. And I kind of I was like, whatever kind of thing, because I don't know if he wanted me to kind of go crazy and stuff, but I'm not phony. And I don't, one thing about me when it comes to celebrities, I've never like boosted their ego. I've never been a groupie. I've never gone crazy over celebrities. They're just regular human beings in my eyes. And I'm not going to worship any man. That's always been me. And I think it kind of knocks them back a bit. It takes them, a lot of them can't handle that because they're used to, you know, being adored and stuff. And with me, I'm just so calm and chill around celebs. So anyway, that's how I handled it. I wasn't really like, oh my God, I wasn't doing all of that. And he probably was a bit surprised by that because when it came to the video shoot, I thought, yeah, this is going to be really good for me to break into the eye candy scene. There's no UK eye candy scene. So this is going to be a big thing because it was a professional high budget video. And, you know, I was featured in it, like featured role. And the guy's well known. So I thought this is going to be really good for me to kind of build a brand because I'm trying to build myself into a brand. And I was looking forward to the day, thinking it's going to be fun. It's going to be so much fun. It wasn't fun. Like, there were a lot of people there, mostly women, mostly females. And there was just a lot of insecurity. I could just feel and see the insecurities. It was very depressive. You wouldn't think it would be so boring and so negative. You know, I had no one to spark up conversation with, no one to have fun with. And I thought, oh, this is like a glamorous thing. This is a glamorous job. It should be fun. We should be having fun. But this is my point. Don't think that what you see, the end result looks amazing. But during, I've yet to experience real, genuine happiness, carefree environment when shooting. I've shot a lot of different types of things, and people just tend to be insecure, full of themselves, too intense, and it's just like, I wanted to have fun. It's going to be a long day, and I thought I was going to be able to have fun, but I didn't get to have fun. And the boy band guy, he didn't really come and say anything to me. He seemed a bit funny with me on the day, and I believe he just expected me to just be all over him like some of the other girls were. But like I said to you, that's not my style. You know what I mean? Why do I need to do that? It's like people think they're meant to make you feel less of a person to them because they're famous. But sorry, you're just another human being. I believe he liked me, and he just didn't even make an attempt to try and, even if he stood a chance, he didn't make an attempt, a real respectable, manly attempt to try and, you know, engage with me, to expect me to just be all over him because, oh, I've been chosen. It takes more than that. But anyway, that was just my first proper experience in that eye candy world. Unfortunately, that video didn't go anywhere, didn't come out, and I know that if it came out, it would have been a big thing because it was professionally done. It wasn't one of those hood videos. It was a proper high budget thing, and for that time in the UK, there was nothing like that. So this was like a big thing, but that didn't go anywhere. But anyway, it was an eye-opening experience. So of course, I was still dealing with jealousy, and then my boyfriend, he had a secret porn addiction, and that hurt me. To me, it felt like adultery. You know, this world, this godforsaken planet likes to tell you that porn is not a big deal, but I beg to differ. It is a big deal, and it is a type of adultery. So for me, it wasn't good, it wasn't nice, and that kind of drove me to kind of loosen my boundaries in the eye candy game, because at first I wasn't willing to be too seductive with it, be too revealing, whatever. But that kind of drove me to say, you know what, this guy is not realising who he's with, like, how lucky he is, kind of thing. I'm not going to be made to feel inferior. I'm not going to be made to feel unattractive. So, you know, I just was really going hard in the eye candy world, losing my boundaries, even though I knew it was wrong. I had that inner voice from the Most High speaking, telling me it's wrong. But obviously, out of revenge, I was confused during that time. I didn't know the whole truth about the Most High and stuff. And so I did quite a few things in the UK. I was like one of the first to do things regarding eye candy modelling in the UK, because there wasn't a scene at the time. There still really isn't a scene, but it was even worse. So I did like magazine, urban magazine, calendars, competitions, and I even won an award for Urban Model of the Year. You know, unfortunately, I even ended up shooting topless. I ended up shooting implied nude. I developed a pay site. I was really trying to get a brand for myself. It became obsessive. The unclean spirits of unhealthy obsession and delusion came over me, to where I was just, this is all I could see, and I was just going. You know, I was neglecting so many other areas of my life and stuff, because I was just making this an idol, becoming a success, and I knew that I had what it takes, because I just knew, you know what I mean? When you know, you know. But I didn't realise that even in the modelling world, you've got to sell out in a certain way to Satan to become very successful, regardless of how attractive you are, regardless of how good you are your craft. If you're not selling out, even in something like eye candy modelling, you're not going to go very far. That's why, more time now, people that are doing well in the eye candy game, they come from a background of being prostitutes, strippers. They've got fake bums, fake boobs, Now, how can you compete with someone who's fake, who's faked their way into being the best or whatever? Also, when I met a few other eye candy models in the US, because the US is where eye candy modeling began, successful US eye candy models, I'm not saying it to be bitchy, I've got to give you honest testimony. A lot of them are not in shape, so if you're a bit overweight, what you're seeing, the end result, is heavily photoshopped. It's like, wow, you realise that they're so heavily photoshopped. And so it's a big deception even in that game. So I was one of the first to go over stateside and work in the USA to do some eye candy work. And the first time I went, I ended up shooting with this pervy photographer. He tried to proposition me, he was pervy, I didn't find that professional. I just got uncomfortable. And then he tried to ask me to, stay over at his and stuff. So this is what you deal with. And realistically, what can I say? If you're stripping down and doing something so seductive, you can't expect to be treated with utmost respect regardless. So I was a bit delusional there, thinking that, expecting to be treated with more respect than that. When it came to my pursuit of this eye candy game, I wasn't supported. I've never been supported by the UK. I've seen other females who aren't necessarily that good as a model or whatever, they haven't necessarily got the look, get a lot of support because maybe they've got a lot of friends to begin with and stuff, and people just gravitate towards them because I didn't at the time, but I know now that demons hang out with demons. So if you are a child of the Most High, even before you get in your purpose, the enemy can know that there's something about you, and the demons in other people, because people do have demons whether they like it or not, it's the truth. The demons in other people just don't take to you, just won't like you, won't support you. And I was dealing with a heavy amount of hate. I was dealing with rejection, even in this game. You know what I mean? Like, you would expect that makeup artists, model scouts would pick the best and not let jealousy, insecurity and hatred get in the way of their judgment and of picking the best. But time and time again, I knew there'd be times that I go to casting, as soon as I step foot in the door and I see the person and I get that discernment that, this person just doesn't like me, doesn't matter if I perform well, it doesn't matter, they're not going to choose me, and I wouldn't hear back from anybody. Not even politely just to say, sorry, you're not chosen. So I went through that a lot of times. I've had makeup artists who don't like me, who've tried to do my makeup funny and all kind of foolishness. It's just ridiculous. When you have demons, when you're demonically oppressed or possessed, whatever you are, you're going to, people are going to target. If you're a child of the Most High, if there's something different about you, you can be targeted. Yes, it's partially jealousy, envy, insecurity, but it was also to do with the fact that these people haven't been delivered. They're not seeking the Most High, so the demons can use them to react funnily towards you. Most time they won't even realise that they have demons that are causing them to hate you without knowing anything about you, causing them to just reject you. So yeah, I was getting tired of always having to compete, always having to prove myself. And I knew that if I lived in the States and I'd done a lot more in the States, I would have gotten a lot further, a lot quicker. So anyway, I became born again. So obviously because I became born again, I gave up modelling. I knew it was wrong, and I gave it up, and I promised the Most High that I wasn't going to do eye candy modelling ever again. Now, like Christ was tempted in the wilderness by Satan, Satan tried to tempt me. As soon as I said I promise I'm not going to do eye candy modelling again, about a week later, I got a phone call randomly from some so-called modelling agency that I was allegedly on their books. They contacted me and asked me to do a job. It was a job that would have paid well, and at this time I was basically living in poverty. It was a job that would have paid well, I could have done with the money. It was a simple job. It was quite a high-profile job. And I was just like, this is so obviously Satan. I knew. Because in all my years of grafting and trying, never had any company, any agency, or anyone try to contact me and offer me paid work, let alone work, A lot of the time it's always freebies because they're trying to tell you that, it's going to be good for your portfolio. And there are a lot of desperate girls out there who are willing to do a lot of free stuff and sell themselves short because they're more interested in being famous and being adored and admired than actually making it a business, a profession. And that's another frustrating thing that was happening, and that still happens now. It's hard to get what you're owed financially and to get respect because there's so many people willing to do stuff for free just so that they can be next to celebrity or so that they can show off or whatever silly reason they want to do it for. But I wasn't like that. I wanted to, do things for a professional reason for it to become a way of living, financially and stuff. So, I rejected that job. I said no. And for a long time, a good few years, I was out of the game. And I was just trying to pursue the Most High. But at the time, I didn't have all the information I needed. My spiritual eyes had become open, so I experienced some supernatural things. And it all got on top of me. It became too much, and I felt like I was going through it on my own at times, and it was just a lot. I didn't know. The Foley Church system doesn't tell you how this walk is really going to be and what it's really all about. So I was like going through a lot that I wasn't expecting to go through. So eventually, it was dragging me down. I got tired. I kept waking up night after night having bad dreams. I kind of drifted away because I just felt like if it's just going to be like this and nothing else, I can't deal with this. I was still young and I didn't have all the answers yet. So I kind of stopped with the Most High, and then I still had that. I knew that I'd made a promise to the Most High, so I didn't want to go back on my promise about not going back into the eye candy game. And oh, by the way, when I stopped the eye candy, when I promised to no longer do eye candy modelling, it was at a time that I was in a very high profile competition and I was the favourite to win. But unfortunately I had to give that up, and I wasn't happy about that because also I don't like to be unreliable. But I gave that up anyway. So a few years later, after trying to walk the walk with the Most High, I became a backslider and I didn't want to just go back into eye candy modelling. So I thought of what can I do, and I thought of doing promo work, promo modelling, promoting clubs, promoting events and stuff. I tried to host my own event, it didn't go very well. There was a girl there that came. When I decided to do the promo modelling, I put an ad out for another female to do it with. And funnily enough, that girl from the event I'd hosted, replied to the ad. She seemed cool, so we started things off. We got a bit of work and it was quite successful. We were earning a bit of money and promoting nightclubs, VIP hostessing, charity functions. I even started flyering for a strip club, and then I was hired to be a receptionist at that strip club. So it turns out that girl was a fake friend. It was another Judas in my life. She kept getting fired from the job that we were doing because of her attitude, and I was the only one left on working at the jobs after she'd been fired. And, she just didn't want to know me anymore. But anyway.
I'm assuming the person who is speaking is a Hollywood insider, right? I have no idea who he is. But it coincides with what I believe. And it's not hard for me to believe it's true, right? Because from my own research as a New Ager into Satanism and all that sort of stuff and the occult, I believe, yeah, there's a lot of truth in this video. But you'll see and judge it for yourself, right? Because after receiving this information myself, I can no longer look at these stars in the same way. Even when I came to Christ, I could no longer look at Hollywood, right, as the same thing. It's not. It's just full of Satanists. Your favourite actor, who you've been loving your entire life, who says he's a Christian, is basically a Satanist at heart. But you'll see. God bless.
I'm just trying to show y'all, just because they looking good and it looks like it's glamour, it's not like that. This is all about rituals, demons, Babylonian gods, and screwing a man in his ass. You get in the music industry, they start taking you on these crazy party trips, and it's called the Pandora box. And while it's called the Pandora box, it's called because everybody that's like a masquerade, and sometimes they don't have masks on, but sometimes they do. And you have I've said this in many of my blogs before, but let's just bring it up to par, right? They have masks on, they have androgynous there, they have she-he's, they have women dressed like men. I mean, you name it, it's there, and it's all the top Hollywood actors, models, singers, hip-hoppers, you name it, is there. And they could be dressed in a disguise. So she was exposed to that. My God, I can't believe that. I can't be a part of that. Oh, what you mean you can't be a part of it? If you want your check, you want this Hollywood life, you would be a part of it, and you're not going to share these secrets. She thinks about that. She cried a little bit. They always cry, right? So she said, okay. She goes in this Pandora box, androgynous owner, man owner, woman owner. That's nothing, right? She thinking, I got that over with, so she didn't think it was nothing. She didn't really have to do nothing but me and go kiss a little. She's used to kissing women. Here's the kicker. The three producers, the headliners, the guy who make Hollywood runs like it does, right, bring her to the upper penthouse tomorrow. So she thinking she getting ready to sign a contract. No, they want to pop her in her ass. And this is how they get down. They call it gravy.
If you do get hurt, well, that's just gravy.
Now, everybody, other people may know you from Gravy and your music career. Has this sparked the acting bug? Are we gonna see you in a lot more roles following this?
Yeah, definitely. This is my newfound love. Music is my passion, and you know, acting. I'm definitely getting ready to jump into it.
Okay.
That's a Hollywood slogan for people who just got popped in behind. Well, how did it go, man? How's your career going? Oh, I can tell you right now, baby, everything's gravy. There's been a lot of people that's got their letters on the fly, and they read all the literature. They have them in a nice little room or a sweet hotel. It's real elegant. They do it really nice, and they let you read that letter, and they tell you what you think. I ain't got no problem with this. Okay, sign right here. Now, that's the beginning of the rituals of everything that's to come for you. All the doors going to open for you. All the doors are opening. He ain't ready for what they're going to hit him with. We want you to meet some friends, okay? Now, I want you to take it personal, because we know that you're about your business, and you know how to make that dollar. It's all business. Don't take it personal when you see what's up, right? They take them in this room, and there'd be 3-4 dudes on another guy. And he may know that dude in the business. They say, what you're about to see, nobody else know. This is part of the rituals. You are not to speak about this. You seeing these dudes, transsexual, transgender, and they all like lapping this one cat, right? That's the first test to see if you're going to buck. Why I'm telling you that? Because that's the first thing they did to Cat. They took Cat to all these private parties. Cat couldn't believe what he was seeing. Cat rebelled. Usually before they want to take you to the next level, they say, let's see what he's going to think when we take him here. A lot of dudes like, you know what? That ain't got shit to do with me. It's all about the money. Well, it ain't all about the money, because now what you saw done to that guy, it's your turn. And you're going to say, they're going to, hey, come on up in here. No, man, I ain't down for that. Well, do you think we're going to keep paying you $5 million a year? Do you think you're going to be honors on BET? Do you really think we're going to keep putting your name in lights? Read the paper, man. Read the letter we gave you. You see the letter we gave you, right? Stop bullshit. You're going to do everything that we just did to him. Either you do or we're going to break you. What you mean you're going to break me? We're going to take all your money out your account. Oh, man, this bullshit. I got my rights. Nigga, you ain't got no motherfucking rights. We run this bitch. We decide who's going to be a star, who ain't going to be a star, who's going to be rich, who's going to be poor. Nigga, we do all of those things. Ain't nobody no star. We decide who's going to be a star, who's going to be president, and etc. That's who we are. Now you know. Now you open. Now you see. Now you see that this ain't about no American Idol. This is deeper than American Idol. That's just what you asked for. So what it's going to be, man? Come on, man. All of y'all. So he's already thinking about it. So he wound up sucking the one dude off. Then he sucked the other dude off. Then he sucked the other dude off. Now they Vaseline him up and pop him in his ass. And you probably saying, that's bull. That's the way that goes. And then what they do, they videotape the Why would they want to videotape that? Y'all say to sell it later? Now, to keep your mouth closed. If you knew you done took 3 men up the ass and sucked 2 off, and they're real important men. Now, a lot of times, what they'll do while they're doing this thing to you, the men won't be recognizable. They'll have either mask on, or they'll just have their face blacked out. It's the truth. Why do you think they do it? They put that in a special index box, because if you get out of line, nigga, they're going to say that you was a homosexual, you was a pedophile, you did things that never got caught, and they're going to put this crazy-ass video on you getting boned by men up your ass and taking sperm all in your face. I'm telling you how it goes. They letting you know Denzel Washington is not exempt from getting ran up in his ass either. So a lot of people say, well, he got shot in his ass, but don't mean he went up. Denzel Washington made $25 million picture. You can't make that kind of money if somebody ain't blowing you that's of the same sex. I'm just letting y'all know. Denzel Washington does not get a pass. Nobody in Hollywood gets a pass, and especially no Denzel Washington. Will Smith. Will Smith had a relationship with Benny Medina. Benny Medina ran the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Benny Medina went up to Will Smith so much, Will Smith should be his wife. Okay? Quincy Jones did pop him, fool. He did pop him. Benny Medina had him too. They're all part of the same rituals, man. It's just not no one-man thing. They pass you around just like a little woman. If you want to go in Hollywood, it's just not going to one guy get you. They're going to pass you around, all of them. Because it's from one, it escalates from one step to the other. It's 1, 2. I don't give a damn. It's never over. Every time you do something, it's not like, okay, it's done. You did it the first time. Now, what you want to do? The sky's the limit. Nah. You want a cologne line, a perfume line? Okay, it take you back to that room and do it all over again. That's why they have rituals. If a Mason who's moving higher up in a Mason brotherhood, he has a daughter, he knows the rules. Somebody in the brotherhood wants your daughter, she could be 12, 13 years old. You try to persuade your daughter to have sex with him so he can be wed her and have a child with her.
They said, will you sit down with Ted? And so I sat over with Ted Kennedy. He's sitting right next to me. Mm-hmm. And Ted and I are, he's just joking. He says, George, you're going to love this job. You're really good with money. We're going to send you out to all the state Democratic functions to raise money for the National Democratic Party. And he said, you're going to meet some real foxy ladies. And just then, my daughter walked in. Mm-hmm. Ted looked at her and he says, wow, I want to go to bed with that. I says, no, you don't, Ted. That's my daughter, and she's 14. And his response to me was, I don't care. Okay, so anyway, back to the female, because they do the men bad, but they do the women worse. Do the women better because the women got more holes to insert. And then they have the women. You got some freaky women in the business. Oh, let's not even talk about Queen Latifah. So they dogged her too. But did y'all know that Queen Latifah also initiate women before they go to the next level? But she puts on a strap-on. Let's talk about Monster Ball. Monster Ball, Halle Berry was, if y'all saw the film, Halle Berry was butt naked. When they did that film, Willie Bob Thornton went up in there for real. That was a real scene when she was talking about make me feel good. That was a real scene, yo. That was a real scene getting down. They did not fake that. They gave her Academy Award because she did a great job for the sisterhood. They didn't give her that award because she was just so of a dominant actress. That role was degrading. And when they say, if this was so of a great role for Halle Berry, why come they didn't give her Tom Cruise? Huh? Why come they didn't give her a man, George Clooney, right? Who that dude that Angelina Jolie married to? Brad Pitt. Why can't they let her sleep with Brad Pitt in that scene? Because those men they have a higher statute. That's an American white man for white women. They wouldn't dare let some men with that statute sleep with Halle Berry because Halle Berry is degrading to them. So they go get a country ass hick like Billy Bob Thornton and say, you run up in her. Do y'all feel how it goes? So even though it's supposed to be a huge role, they still cut you down. Because everything that you ask for, every time they take you to another level, they want to pop you again. And remember what I said, they call it gravy. That's gravy because they know that you paid your dues to get where you at. And when they have them Academy Awards, they just pretty much playing with each other. Like, let's give Alicia something. She's been a good whore for the last 4 years. Let's give her one. It's sad, man. There's a porno site called Ghetto Gaggers. Now, I want to throw this at Israel. Where do you think they got the terminology Ghetto Gaggers from? Now, walk with me when I'm talking to you. I'm not telling you to go there to try to get off. I'm trying to tell you there's a concept behind the terminology Ghetto Gaggers, okay? The way that they brutalize them women with men penises and the way they dog them out and make them throw up on themselves, that is exactly what goes on behind the door. So you ask yourself, I thought they just made up some stuff so it'll be gross and get some money.
what you all don't understand, a lot of these producers that's in the porno business, they're friends with these so-called Jewish men in Hollywood, with these hit makers. Did y'all know that? It's humiliation. I mean, come on, walk with me, man. A lot of those dudes that do porno movies, they go to the green door. They go to the Pandora's box. They are invited to these shows. Did y'all understand? When they get ready to break Fantasia in, somebody was there. You get me? That was in the porn industry. When they got ready to break Alicia Keys in, somebody in the porn industry was there. Because every time they break these new black women in, they dog them. And they dog them bad. Man, they have 3 or 4 penises in them women's mouth, anus, everything that any hole they can put in, that's what they do. And that's how they came up with the concept, ghetto gaggers. What people don't understand, that really goes on in Hollywood, how they do that black woman in order for her to go to the next level. It just done ran Toni Braxton out of her damn mind. She's shaving the side of her head like that woman who drink blood. The last woman who did that was Cassie. And Cassie is gone. Cassie is P. Diddy's slave. Did y'all know that? She is his slave. Oh, yes, she is. Every time you see Cassie with P. Diddy, she got her head down. She carrying bags. She's the mop-up girl. When P. Diddy want to impress him, he's bringing on, he let Cassie go down on him. He let that dude pop her in the butt, and P. Diddy sit back and masturbate while she's being ran in by his partners. Did y'all know that? I'm telling y'all some true Hollywood insider, brother. It gets down like that. That's the way they roll. And if you're a woman, especially if you're a sister, you come in with all that attitude, they're gonna rip you apart. The first thing they're gonna do is break you. They're putting it right in your face, like, okay, we worship the devil. We down with the Baphomet. Okay, we do lesbians and gays, and we do a little something. What? What you gonna do? What? Because you know why they're so bold with their truth? Because they know majority of the people in society are so dumbfounded and so beat down on these jobs that they'll take anything. And they do not have your best intentions. Like I told you in the early segment, they have to keep negative energy to make money. If everybody's happy, people going to start thinking. Okay? People going to start thinking. If people start thinking, then people start asking questions. And then when they start asking questions, the questions can't be answered. Now you got a society of people waking up. They can't have that.
As you can see, I've blocked out most of the swearing because obviously this guy likes to curse. But there's a lot of truth to what he's saying, right? Minus the curse words, and listen to the message. It is not what it seems behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, there's a lot of filth going on, right, in the Hollywood business. And it's not even hard to imagine, guys. Right? Look at the amount of money that's pumped into this system. Look at what's on the TV, the films, look at the production, the stuff that the Hollywood are bringing out. It's not hard to believe that behind the scenes there's a lot of wickedness going on. That these pop stars and rock stars, rap stars are just pumping out a fake image. Right? Look at the amount of them that are just killing themselves on drugs because they're just not happy with their lives. They're just not happy. Yeah, they've got all the glitz, the glamour, the fame, the fortune, but it's just not fulfilling them. It's all emptiness, vain glory. And after all that lifetime of living in the fast lane, they die in their sins and then they end up in hell for eternity. What's the point in that? God bless.
Come on, everybody. Let's call Jesus.
Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. What a wonder you are. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. What a wonder you are.
Forget which album it is, but there's a dude on the cover of a Megadeth album. He makes claims that his clone would be beat and tortured to entertain top entertainment and politically powerful people. He also claims that popular actor and comedian Bernie Mac was murdered because he spoke out against torture. According to Marshall, about 300 to 400 elite figures sit in an arena and watch.
Added to that, the elite, some of whom are working with some of these extraterrestrials or extra-dimensional entities, certainly don't want you to know.
Lizard-like aliens from outer space inhabit human bodies and control the human race.
The other question they ask is, why don't they make themselves known? And the answer is because they don't want to know. Because it would hamper what they're up to. If everybody was aware of them, nearly every American would arm himself or herself with a gun and hide under the stairs.
Do you not know that you are not free? You are part of my great plan, which is to slaughter you and your children.
These practices include infant and child sacrifice and mass sacrifices of thousands and millions innocents using wars. These parasites believe they get supernatural powers from shedding the blood of innocents.
And if aliens are real, then who in position of power knows about them? The answer is every major government of the world has a number of people who are fully briefed and fully know it. You have leaders of the CIA who know nothing. You'll have people in middle rank, like a major, who will know everything, and yet their general may know nothing.
And it is very much about satanic human sacrifice, not just butchering and killing children for no reason. As reported, one would think a publication other than VT would have the guts to carry these stories. These ritual killings are part of a belief system on the part of the black nobility and key families. You can name them easily, where they cement their relationships with the demonic, non-corporeal entities that help them maintain control over our government and media.
So it's called Need to Know. He said that he was aware of 50-something races, but Canada and America don't get on. America does not share a great deal of information with Canada.
Choose to believe or not, you and your family live in slavery because of this. We fight wars to feed their blood frenzy. All of this is very real. Another aspect of this dynamic are traditional, multi-generational family infestations which are more than voluntary.
In a previous interview, Barry, you mentioned seeing a lizard-like creature at Peasmore. Would you tell us more about that?
Things behind the pharaonic bloodline are in fact not human entities.
Okay, yesterday you told us you traveled, and I booked thousands of light years to get here.
Yeah, on one occasion, it was just a single occasion, I was in the main corridor at the base, and coming out of the room, along the main corridor was this very large creature, very tall.
The reptilian agenda.
Reptilian race that is the Illuminati, headed by Queen Elizabeth.
Well over 6 foot. Being accompanied by 2 men in suits, which I took to be NSA operatives.
So what are you doing here now?
Notice a celebrity who has tattoos or piercings mysteriously vanished. Cloning Center.
This stuff, people, this stuff is not a joke. This is real stuff that goes on all the time.
Every time you see a celebrity randomly lose their mind, Cloning Center, crazy or delusional, it's a cover-up. And ever since he's put these tweets out, they're not there anymore. When a celebrity in great health suddenly suffers a stroke, heart attack, aneurysm, Cloning Center. Hundreds of kids go missing each year, Cloning Center. And Britney Spears has come out herself and said she's been cloned hundreds of times and she's being sick of it.
Are doing all the time. It's not a joke, and people think that, this is made up, that this isn't true, that this isn't real. This stuff is real, people, and it's time to wake up and see what's going on with all this cloning and what's going on with all these sacrifices.
Lizards.
And the first paragraph right here says, documents leaked by NSA whistleblower Edward Snowden conclusively prove that the United States has been ruled by a race of tall, white space aliens who also assisted the rise of Nazi Germany.
They take a human body when they inhabit that body. When that body grows old and dies, they simply jump out of that one and jump into a new one.
Now, can a regressive entity take over a human body? The answer to that is absolutely yes.
They're the only ones who don't wear badges in the place. I just stopped in my tracks, very, very shaken. I mean, it's a very powerful looking being.
Slowly, and the moment his last breath, his essence, leaves the body, they replace it with another.
And still others believe that humanity will merge totally with digital technology by uploading individual consciousness to a virtual reality.
But my understanding is that there's anywhere from 3 to 7 months where there is a transition period. And generally when it happens to a major figure, they will be out of the limelight or be very rarely seen.
Very difficult to describe, just very, very tall, very well built, very strong. Well over, as I say, well over 6 feet. It must have towered at least a foot over my...
I saw them turn into a reptilian. I actually saw the reptilian.
Extraterrestrial means literally a body, a biological body. So it's a biological body that has travelled here not very long. Like the tall whites, biological, male and female, and have children. An extra-dimensional entity is an entity from the 4th, 5th, 6th, go upwards dimension that has travelled here in a craft, that has opened a portal and has dimensionally come through.
Reptilian is the absolute truth that various paranormal abilities of species like telepathy and telekinesis is the absolute truth. It is certainly difficult to understand. An extraterrestrial species be found on this planet. Not a human being like you, a reptile being belonging to a very old reptile race.
And you can see here Nefertiti doesn't just have a long hat, it's because she has a cone head. And the same with many of the Egyptian statues and depictions are depictions of them with cone heads. And also in Peru, as I mentioned, the DNA results are in, and they are not.
An interdimensional entity is an entity that exists between the 3rd and the 4th. I prefer the word jinn, but if you go back to the Dead Sea Scrolls, they're known as velon. And these are beings that live literally between the 2 dimensions. And the Satanists, the Dark Illuminati, the Dark Magic Masters, are able to conjure these Denzians from the interdimensional space through to do their bidding. King Solomon had a jinn, and he called the jinn through with his iron ring, and the jinn helped him to build his palace.
The light shines in the darkness, but we will soon stop that, scumbags. You think you might have a chance, but I am telling you now that you're all completely fucked.
My head. A greeny browny mottled type of skin. I tried to take in as many details as possible, but as I say, it literally caught me unawares. I was really put into shock. Didn't know what the hell it was. It was just casually walking along the main corridor with the 2 operatives. Got a very strong sense of evil and nastiness about the thing.
Now, that's probably very true. Now, that doesn't mean that they're actually a reptilian and they're just, you know, using technology to look like a human being. It's a human body. But you got to remember something. Reptilians are not used to the extremes of emotions. They don't have emotions like we do. Okay, in fact, many of the human races out there don't have the extreme of emotions that we do.
It worried me for quite a while afterwards. I mean, you know, you're never told. The security people are the last to be told what's going on. But it was inferred by others at the time that that was one of the reptile species.
West, we don't seem to really take it seriously. We look at it on the same way as we would pixies and fairies. But in the East, it's very serious. Those who've read their Quran, not only does it talk about the jinn, it tells you how to get rid of them. They have afflicted humanity for thousands of years.
I suggest you read it for yourself in Numbers 33, verse 4. Now the Egyptians were burying all their firstborn whom the Lord had killed among them. The Lord also executed judgments on their gods.
We are gonna do you and any other who crosses our family, or fucks with any other reptilian hybrids. We all see babies, but not until we have fun with them first.
The press release does not use the word reptilian but does refer to the Queen and other members of the royal household as different to humans and acknowledges that humanity has evolved to a point where more humans than ever before can see these others in their true form.
Beings from the fourth dimension are negative to humanity. I am only aware of 3 types of reptilian. There are several. Is the royal line, Draconis? Well, the general public would be absolutely astounded to know that there are energy weapons. They are trying to integrate hybrids into the human society.
All senior palace staff are aware the Queen is different, but protocol does not permit them to use the word reptilian in her presence. There is a tacit understanding. We accept it. Her differences allow her to rule absolutely and with authority over humanity, the palace staffer said.
You just keep waving your flags and paying your taxes, and we might let you continue to serve us.
The reptilians are also said to come from the planet X. Reports of a second sun orbiting our own sun may be taken as fact if one considers that Nostradamus predicted that end times would come at the arrival of a second sun.
We will unleash the reptos on the lot of you. It's really not funny. Every now and again we need a fresh influx of human blood to purify and clean our dirty demonic veins, which in a way resembles the sewers where we originated from and where we want you to end up living.
Those who understand that you have a soul and your physical body is not really that important. You have an energetic overlay. That energetic overlay can be taken and your body doesn't die, providing it's not taken for too long. So you can either be taken energetically or it can be taken physically. Physical, energetic.
Putin just out the world's ruling class as reptilians. You see? You get where they come from, but you see how it works. You have to see how it works. You're all being psyoped. Look at this. European scientists say Obama and Trump are closely related to Hitler. Then look at this! CIA pilot swears oath planes did not bring down the towers. You gotta understand how this whole thing works.
Mind projection. Many people can't tell the difference. An alien arrives in your front room and you think, oh, I'm in the Bahamas. No, you're not. You're in the front room. The creature's gone into your mind and as projecting into it. Now it's easier, it's cheaper. It's less likely to be detected.
You gotta understand how the whole disinfo campaign into the truther movement works. They are making a mockery of the truth movement. There are truths mixed in here, so beware to it, be wise to it, understand.
Palace staffers have acknowledged that more and more people are catching glimpses of the Queen in her reptilian form.
With more war, fear, hate, death, starving children, pain, sorrow, and much pestilence.
We all joke about the missing link, but very few of us actually understand what it means. It means that there's absolutely no fossil record to show real humans evolving from a more ape-like creature. 200,000 years ago, there was a big change when modern humans evolved from less modern humans. And those of you who know anything about reptiles know that ritual and ceremony are extremely important. When you are taking part in a reptilian ceremony, you do not smile, because they don't smile. They can't smile. They have no need for smile. They don't have emotion. For everybody who stands here in front of you and says, I've had an okay relationship with aliens, there will be 500-600 who have not had an okay relationship with aliens.
considering you think that lizard people run the world. New World Order revealed plans to decode your brain and read your mind. There you go. The final straw for the Illuminati was when Elton spoke to Vladimir Putin, the Illuminati's #1 enemy.
Because what they're doing is bringing that archonic reptilian reality into our world and making our world like theirs, more and more and more. Now,
as one sits here counting one's money and gold, one knows one is better than you. Many people say that their lives at the moment are particularly hard. But it's not enough for me. I would like them much harder, and I am working on this.
The Queen completely killed the vibe at her own party. It was like she sucked all the air out of the room. How old is she now, anyways? They were eating a passion fruit and mango gâteau for dessert, and some of the poor guests looked like they weren't even tasting it after what she had told them. Elton John, he's a fascist censor under the thumb of the Illuminati, in particular the Queen. She has brainwashed him and has forced him to retire from the music industry, in effect castrating him, forcing him to give up his power to the dark cult. The royal family were terrified of his threats, to release information about Diana's death.
Forget which album it is, but there's a dude on the cover of a Megadeth album. He makes claims that his clone would be beat and tortured to entertain top entertainment and politically powerful people. He also claims that popular actor and comedian Bernie Mac was murdered because he spoke out against the torture. According to Marshall, about 300 to 400 elite figures sit in an arena and watch pedophilia, bestiality, and horrible torturing of cloned children and adults take place.
Yeah, on one occasion, it was just a single occasion, I was in the main corridor at the base, and coming out of the room, along the main corridor was this very large creature, very tall, well over 6 foot, being accompanied by 2 men in suits, which I took to be NSA operatives. They're the only ones who don't wear badges in the place. I just stopped in my tracks, very, very shaken. I mean, it's a very powerful looking being, very difficult to describe, just very, very tall, very well built, very strong, well over, as I say, well over 6 foot. He must have towered at least a foot over my head. A greeny, browny, mottled type of skin. I tried to take in as many details as possible, but as I say, it literally caught me unawares. I was really put into shock. Didn't know what the hell it was. It was just casually walking along the main corridor with the 2 operatives. Got a very strong sense of evil and nastiness about the thing. It worried me for quite a while afterwards. I mean, you know, you're never told. The security people are last to be told what's going on. But it was inferred by others at the time that was one of the reptile species. Of course, it didn't mean that much to me at the time. But every time you asked questions, no one wanted to answer. It was just strongly inferred that, yeah, that was a reptilian, you don't want to mess with that. And it was just left at that. But over the years, no, it never looked at me. It just continued walking. There was no interaction whatsoever. I only got some interaction from the 2 guys who, I'm standing there, mouth wide open, gaping at this, and I just got the look from them, just you know, and they just continued, and I continued about my business. No, there was no sound, no speaking, no nothing whatsoever. It was just walking along the main corridor with the 2 guys. That was it. Once you've got over the initial shock of what the hell was that, no one wanted to know. No one wanted to easily give answers to questions. It was a case of, well, you saw it, that was it, you know, don't ask questions. Yeah, so I was standing upright. I mean, as I say, I'm trying to take in, this all happened probably within 30 seconds. I'm taking it in, feeling, you know, yeah, I don't want to meet this on a dark night anywhere. Yeah, I never even bothered to look back. It was, well, the glance back I gave, both the figure and the two guys was very brief. While I continued, that's it, I've got jobs to do on my way. That's not my business. it was just this tall being. I mean, mostly my focus was from, you know, chest upwards, I mean, the head. You know, I was literally expecting it to turn around and face me, and then I wouldn't know what I would have done if it had done, but it just kept looking straight and continuing, as if I wasn't even there. So, no, I didn't take in that many details. What I saw was, yeah, quite enough, thanks very much.
Is there anything that you could say it looked like?
Well, again, you've seen drawings that people have done over the years of supposed reptilians, Dracos, whatever the names are given. It lizard-like. I mean, it literally is like a very tall, very big lizard. I mean, you know, half expecting the big forked tongue to come out, but, you know, again, it's just what you expect, what you're programmed to expect a lizard-type being to be like.
Reptilian races. There are references made to it in the tablets of Thoth, which is written in the Sumerian language, which describes stargates. It describes reptilian shape-shifting beings, which can cloak into a human shape.
So what happens is that if there's a situation where the body gets excited, because it's a human body, that's what it does. It's this huge antenna. When it gets excited, the reptilian soul inside doesn't know how to act.
But every time you asked questions, no one wanted to answer. It was just strongly inferred that, yeah, that was a reptilian. You don't want to mess with that.
Can you be more specific, please?
And it makes reference that they can be uncloaked using a sound. So this got me on the idea of sounds which are unique to humans. Are there any sounds which the human being, any sounds which are unique to the human species? It says to seek curves, not angles, and it made me think, what are of all the human languages on Earth, which are the shared phonemes between those languages? And so symbolic patterns in sound, and there's a lot of spiritual practices which include this concept, like Om, or there's a religion over here on Fiskard that uses hue. You go hue. The Om is it's a tone, right? But what is the tone which is the correct tone? And here's written representations of those sounds, which is what we're trying to develop. Is there a perfected representation of how to make sound?
No, there's no sound, no speaking, no nothing whatsoever. It was just walking along the main corridor with the two guys. That was it.
So just coming back to these reptilians, you know, if there are a species of reptiles which exist here on Earth, which have been here the whole time, which have never gone extinct, which are here right now, but are more intelligent than we are, so we can't see them. Where do they live? Do they live under the ocean? Do they live in the middle of the Earth?
Did you have any idea what his function was?
Well, again, you ask as many questions as you formulate afterwards, once you've got over the initial shock of what the hell was that. No one wanted to know. No one wanted to easily give answers to questions. It was a case of, well, you saw it, that was it.
Okay? So he probably either gets frightened or he gets alarmed. And when he does that, because they're extremely powerful souls, okay, you see a projection of themselves. You see the projection of themselves in their auric field. You will see it, okay, because they're not used to the emotions. They don't know how to handle it.
These hybrid monsters ate all man could produce, and, when man could not produce enough, they began to eat the humans that raised them, all they could acquire from nature, and eventually, each other. Worldwide anthropological and historical documentation, as well as the biblical record, testify to the existence of giants. And they became pregnant, and they bare great giants, whose height was 3,000 ells, who consumed all the acquisitions of men. And when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind.
Aliens are coming. Are you prepared?
What it is that they have a hard time holding their human form.
And yeah, makes reference to stargates. So the pyramid. The pyramid could actually be a stargate. It could actually be that the reptilian races which are existing here are not space-bound yet. Could be that they require humans for space travel to break through the barrier between Earth and the rest of the galactic community. I think if there are species of reptilians existing here, they are not evil. They're actually probably striving for the highest morality, just as we are. They're conscious beings. Anything which is intelligent, any form of intelligence, is striving for the highest ethical way to exist. Otherwise, it's unintelligent and sick and decaying.
And as long as they're around blood and the scent of blood, they can't hold human form.
Don't ask questions. Troublemakers ask questions and they don't want them.
He was walking on 2 feet, was he, or 4 feet, or?
2, yeah. So he's standing upright. I mean, as I say, I'm trying to take in. This all happened probably within 30 seconds. I'm taking it in.
The underground bases, without question, are being used as a place to house alien takeover.
Feeling, I don't want to meet this on a dark night anywhere.
These things were being found all across the United States. It was suspected that the aliens were not submitting a complete list of human contacts and abductees to MJ-12, and it was suspected that not all abductees had been returned, and this has been verified.
Cuando se encuentran de frente con la peor pesadilla de su infancia.
Child men will not be able to think, to realize what they are seeing.
But he just kept looking straight and continuing, as if I wasn't even there. So, no, I didn't take in that many details. What I saw was, quite enough, thanks very much.
Another thing, please, people who have been kidnapped by the Mandindan, the grey aliens,
Yes, go ahead.
Should have their ancestry checked.
Anything that you could say it looked like?
Well, again, you've seen drawings that people have done over the years of supposed reptilians, Dracos, whatever
Some of them become so rejecting of what they see that they don't see it at all.
The names are given. Lizard-like, I mean, literally is like a very tall, very big lizard. I mean, half expecting the big forked tongue to come out, but, again, it's just what you expect.
And this, you can also find this thing amongst animals. There are animals which are capable of of seeing certain shapes, but not others.
What you're programmed to expect a lizard-type being to be like.
Any idea why they would create such a creature?
Well, it's exactly the same like the normal, if you can call them that, PGs. I mean, they're there for military abductions. And there's an aura of mystery over the reptilians. They're the dangerous ones. They're the ones who are in charge.
We are like that. Now, these creatures, we are told, stand about 6 feet or 7 feet.
What have you seen them do?
I've seen all of them drink human blood and consume human flesh. And
they have this special ability to make you think you see a human being, and so you're not afraid.
But there is. I mean, there's insiders out there who probably know a hell of a lot more than I'll ever know. And there's a lot of people out there who want to come forward. Just give them the reassurances that they'll be listened to without being laughed at. They'll come forward.
Can you help enough?
It might be like being eaten by a large snake, and I don't want to be eaten by any reptile. Cuisine. Also, I saw some reptiles chase a Russian soldier down and pull his arms off and eat him. Those creatures looked a lot like Lacerda. They drank his blood like savages.
Sure, it will even fit into the known evolutionary tree.
And it's high time all of us were aware of this fact. There are those who walk amongst us as human beings, but who are more than human beings. There are such things as gods, and they walk amongst us. They control our destiny. They control us through newspapers. They control us through money. And they control us through religion.
Yes, the lizard. Oh, look at the lizard. They had lizards in the Middle Ages? What is this? There's another one. In blue. What is this?
And the tormentors of people, they don't look like they look like. Their eyes, which are like little goggles, black goggles, are actually that. They are covers over their real eyes. They have got, a Mandindane has got a very large head with a very thin lid. If you want to chop this creature to pieces, you need a very sharp axe of the type such as lumberjacks use. It needs a very, very sharp axe. An ordinary axe will not cut through. And what happens is that when a dead Mandindane is found and chopped up by African shamans, they eat this creature. And it's an incredible and terrible experience. They eat pieces of this creature, and they develop, as I did, a terrible rash all over their body. We had eaten pieces of this creature as a sacred ritual of eating a god, because our people believe that these creatures are gods, and a god must not be buried in the earth, but must be ritually eaten by the people who have found its corpse. Now, if you eat a Mandindane, it tastes like copper. It tastes like if you take a copper coin and suck it like a sweet. It has got a strong coppery taste, and then it makes your tongue to swell. It makes a terrible rash lasting 3 to 4 days to erupt all over your body. And you go crazy, you start laughing like a fool, you can't breathe properly, and you can't eat properly. And if you survive that terrible eating of the god, you get crazy. It's as if it's an unearthly experience of such great ecstasy. Although your body is burning like fire although your heart is beating irregularly, you feel this terrible ecstasy.
Human features at all.
Well, eyes, legs,
Eyes, legs. They walk on two
tail, and dragon, and they've got their skin is basically scaly.
Aliens.
¿Cómo quiere que el mundo recuerde a Hugo Chávez?
Dos palabras, dos que son un hombre. Un hombre, es lo que soy, eso sí, hombre humano, pues. Hombre humano, porque hay seres humanos que no tienen forma humana, pero no son, yo soy.
Start to see changes happen, and they're happening so fast that it's almost, it's the closest thing that I've seen to it is what they're now doing with computer technology.
Well, it's limited to what I can personally do. I mean, I can only help with people over on this side of the Atlantic, and I know there's a load of people
locally,
who are involved. And by making my documents known,
a literal transformation that happens very quickly, and they get taller and they get bigger, and they don't look at all as reptilians like they do as humans.
Presumably. If it was, again, I never noticed. I didn't discern, oh, that was skin and that was clothes. That just didn't, that wasn't there. It was just this tall being. I mean, mostly my focus was from, chest upwards. I mean, the head, I was literally expecting it to turn around and face me, and then I wouldn't know what I would have done if it had done.
So here it is again on Google Images. I tell you all, folks, in Switzerland there's something terribly wrong. And its people don't behave as normal human beings should. Inhuman and cold are their crimes against humanity throughout history. And their sly financial institutions rule the world. Yes, the inhabitants of Octagon literally worship money and gold. So no wonder that on their token of worship for more disturbing proofs, symbols and strange entities can be found of a world we humans have no idea about. And also this is hidden, as everything is hidden in Octagon.
So, if there are reptilian races here on planet Earth, they are not hostile. They are on the side of humanity, on the side of doing what's right. However, we cannot have masters if we will not accept being ruled by anyone, whether it's reptilians or cats or dogs or any kind of species, even other humans. We need to live free. We cannot be ruled. There are no masters. You have no master. Your only master is the creator of the universe. Nobody else. That's your only master. If you serve anyone other than the creator of the universe, the one that made you, then you are a fool.
On here in the 8th tablet. Speak I of ancient Atlantis, speak of the days of the kingdom of shadows, speak of the coming of the children of shadows. Out of the great deep were they called by the wisdom of earth men, called for the purpose of gaining great power. Far in the past, before Atlantis existed, men there were who delved into darkness, using dark magic, calling up beings from the great deep below us. Further came they into this cycle, formless were they of another vibration, existing unseen by the children of earth men. Only through blood could they have formed being, only through man could they live in the world. In ages past were they conquered by masters, driven below to the place whence they came, but some there were who remained, hidden in spaces and plains unknown to men. Lived they in Atlantis as shadows, but at times they appeared among men. Aye, when the blood was offered, for they came, they to dwell among men. In the form of man they amongst men, but only to sight were they as are men. Serpent-headed when the glamour was lifted, but appearing to man as men among men, crept they into the councils, taking forms that were like unto men, slaying by their arts the chiefs of the kingdoms, taking their form and ruling over man. Only by magic could they be discovered, only by sound could their faces be seen. Sought they from the kingdom of shadows to destroy man and rule in his place.
And it's high time all of us were aware of this fact. There are those who walk amongst us as human beings, but who are more than human beings. There are such things as gods, and they walk amongst us. They control our destiny. They control us through newspapers. They control us through money. And they control us through religion.
Here is the lizard. Oh, look at the lizard. They had lizards in the Middle Ages? What is this? There's another one. In blue. What is this?
And the tormentors of people, they don't look like they look like. Their eyes, which are like little goggles, black goggles, are actually darts. They are covers over their real eyes. They have got, a Mantindane has got a very large head with a very thin lid. If you want to chop this creature to pieces, you need a very sharp axe of the type such as lumberjacks use. It needs a very, very sharp axe. An ordinary axe will not cut through. And what happens is that when a dead Mantindane is found and chopped up by African shamans, they eat this creature. And it's an incredible and terrible experience. They eat pieces of this creature, and they develop, as I did, a terrible rash all over their body. We had eaten pieces of this creature as a sacred ritual of eating a god, because our people believe that these creatures are gods, and a god must not be buried in the earth, but must be ritually eaten by the people who have found its corpse. Now, if you eat a Mantindane, it tastes like copper. It tastes like if you take a copper coin and suck it like a sweet. It has got a strong coppery taste, and then it makes your tongue to swell. It makes a terrible rash lasting 3 to 4 days to erupt all over your body. And you go crazy, you start laughing like a fool, you can't breathe properly, and you can't eat properly. And if you survive that terrible eating of the god, you get crazy. It's as if it's an unearthly experience of such great ecstasy. Although your body is burning like fire, although your heart is beating irregularly, you feel this terrible ecstasy.
Now, if you go back there and you say, only by magic could they be discovered, how about only by advanced technology could they be discovered? Could they be seen with technology? Serpent-headed, and serpents got tongues. And it also says, slaying by their arts the chiefs of the kingdoms. Now take a look at a picture here. Last year, John Kerry showed up. Look at his face. This is January 24th, 2012. Okay? He's beaten. There's some bubble on his eye. And they're trying to say he was playing a friendly hockey game. This 6'8" dude who probably doesn't even know how to hold a hockey stick. Okay? And look at him. He's bloody and battered and beaten. Or was he slain? and taken over. If you look at the Carrie nowadays, he doesn't seem to have many wrinkles on his face, so I don't know if it's collagen or what. But we're just going along this theory. Now take a look at this girl here. This is by the Pope, Ratzinger, during his internet praise the internet speech. Now look at her tongue. You see how it goes up and underneath? See right here, underneath the lip? See how big that sucker is? Okay? Now, we're going to go over here and take a look at the Senate confirmation hearings, which was like January 2013. Look at Carrie here. Look at his tongue. Now, if you notice that tongue goes, and sometimes it's a tongue that actually does pop out. Other times, this is a thing that shoots out underneath his lip. And it's so fast, I gotta slow it down here. I'll put all the original clips that you guys can watch down here. But in this, he's talking about his New World Order and all this other stuff. The New World Order, in my opinion, if this reptilian theory is correct, are these ancient beings from the kingdom of shadows that have come and taken over men. That they've taken over their bodies, and they are now ruling in the kingdoms of men. Just as it was stated in the Bible when the devil told Christ to bow before him because he and said you can have any kingdom you want because he rules all of them. The serpent rules them all because they've taken over these cowards who have sold their souls. So wherever the real John Kerry may or may not be, I don't know, but this theory seems pretty logical, and it almost seems as though these people are bent on the destruction of mankind. They cloak themselves behind all types of different fads and rages and movements. Right now they're cloaking themselves behind the civil rights movement, the gay movement, so they're hiding behind the gays and the blacks and the Jews. They like to hide behind the Jews. They always have a victim mentality, and they lie their ass off. And when they confronted with the lie, they get angry very fast. They won't have a logical conversation with anybody because it doesn't process in their reptilian brain. They're savages, and that's who runs this country, in my book, in this theory. Now, to further prove this point a little more, John Kerry donned his beaten, battered face at the White House during the Boston Bruins Stanley Cup ceremony. Now, I did a video a while back about the Boston Bruins logo. So if you look at it right here, it's got the symbol in the back. And then the B. The B is a 13. There's a 1 and a 3 there in that B. Lowercase b can look like a 6 and a 9. So now this symbol in the back here is quite interesting because it could be a satanic symbol because it's used very often. And you could see it here at St. Peter's Basilica. Now, basilica is very close to the word basilisk, which is a serpent monster. So now it's up to you to decide whether or not it's possible that all the rulers of the world and all the rulers of all the religions are compromised, and this whole entire world is being hijacked by ancient entities that dwell in the shadows and come from another realm or vibration.
Queen Elizabeth of England owns Capitol Records and would own Universal Studios and would actually, need him as a songwriter to launch, like her stars and to keep them afloat and successful. So, is it true?
If you go to China, they believe that the dragon created their civilization. If you take a look at the Vikings, they used to have dragon ships with dragons on the front of them. If you take a look at South America, there was Quetzalcoatl, which was the lizard king, and they would sacrifice, you know, human beings to that lizard king. And essentially, if you look in North America, there are serpent mounds and there's serpent sculptures everywhere. So everywhere around the earth, there's a serpent / dragon / reptilian theme that's recurring. So you can take a look and you'll see that. So what does that mean? So when the Neanderthals saw the Cro-Magnon, they must have seen them as like aliens because the Cro-Magnon were so unique. Well, those Cro-Magnon, I believe, were the races that come from that area of Sumeria originally, which is now Iraq. And those races that came from there have legends of how extraterrestrial gods came in spaceships and created a hybrid human race in order to mine gold. Now you can find a lot of information in the writings of Zechariah Sitchin, but he's not the only one. Of course you can read the books of Eric van Däniken, which a lot of people are ready to discredit, but still it's amazing information. You take some, you leave some. No matter what people say about these researchers and how crazy they may be, you go around the world and see those recurring legends. They just come back. The British Museum, there's some statues of these, like what they call Anunnaki, and these Anunnaki, they look like reptiles. They look just like, you know, creatures out of the film V, you know, the series. Reptilian races. That would be what we call today.
Because they know that I want all the lizards dead. All of the lizard parasited hosts as well. But then you're not allowed to leave. Like Chris Benoit as well. They were torturing the hell out of him. He was trying to go to the police. They sent him to the mental institution. And kind of like Tila said, he said, Queen Elizabeth is blasting me into another dimension. And she's torturing me there. He said this to his therapist. This is like public knowledge now, though. He's like, no, really, they're taking me to some place when I sleep. Well, they're not shape-shifting, the thing is. And this is the thing that they said that could wipe the world. People panicking with the riots and stuff. Okay, lizards been around a long time, like since before ancient Egypt and everything. And the symbol, you know, that eye, the eye of Horus with the squiggly hanging out of it, that has to do with lizards. It's a lizard symbol. It means two things. It's a pro-lizard symbol, and it also means beware, there's lizards here. There's 3 different kinds of lizards. They're called Vril. Germans were into them. They had a club with Vril things. Anyway, there's like a 1 to 1.5 foot tall one. That's the Vril type 1. It's got scales, red scales. There's a type 2 that is not parasitic, but it's still vicious, nasty, carnivorous. They're all carnivorous. And there's a type 3 that's 8 feet tall that has a real long neck and looks like a gray alien. But it comes from deep underground, like below deep base deep.
But there are also, they keep small, there are smaller, less developed little reptilians that are kept down there. They're kind of pets. But one other thing that's also down there, there are eggs. It's like a nest of eggs kept down in that part where it's warm. It's very warm down there into this entrance. And these eggs are kept down there incubating. And they are the reptiles' eggs.
Back in the past, it was a political thing. They bring all the leaders of the countries in together, and they can all chat about stuff and enjoy this, sacrilegious, forbidden place, this cloning thing, and do whatever they can't do in real life. Well, they got real bored with each other, because most of them are fat and ugly and bald and stuff. So they started bringing celebrities there. This is why JFK died, by the way. And Marilyn Monroe. JFK was going to talk about it, the cloning station. He didn't want to go. She didn't want to go. They had her there too. They said, we'll torture you at the cloning station if you talk about it. It's not the 5th dimension. It's just the cloning station. The human body
that they choose to occupy or take when it was young, it ages. But when they take the reptilian form, they still these reptilians live hundreds of years, and so they have to have taken more than one human body to live in. A lot of them are much, much older, and I'm including the Queen Mother in this, older than people think that she is. She's been in more than one body, human form.
That these lizards were the sons of Satan or whatever, Lucifer or whatever. They're not, though. They're just a species of lizard that survived the extinction of the dinosaurs by being way, way underground. The damn things can talk, okay? Too. They come up from underground different spots all over the world, right? Like worms out of a rotten apple. Different spots, and then they infiltrate the society there. But the drones today have erased, well, 100 years ago, erased any existence of these Vril lizards from, like, Egyptian carvings on walls. They would smash them, right? Or books that had anything in them about them, they would burn them. Because drones don't want to get found out and sent off and killed, right? I've witnessed the head wiggy thing go into the eye. Like Bernie Mac he tried to start a mutiny there. Saying, we can't have this, we all gotta shut this place down. This place is the devil, he said. And they tortured the shit out of him. The 3 different kinds. The third kind is the smartest, the biggest and the strongest and everything, and they pretty much lord over the other 2. There's different regions, though. They cannibalize on each other underground. Anyway, Queen Elizabeth is really in with these things, okay? Her family has been for a long time. Now, these bloodlines, all that they are super inbred people. They used to do this thing, kill your firstborn son, it gives you fortune. There's a bunch of celebrities there, and they're scared, like Whitney Houston. They killed Whitney Houston with an aneurysm just recently. That's what they all talk about, selling your soul to the Illuminati. You're selling your clone. You know how they cover up their one eye? That means it was basically a Vril trap. It's a giant cockroach trap for Vrils, okay? These little vents that went in, they were at an angle. They were lined with smooth limestone, and anything that went in didn't come out. Type 1s, they're small enough to go into an eye and not ruin the eye. Well, these lizards, it squiggles in, the thing takes over, total domination, right? Old person dies, and it becomes a totally compliant slave, basically.
You start to see changes happen, and they're happening so fast that it's almost, it's the closest thing that I've seen to it is what they're now doing with computer technology. It's just a literal transformation that happens very quickly.
Now, human cloning, it's been done since at the end of World War II. There's 2 different kinds of cloning, and it confuses people. Now, there's replication cloning, where it comes up as a baby, right? Put the cells in, make the same person as a baby. Well, there's duplication cloning as well, where they grow you in a big, thick tank full of water. And, well, there's a few different grades of cloning. There's Mark 1 to Mark 1 was around at the end of the World War II, but it was a primitive clone, lots of side effects. I said something about the Mark 1 to 4 clones, and the first one being called the organic robotoid, and that's what it was called, even though there's no robotic parts in it at all. They used to have to use a tissue sample. Well, Britney Spears made a video about this place, because the thing was, to get advertised and promoted and stuff, she had to basically sell her clone, use of her clone, at the cloning center. So the thing was, she signed up right away thinking, yeah, sure, I'll be famous. Well, the thing is, they wanted to use her every night. So she doesn't have dreams anymore. Oh, they make songs and stuff about this all the time, about stuck in the dreams, and Freddy, Nightmare on Elm Street is based on this. Avatar is based on this too. Cloning is a flawed technology this way, because your mind isn't the same. Pet Sematary by Stephen King, the movie, they bury it and they come back whack. Well, they're almost as bad as that. Because if you don't act compliant there, they will beat the hell out of your clone, and it hurts just like real life, right? Like this, and they can turn it up to the pain threshold on a remote control. They have everything down. And people are scared to talk about this because of the lizard aspect and the fact they can just keep cloning you and torturing you and torturing you and torturing you. New body, new body, new body, because they make multiples of people. Some people are grown in the tank with deformities, and they just scrap those ones, throw them in the chipper. But the other ones, they keep them for backup bodies until they wear out the first one. Sex-wise, they do a lot of vulgar stuff there. They can also, if they apply a constant electronic current to your clone, you will have an aneurysm. If you're younger, it'll take a little bit longer with the electric current, but you will have an aneurysm. And that's what happened to Tila Tequila. She doesn't want to say that, though. The thing is, Tila Tequila was threatened not to talk about it. She was helping me for a minute. Well, Tila has a clone running at the cloning center, and she has to, well, she pretty much sold it out for her shot at love thing. And she used to think it was the fifth dimension. Should they tell people this, right? Because you open up your eyes there. You're like, where the hell am I? And you look at your hands, you're like, did you guys kidnap me? That's what most people say, right? The spirit realm depends on who you are, where you're from. And they have these clone parties. I mean, they call it the catalog. They get the school pictures from schools all over North America, and they look at the cutest ones, and they get the medical stuff from them and clone them and use them for sex slaves without the parents' permission. And it doesn't really matter if they had permission or not, right? I'm just telling you the severity of what they do there, right? Like, and I don't get anything from this. I'm not writing a book or looking to write a book. I'm looking to crush these people. But the problem is they're the richest and most powerful people in the world, and I'm just one person, right? They're in deep bases, right? Like a Dulce base. It has an entire floor devoted to cloning, okay? Now, it also has another floor devoted to gene splicing. It's so widespread, the corruption. It's even bigger than what you truthers think that it is. Tila Tequila started to come out and talk about them. She went on her radio blog shows, he said, in the cloning centers and the things you guys do to children. But the thing is, well, they told her at the cloning center not to do it, not to help me. Because they're trying to play me off as a joke that people will spoof it or make fun and say, oh, they're cloning people. They don't have that technology yet. Well, they really do. And the thing was, they threatened her after that radio show to discredit herself immensely, or else she'll suffer repercussions at the cloning center. And she was pretty scared there. So then she starts talking about she's quantum hopping and going to different dimensions and this and that. Well, the thing was, back when she didn't know that she was a clone, she thought she was going to the fifth dimension. This is what they told her, okay? Now, before her aneurysm, which was caused by them, I'll tell you right now, she goes on a video somewhere and says, somebody help me, they're blasting me to the fifth dimension somehow, and Queen Elizabeth is there, and she eats people. No, she said the Queen of England is there, and she eats people. And there's lizards there. No, she said demons. Well, some people call them demons. They call themselves demons, too. Well, then there's demons there, and they listen to her. Well, nobody listened to her, and they gave her aneurysm there. Well, the thing is, they could have made her die if they wanted to. They just keep the electricity to the clone. But I told too many people, and they're all waiting to see if I have an aneurysm now. Or a heart attack, which it can happen to. They've done this to so many people. It's remote-controlled execution, like assassination, that's undetectable. And they killed Bernie Mac this way, with an aneurysm. They don't only have to do the electricity. If they keep a constant pain on the clone, like hard enough, like, it'll kill you. But intermittent pain will mess up your heart. Queen Elizabeth, she's pretty insane, by the way, by 5 different ways. She rules this cloning station, basically. Her and Vladimir Putin. All of them are there. They're grown in 5 months in a big glass tank full of like salty water, and just takes 5 months, and it's no cost at all. It's basically maintenance. They just got to get tissue from you. Now, Britney Spears put in her video, she said a fantasy of hers was to blow up a cloning station so they couldn't make any more hers, right? So for this video called Break the Ice, she made a Japanimation video of her breaking into a cloning station and breaking the clone tubes. And they look just like that, right? and 2 on 2, like one on top of each other. They have warehouses underground.
However, the human, stripped of all its past life experiences, is immature. It too acts badly, knowing no better, and the reptilian can't deal with the emotions. He is extremely cruel. Humans and reptilians do not mix. Humans are not equipped to handle their evil power. They are so evil that they will relish anyone's pain, and would inflict it if they could. It's like a thrill to them, pain, and the worse it gets, the more thrills they get. They are like the eye of a whirlpool of evil, the power at the center that is pungent with evil. Like the eye of a hurricane, but the eye is the power point. They are what the Bible describes as Satan. The worst horror film would not succeed in getting across the intensity of evil that is them. We are their enemy, and as such we are to be destroyed, no matter what help they appear to give. All they desire is our destruction. We must understand reptilians are not to be known. They are not part of our interaction that we as humans desire for growth. We mess with reptilians and we end up destroyed. They are not us and not anything we need to understand. Reptilians are aliens with no emotions and experience difficulties in this area when they take over a human. This is particularly the case to novice reptilian hosts. Dracos are their superior. What about us, fellow aliens? Well, some of them are more advanced than we have been here more times basically, and so they know what to do. Us. They are Dracos. Us. Which organized his own removal. Us. Out of the blue he went what I would call rogue. He had stopped following orders and now had his own agenda to get himself removed. Us. Keeping the reptilian agenda secret didn't seem to matter to him while he was in this frame of mind. Us. One golden rule: do not do things for personal gain. We never fire weapons for personal gain because they are expensive. We conceal ourselves. We never expose anything that we don't have to. Us. How the reptilians' plan for us is to have us all implanted with a minute device. We will agree to this implant because it will seem better than not having one. In order for us to agree, they are currently replacing cash with a card. This card will be made to seem insecure and subject to theft. We will then believe that a small device under our skin a financially better option. The whole world is to be implanted, so native cultures that do not bank are being or will be destroyed. The most likely way that the reptilians believe they will implant this device is via an identity card, and this will then be made to seem inconvenient. It will get lost and replacement will be difficult. We will agree to an identity implant as a solution to the problem of lost identity cards. This device will enable the reptilians to kill us, and they plan to do this when everyone in the globe is implanted. Us. We will all be killed by electrocution via the implant. Us. This is possible having received the weapons I describe. You are all going to be killed one day, and then our hybrids will take over, and this is our planet, not yours. Money isn't going to be money quite soon. The euro is part of it. Us. Then when everyone has got the euro, there isn't going to be no euro. It will be all on your cards, no money at all. Us. The euro will keep dropping to about €1 per pound, so the euro's strong, so you'll want it. There will be incentives, for no money. Maybe we'll just withdraw it all, then it is all on cards, and then the card is no good. They are not secure, and you're going to want something different, because you'll get ripped off. Credit card fraud. It's all being set up right now. Us. But after we have been killed, they will wait for 10 years and then colonize Earth as a hybrid of a human and a reptilian. They are developing this hybrid using human DNA. Us. The scientists don't know because we never finance. Us. They are completely out of league with humans. It is like we are ants in comparison. The ants are weak and they will be crushed just like that. The adversaries need to be respected. Our egos will all disappear if we see them in their true arena. Us. How the reptilians are in fact here in their space stations around the Earth. They live as reptilians in these spaces stations which are not visible. They are very intellectual and cold and what we would consider bad, and on this planet very cruel. Surprisingly, they are high beings. They are also much higher than we are and extremely advanced beyond anything we can imagine, and operating in the 5th dimension. They are helpful amongst themselves. Us. It is hard for us to understand how they think. We are not the only planet they want. They have many other planets that they are taking over. Our planet is the most beautiful, but they have to kill us off in order to live here. We are more advanced than their other planets, so it is not an easy planet for them, but they have got halfway with their ultimate goal of living on the planet. They can't breathe here and they have to produce a hybrid which they are working on. They seek out highly conscious people and can tell their vibration just by meeting them or speaking on the phone. Boss. An implant is set off in the alien being put there specifically for this purpose. Boss. They then add the net. Boss. 70% of the US government are human reptilians. Boss. A machine in the sky fires the weapon as missile of vibrating particles. Boss. It around the body using a physical device. Boss. Normally the chest. Boss. It tells the machine where you are and what part of your body, via the computer. It is very powerful. It is not energy. It's a chemical substance that they manufacture that is very hard until it hits you. It's DNA to you. It needs flesh to attach to, and it isn't going anywhere until it hits a human. Boss. This one seeps onto them and then the chemical causes havoc. Boss. You will not have heard of it. It's a chemical that they fire at you, but it's got to get to you, so we combine it with a carrier that involves wavelengths. Boss. It's only a small dose. They don't know what they are looking for, but it will be there, and it isn't 42 natural. If they did autopsy they could find something possibly, but they are bound to miss it. Boss. Because it isn't human, labs have nothing like that. It will be present as a spectrum. It's a wavelength transferring a chemical that they will not find because they do not know this chemical, but it will be present as a spectrum. Boss. It fires toxic energy substance. The effect is disorientation, unable to function normally, dullness, maybe tension and confusion. Repeated firing is used. This is a firing range of several miles. Boss. They're obvious, but their effects debilitate you, so you are suppressed and your work output is reduced. There is a timer involved and you will receive this weapon between the hours of 12 noon and 10:00 p.m. approximately, with a peak at 3:00 p.m. approximately. And for you to receive this you have to 44 have an implant that is like a helmet over your head, an alien attachment that is not visible which may be possible to remove. Water clears the effects. At least 20 minutes in JLJ strong jets, but it is ongoing. Boss. It's a physical structure which balloons over your head like a helmet. It's physical, but it isn't at your vibration, so it's invisible. Our machine senses these helmets and shoots extra toxic energy at the person. It's tied on in a few places. It ain't energy that holds it in place. It's physical cords tied like a ribbon. Boss. Some places don't get it, like some small island way out in the middle of nowhere, or Greenland, or the North or South Pole or way out to sea some places. Boss. It is designed to reduce the lifespan of the person and reduce their general day-to-day activities. The tension and anxiety may only be felt mildly. Boss said there was some kind of cords used which the reptilian spirit of the host attaches. This will be persistent day in day out. Boss. They work in absolute secrecy. Boss. In order to ascend, some term it enlightenment, we have to raise our consciousness or vibration. They are keeping us away from this by making methods of achieving this hard to come by and keeping us distracted, and this is why they try and stop and in some cases have organizations dedicated to higher consciousness. Other techniques they use to keep us away from raising our consciousnesses by distractions such as education, television, sex, material possessions, cramming us with meaningless tasks such as bills, debt, working too many hours. We have no time to do it. Boss. But these aliens are suppressing the true spiritual nature of man, and forcing man into committing spiritual suicide. The actions of mankind is helping the reptilians take power and control, and eventually will help them succeed unless we change. This is done using the law of planetary karma, whereby mankind receives back equally what mankind does to other humans. The reptilians know this and manipulate us into actions that will attract back to us reptilian deeds. An example would be the persecution of races. We then will in return be persecuted by the reptilian race. The reptilians are behind such persecution, but we are doing it. Another example is our prison system, a worldwide system, and this attracts to us actions by the reptilians to imprison our spirits in their prison. There should be an alternative system to handle crimes such as fines for theft rather than imprisonment. Mankind can therefore turn the tide of reptilian takeover by changing such actions. There is a reptilian implant that detects people of a high vibration. Boss. Basically all reptilians except those taking over higher consciousness organizations have an implant, and it is the reptilian spirit that has this. This implant causes an extremely unpleasant sensation to that reptilian when near a person above a certain high vibration. Us, the reptilians have spirit technology. They should realize this is going on. Sensations above their head is quite energizing and may not be unpleasant at all. Remember, their energy is of a high vibration. The most likely time is at night, 2-3.00 am. The person should leave as soon as they suspect their presence. A car may work, but disguising mentally where they are going, they pick up our thoughts. Us. Placing rubber over the head is also a good idea. They can't attach through rubber. Us. A planned force field to trap us on the planet. The reptilians wish to erect a force field around the Earth. This has also been called a frequency fence by the Nibiruan Council. The purpose of this force field is to act as a barrier to us. We will not be able to ascend from Earth to higher realms. Our purpose is to ascend, and we do this by raising our consciousness. Us to Houston, Texas and North Carolina, and no to Cape Canaveral, Florida, and no to Los Alamos. I now believe it may be Dulce Underground Base. Us. The next time they will do it will be within the next 18 years. Us. Thousands and thousands of people will have it done too. They do it to higher consciousness organizations including religions. Us. This stops enlightenment, just what the reptilians want. Us. They have even gone so far as to hold off a force field, a frequency fence, in order to continue removing lives from the Akashic record as described under the aliens that are helping us. Us. And all alien information they cover up, so we will not believe it possible that an alien race is taking over the planet. Us. They use humans to experiment on us. They are not great. They hijack people like we do, using them for their own experiments. Us. We all have some genes from the Nordics. They promote the ape-man theory, so we do not believe in aliens, and therefore the reptilians are less believable. Us. Scientists are suppressed. Us. Education is 100% controlled. It is designed to brainwash us. Questioning mind is eradicated and be educated into a stupor. Us. They control education. They reduce grammar so our writing skills are poor, force us to study subjects that are unnecessary. They take away our power of choice and our free thinking. We should only study if we are interested. They take away our free will by forcing us to study subjects. Mind control style.
Always care. They tell you that they need you, that they always be there, but the story's always changing, yeah. They don't care. Take all of their conspiracies right out of my mind. Of UFOs and aliens of the strangest kinds, and how the new world order is a sign of the times. Now I don't care about what they say, and if there are reptilians that control the way humans think and humans behave, or an asteroid is coming to ruin the day. Our towers 1 and 2 were the only ones. It's another conspiracy. Until Dad and Mom. Yeah. Get some salt. Oh yeah. X-Files. Things are good. It's another conspiracy. Aliens grace. It's all about a secret. Whatever you say is true. The Chupacabra, it's getting a little messy. David, I can sit you. Now that's a little bitchin'. The Queen's got a long tongue that keeps the gorgeous witchin'. I don't care about what you say. And if there are reptilians that can control the way humans think and humans behave, how another asteroid is coming to rule the day. Our towers 1 and 2 were the only ones. It's another conspiracy. Until then I'm wrong. Yeah. got a show for you. Once in a lifetime event. Set yourselves up for a great night of entertainment. Ooh, yo. That's right. It's another conspiracy. You were there first. We're gonna stay here, I'll keep going. That's right. It's another conspiracy. Yeah. Stepping up, swinging hard, hitting fast. Win or lose, this is going to be one for the record books. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Ow, it's a low blow. Oh. What? It's another and another. Oh, ow, another combination after combination. Wow, oh my. Never this reporter witnessed the likes of this. It's another conspiracy. Oh my. They're never gonna let it go. No, sorry. Not when it comes to another conspiracy. Yeah. Bases are low. Both sides are at the ready. It looks good. Mark. Ignition. We're on our way. Blast off. Things are good. X-Box. It's another conspiracy. It's another conspiracy.
I'm Carrie Cassidy. This is Project Camelot, and I am here at the Super Soldier Summit, and we are going to interview briefly Max Spiers and Michael Prince, also known as James Casbolt, for those of you who are keeping tabs. Okay, so at this moment, we're going to just kind of do a free-floating conversation, see where it goes, basically talk to you about your experiences. So at the moment, Michael, let's start with you. You're here in the U.S. Can you talk a little bit about how you came to be here and your military sort of experience?
Well, I've been in the U.S. for about 2 years now, and I originally moved over here because my wife is American, and it's a kind of long story. She comes from one of these Illuminati families, my wife, and we've been involved in programs together when we were younger. So essentially we've been paired up, you know, as often happens in these cases. So
okay, I don't have special mics here, so you're going to need to speak up.
Oh, okay, yeah. So we've essentially been paired up, and we originally met in France about 3 years ago, and then she lived in England with me for a while, and then we came over here and got married. But I was involved with the British Army before I left for America, and then when I came here, I was enlisted into the US Army for just under a year.
Okay, but I'm going to move this a little closer just to make sure the audio comes out good. Can you tell me, why did you end up in the U.S. Army? Like, how did that come about?
I was essentially a double agent in the U.S. Army. I was involved in operations for the Fourth Reich to forward that agenda.
And so you're here on camera talking to me, right? So how do they feel about you coming forward with something like that?
Well, it depends who they is. There's two factions that have been at war with each other. Two, let's call them Illuminati factions. There's the Fourth Reich faction in America and also in England. And then there's the kind of Zionist faction. But the Fourth Reich is more based in America on the West Coast, and the Zionist faction is based on the East Coast.
Okay, but at this moment, if you entered the military, the U.S. military, to do a mission for the Fourth Reich, in other words, it wasn't top secret?
Yeah, it was top secret.
It was,
yeah.
But you're talking to me about it right now? Yeah. So is that okay?
Well, I've got to go ahead to talk about certain things.
You do?
Yes.
Okay, why would they want you to talk about this?
They just want to make people aware of certain things that are going on.
Do they?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's very interesting. You know, you've sent me volumes of material, right? And I posted it, Project IBIS and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And so you've been involved in all kinds of things for quite some time, right?
Well, since I was a child, it goes back to Canada. I was actually raised in a NSA facility for the first 4 years of my life. Officially on paper, I was born in 1976. So from 1976 to 1979, I was raised at a facility called the Q552. And it's in the Rocky Mountains in British Columbia, Canada, underneath a small town called Nelson. I mean, I've spoken about this before.
Okay, but so if you're here doing an operation for the Fourth Reich, and they want to, in a sense, they want to publicize it because you actually came to a super soldier conference, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So you must have come with some kind of intention to put yourself out there. And are you speaking here?
No.
You're not?
No.
Okay, so you didn't have carte blanche to do that, right?
No, I didn't.
Okay, hold on, we got somebody at the door. And we're just going to do sort of a roundtable sort of conversation here at the Super Soldier Summit and discuss some sort of areas of mutual concern, let's say. But we're going to start off with Michael Prince and get some sort of recent background on him. In general, you did join the Army. You are here under the auspices of helping out the Fourth Reich, in essence?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, and
That's the honest answer.
And they allowed you to come, so they want to get a message out in some way.
That's correct.
What would that message be?
Well, I have to be careful as to what I say exactly.
Sure.
And I don't have handlers per se. We work together. It's my decision whether I speak or not now. And if I do, I have to accept the consequences. So I'm prepared to answer your questions. But there's other factions, because like as we mentioned, there's been the two factions warring against each other. You know, there's been the whole Zionist faction warring against the Fourth Reich. And I mean, before I came here, I had a visit from the FBI, which would be more, probably it was people connected to General Petraeus and other people, and they were asking the FBI. I was at a residence in Grand Rapids in Michigan, and two FBI agents turned up at the door, and they were basically asking me to tone it down a little bit because I need to do certain things with the government next year. And like I said, I've just come out of the army. I was in the army for a year.
But, I mean, okay, so Petraeus is obviously, what you're trying to tell us is he's working with the Fourth Reich side.
He's more aligned with the other side. And that's why they sent the FBI, they wanted information.
Okay, so he's aligned with the Zionists.
More so.
That's what you think.
More so.
Okay. All right, that's interesting. And so, but here, you're here in the sense, because in a sense, if you're in the Army, you got out of the Army because you completed a mission, is that correct?
I was involved in several missions with the US Army.
But in other words, you're here under the auspices of speaking kind of as a person who is working for the Fourth Reich.
That's correct.
Okay. And the Zionist faction is telling you to tone it down.
Yeah, because there's been a recent peace treaty between the two factions. Okay. As I said, the Fourth Reich is based more on the West Coast in America. The other faction's based more on the East Coast. I've been spending time on both sides of the country. And there's been a recent peace treaty between the two.
And what have they made peace for?
They just feel like the agenda, the New World Order agenda, can be accelerated more quickly if they're working together.
I see.
And that's the whole, if you know, you probably, what is that agenda? It's the usual things that people talk about, like depopulation, things like that.
Okay. So you're saying that they've made a peace between themselves. My understanding is that the Bush cabal is definitely the ones running the Fourth Reich.
They're heavily involved. I mean, that's why I've been involved with that faction for years. I don't want to speak for Max too much, but I think that's well, I know that's the reason why we've both ended up in Texas.
Okay, so Max, you ended up in Texas as well?
Yep, I'm in Dallas and Michael's in San Antonio. And the connections between him and I run back from, so we're born within 6 days of each other at the end of '76. And it seems like throughout the last 36 years we keep ending up in spots around the world at the same time, exactly the same time. And I think, especially the Bush's, Father George Bush's connection to the IBIS project ties in with the Fourth Reich and the Nazi element that's going on now. And there's like kind of a closure, or there's kind of like finality coming to it. It's like it's kind of, everything is coming to a point, and that's why we're both in Texas now.
Meaning you and Michael?
Yeah, I'm in San Antonio, sort of South Texas. I was based at Fort Sam with the Army, that's why I'm in Texas.
Okay, but in terms of what's coming down, so what is it you think is coming down in the next year?
Well, I don't like to make predictions and say what might happen.
But not a prediction so much as an informed, an informed estimate of, you said you were here because you need to work for them, you need to sort of toe the line because you're going to be working for them for the next year. Do you have any idea what working for them for the next year entails, for example?
I'm kind of not. I signed a 6-year contract with the US Army and I served a year with them, or just under a year. And then I was released because I'm supposed to apply for another position in that area. But I'm not really at liberty to discuss what my next position will be at this present time.
Okay. Are you working as a soldier?
Essentially, I'm working as an assassin. Before I enlisted into the Army, I was on a military program called the Future Soldier Program, and that's through a recruitment station in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And I was contacted by a government agent from a corporation called Keypoint, and they also used to be known as Kroll. That's spelled K-R-O-L-L.
Right.
And they're, I mean, if people do the research, they're basically known as an assassination squad.
Well, who might you be assassinating?
This agent contacted my wife from Denver and said, I'd like to meet Mr. Casbolt at the local police station in Grand Rapids. And my recruiter spoke, my army recruiter was a sergeant first class. He spoke to the agent and said, Mr. Casbolt, I'm speaking for Mr. Casbolt because I'm his recruiter. He's not prepared to meet you at the police station. You need to come to the recruitment station to talk to him. So I met him at the recruitment station, and he said that he was here to do my security clearances before I enlisted for the army. And during the time where we were running the security checks and I was answering his questions, providing his details, he triggered me into Alta, and I travelled to the local police station with him. And I was given a police uniform now and put on a private jet from the airport. I ended up in New York, and this was in 2012, the beginning, around February of 2012. And I ended up carrying out an assassination at an apartment on the Upper West Side in New York. And there was one in London too. And at this time, people can check it out, certain high-ranking members of the Rothschild family turned up dead.
Okay, but in a certain sense, it almost seems like it's counterintuitive. If you were born in Britain and you were initially under, it would seem, the Rothschilds' kind of control. So how is it you got traded over to the U.S., other than the fact that you're connected with a woman here?
She comes from the Rothschild family, and when the FBI came to my house, was actually my wife's mother's house recently, they wanted to know all about Canada, the program as children in Canada, and who else I knew as an adult from that program. And they were aware that I was adopted, and they wanted to know who my biological family was. And I said, I come from the Rothschild family. So this is an internal war between the Rothschilds. It's a huge family, and it's crossing from England to America and back.
Okay, Max, how do you fit in this scenario? Since you're in Texas too, do you feel that you have a mission to complete?
In that particular one, what you were saying. Okay, so the U.S. and the U.K. Are essentially under the same. It's the same cabal. So there's no separation. So when you were saying how could you be there and also be over here, it's
okay, well,
controlled by the same.
Okay, my understanding though is that they've also been at war. That there's been some operations done here in the U.S. that are, let's say, well, they're carried out by the Mossad, and they are actually run under the Rothschilds. In other words, the Mossad is operating as a tool of the Rothschilds. And they are here on U.S. soil, appearing to be, to some degree, taunts even, having to do with the banking sector, etc., over the Bush cabal. In other words, that there is still some kind of internal control issue surrounding who's going to run the New World Order, for example.
I completely agree with you. I just think it's more of an internal family struggle rather than a geographical
Sure.
place.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah. So in terms of, I think that they're playing out end times scenario, end time stuff now, which is, and for some reason they're following biblical stuff, and I think that there's some connection to the Bushes and the Four Horsemen, symbolically the Four Horsemen, and they are drawing back to them all the people who have the DNA from that particular family. The Bauer Bush is the same family, it's a German family, and they used Father George Bush's DNA in a lot of the children who are connected with this particular project. And I think they're all being drawn back to specific places for energetic reasons and symbolic ritual reasons.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
Okay, but what about you?
Okay, so I'm connected to that, and I'm connected to the Bushes. My middle names are Walker and Herbert, unfortunately. So there's a direct connection in that. Actually, the name Herbert was changed. Carabert is a French Merovingian family, so it goes back to Caesar. Anyway, that stream. So I'm connected to it. I have only over the last probably 9 months allowed myself to or stabilize myself in a way where I can recall a lot of the things that have happened, because I purposely blocked them out. So I don't know in the same way that Michael does what exactly I'm doing. I just know what's happening. I know they're doing tests on me at the moment. They've been doing at night. I've been having. I think that they're shocked that I've been able to recoup and balance myself in such a quick amount of time. And so they're doing like physical tests. Like I said yesterday when I was speaking, there's a lot of transhuman stuff that's going on, and I think that it's connected to the 42 children that were in IBIS, and I think that they are testing out as the core, those 42 as the core new breed for the New World Order.
Okay, Michael, how do you feel about that?
Well, like I say, Max and I have been ending up in the same places all around the world. Max was in Canada too when he was a youngster, and we ended up in, we both lived in Brighton together. Isn't that where you were born officially on paper? It's a place in England, it's a seaside town. It's like the kind of sex capital of England there, and you know, we were involved in rituals together, the whole pedophilia thing, because that's the core of the conditioning. And in Brighton there's a lot of MI6 safe houses there, and I remember Max from one particular safe house, and Dr. Mengele was there in Brighton. This was supposed to be
well, Mengele, isn't he dead? I mean,
he's not dead, he's still alive.
He's actually in New York. I think he's in New York.
He lived in Florida, he travels all around America, but he's still alive. He was under the name of Stephen Rabel, R-A-B-E-L.
Really?
Yeah.
You think he looks like a really old guy?
No, he looks like he's a guy in about his, he looks like a guy in his 50s, but he's put on a lot of weight. He's very chubby now.
Interesting. Okay. So, well, let me ask you guys, because in a certain sense, do you rebel against the fact that you might be part of something that's not necessarily in the best interests of humanity?
Okay, so I'd have to be saying that I didn't think that transhumanism or like the alteration of humanity is in the best interest of it. In terms of survival dynamics and what's happening now, I think that we're going through a shift and a changeover, and I think there has to be some form of big change in the direction that everything's going, because it's fallen way, way off. I mean, it's fallen to an extremely low vibration, so something has to change. I think that I made a deal that I would do certain things a long time ago. I think I'm fulfilling those things. I'm not doing anything that I feel is morally wrong, but then again, like consciously, I'm not, the double agent and the separation thing that's going on, the alters, don't allow me to remember exactly what's happening. So I don't have the guilt connected to it. I think if I did, and if I knew that I probably wouldn't do it.
Okay. So you don't remember being an assassin, for example?
I remember definitely having to do things that were connected with that when I was younger in terms of training, yes.
Okay, when you were younger, but not recently?
Do I remember doing it recently? No.
Okay. And Michael, you obviously do remember things recently, right?
I mean, things come back to me. I'm like on a kind of time delay with my memories. Things come back to me weeks later or months later, so I don't put the operations in jeopardy when they're presently happening. But I mean, scopolamine is used so much on us all, and the CIA drug. But I've been given so much of it over the years, I've become very resistant to it, and that's kind of their main chemical weapon in the mind control. Because you're very compliant and you don't remember much afterwards. but you're still fully conscious and relaxed when you're on it, so it can help with the, you know, to relax you if you're carrying out a hit.
But within the situation, do you think that you're doing a good thing?
I think it's a question of semantics, whereas what is bad for one person is good for another person.
Well, absolutely, if you're in a power struggle. But what I'm asking you is in terms of humanity and the best interests of humanity. Now, that's a big concept, I granted. But many people would say that the New World Order is definitely not in the best interests of humanity.
Well, I think the honest answer is I support depopulation. I think there's too many people on the planet. I definitely, you know, that's the honest answer there. And I think it's a question of survival. You know, people are saying there seems to be in the truth movement, or the so-called truth movement, that transhumanism, AI, issues like that, you know, the whole singularity movement, like Ray Kurzweil and Dr. Aubrey de Grey talk about, as evil. But I don't see the upgrading of the human condition and life extension. We're possibly talking about, at some point, human beings living for millions of years in one body. I don't necessarily think that is a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. I think it's a healthy thing. But not everyone can have it. So
and you think that's okay?
I don't, I'm not one for equal opportunity, equality, and indiscriminate love. I don't think everybody deserves love. I don't think everybody's equal.
Okay.
For me, I think we're just animals and it's survival of the fittest.
Really?
That's my experience.
Okay, and so what about, I mean, certainly the, let's say the United States, let's just take the United States as an entity. You've obviously witnessed, and certainly if you come from Britain, you've witnessed the surveillance society. Do you think that's a good thing?
Yeah, I think as we go into the future, we're going to see more controls. And I think that's going to be necessary for this new transhuman society.
Why?
Because I think a lot of people are going to deny it and fight against it. Because I think people have a death urge. People want to die. And I don't want to die. I want to live for as long as I can. I don't want to bank on some idea of God or heaven when I die. I want to stay alive as long as I can in this body. I want to survive.
Okay, so you want to survive at whatever the cost, but you're also working for an organization that is elitist in nature. In other words, they think us versus them being the sheeple or whatever, and that they have the right to determine who lives in the future and who doesn't, and they also have a right to control those people. So you believe in a top-down society? Yeah,
I do. I believe in survival of the fittest, and yeah, definitely a top-down society.
Okay. And was this something that you learned when you were a child? Did you have parents that wrapped this down to you, or was this in this sort of like NSA? You said you were brought up in the NSA.
I mean,
that's sort of interesting because you're British. So how would you be brought up in the NSA?
Because I spent the first 4 years of my life. Well, like I say, officially I was born in 1976, but unofficially that's not the correct story. But I'm not going to get into that because it's a whole complicated issue. Okay. I spent as a baby, as an infant, from 1976 to 1979. I grew up in that facility in Canada, which was run by the NSA. It was known as the Q552 in Nelson. So that was an NSA facility. On paper it was an NSA facility, but it was run by the Nazis.
Okay.
So we were taught these things, but it came naturally to me. It's a natural way of thinking to me.
Okay.
Maybe not be natural to other people, but.
Right. What about you, Max?
Do I believe in terms of hierarchy? I think that there'll be a new system of hierarchy. I think it's probably if you're taking it to an animal level, right now the vibration of this planet is on an animal level. It didn't used to be, but it is now. While it is on that level, it's working through a hierarchical structure. So it is like the strong survive. In perfection, it wouldn't be that way. But as it is now, you kind of follow that kind of structure. So do I believe in it? I believe whatever. For now, I believe whatever is the way for survival, because there is going to be a culling of everything, and I will look out for the ones that I love.
Okay, and so let me ask you this: you feel you're part of the Bush bloodline? Is that correct?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Okay, and are you both? Would you say do you both have, let's say, Nazi past history? Do you believe in the Nazi philosophy?
I have connections to it, for definite, and I have memories being indoctrinated by them quite a lot. There's a lot I don't. There's a lot I disagree with. There's a lot I disagree with that. So there's an internal struggle for me, because I have a split, and there's two sides. And for me, it's been trying to balance the internal struggle. There's half of me which is that way. I'm not completely of that bloodline. I'm of two bloodlines which are going on. So the struggle inside of me is between the war that's going on between the two bloodlines.
Okay, what's the other bloodline besides?
Well, I'm connected to the Rothschild bloodline too, and the Bush bloodline.
Okay, but both of them are Nazis.
Well, they're different. The Rothschilds are not. I mean, not all Nazis. No.
Okay, but there's a very strong contingent which is, and which
Baron Guy de Rothschild wasn't. Victor Rothschild had changed his allegiance at the beginning of the 1900s. He wasn't. These are very powerful men. There's a spiritual aspect to it as well. And
absolutely. So they're Satanists, right?
Who?
The Rothschilds.
Well, with the
in its entirety, I think there's probably some that definitely are, and some that aren't. You go ahead.
Well, in the Rothschild element, there's a big communist faction. Like Victor Rothschild was a big communist, and the ideas of communism and National Socialism have always been at war with each other. Like in the Russian Revolution, which were the Bolsheviks were communist Jews, and there was a Holocaust there against white people in Russia back in the beginning of the 1900s. So you've got there Bolshevik Jews exterminating white Aryans. So that the ideas that was communism. You know, like I say, that there's a big communist element within the Rothschild family. There's also a National Socialist Nazi element with it. So then in turn you had World War II, where the Nazis and National Socialists turned around and started to exterminate the Jewish communists. So the war has been going back and forth between the two factions since back then. But now there's this kind of shaky peace treaty that's currently operating, which has only been come into effect in the last year or so.
Well, let's say they have a common sort of end game in mind, right?
That's correct.
So it's based on seeing that come to pass, no doubt. How do the Chinese fit in this?
Well, the IBIS program, they're all boys, 42 boys, and there was a lot of travel over to Japan and China in that, and it was they were training with some of the secret societies over there, and that sounds corny, but they trained with the the Yakuza, and there was training with the ninjas over there.
Sure.
And
but what I actually meant by that was it's more about who runs the New World Order.
Right. Okay.
You know, in other words, do you have an understanding Have they given you an understanding, either one of you?
In terms of the Chinese are looked down. It goes back to an ET war anyway, off-planet war, and this is connected to reptilian species. And the Chinese are looked as a lesser in the hierarchy, reptilian, less royal than reptilian species. So they, the Japanese attack when that happened was calculated and was always pre-planned to wipe them out. That royal family is planned to be wiped out. They were given power for a certain amount of time, and I think they're choosing to wipe them out.
Okay, that's the Japanese, not the Chinese.
Same. I mean, obviously they're separate, but it's the same in their eyes. They're going to.
They're both lower, the Chinese and Japanese, in the hierarchy, and they're both subservient to the white Illuminati, the Rothschilds.
And from your points of view, then you basically feel that the reptilians are running the show.
Well, the two factions and the war that's been going on, they're both reptilian factions. The Jewish Rothschild, well, they're both Rothschild, they're all Rothschilds really, but the Zionist kind of Jewish element on the east coast of America, that is the elite there are shapeshifters between humans that turn into lizard men. Some of the Rothschilds, when they shapeshift, getting into kind of really deep territory now, but they look like small T-Rex men. They actually have a tail, as bizarre as it sounds. But on the other side, the Fourth Reich are they're a different life form. They've evolved down a different. They're still reptilian, but they've evolved down a different path. They're basically cyborg reptilians. They're a type of cyborg reptilian with cloned human flesh growing over the top, so they don't shapeshift. So yeah, they're two reptilians factions.
And so, do you both feel that you have substantial amount of reptilian blood DNA?
Definitely, yeah.
Okay, and you relate to that. In other words, just because you're reptilian doesn't mean that you have to have power over, does it?
Sorry, power over.
Yeah, in other words, the whole game here on Earth and the whole idea of a new world order controlling others is power over others. So what I'm asking is, as reptilians or being related to that bloodline, you both sort of acknowledge that you are sort of in support of the new world order, you're in support of controlling, the surveillance society, what's basically being rolled out. And if we have a low vibration, it's because of that, by the way. So that should be thrown out here. But I don't actually agree with you that the Earth has a lower vibration. Actually, I think it's the reverse. But for some reason, you've been convinced.
I remember when it fell. I remember it fell about 13,000 years ago. There was a falling that happened, and it shifted from being. The frequency was higher. It sounded higher.
Okay, well, you're talking about the fall of Atlantis. So,
yeah.
Sure, if you talk from then, okay.
And that's when it fell into a more hierarchical structure.
I thought you were talking more recently.
No.
But at this moment, so what I'm saying is basically you're coming from a reptilian faction or clan or whatever you want to call it, bloodline, to a scenario. You're both sympathetic, you're both super soldiers being used by that group, right? And you feel, I guess maybe even that you're related through DNA, family connections, etc. So philosophically, though, you also believe in power over others.
Well,
for the purposes of whatever you want to carry out. Ruling a country, moving off planet, terraforming other planets. It's a philosophy.
Well, the strong rule the weak. That's the bottom line.
That's what I'm asking.
And it's the strong rule the weak. I don't have a problem with aspects of black magic and Satanism. I don't have any problem at all with it. And that might piss some people off, but you want me to sit here and be as honest as I can. Sure. So that's the honest answer.
Absolutely. Well, that's the purpose. Is for people to understand what it is you're part of, what it is you're doing as super soldiers, there's no doubt whatsoever that the super soldiers are in service to an agenda. Okay, some of them may rebel against it. Some of them are not necessarily happy that they've ended up being, basically in that position in this life, but they participate, whether they do so willingly, like you say, for example, Max, you don't have memories, or even you're saying the same thing.
I'm memory suppressed too.
Yeah. So what it does is basically, whereas here, if you were to remember, if you were to kill somebody or something, right, some animal, let's say, or even a human, or torture them at this point, if you were to remember, in theory, if you're truly human, you would have remorse, right? You would regret it. You would have feelings about it, right?
I am human. Everybody here is having the human experience. It's just some people have different fractions of DNA. So I don't just have reptilian DNA. I have a mixture of a few different others. The higher amount of reptilian DNA would decide on that. Everybody has a core amount, and the higher of that, usually it stems from the reptilian brain, and the traits that come from that are defined in terms of the philosophy of what's going on with that.
But what I meant is that it's, let's say, you say they need to use this drug. What do they call it?
Scopolamine. Scopolamine. Or yeah, it could be pronounced scopolamine.
And so that's part of the process. In other words, they have to persuade you on some level, in spite of the fact that on a certain level you're philosophically aligned with them. So in theory, they shouldn't need a drug. They shouldn't need to wipe a memory, but obviously they do so.
Yeah, but
now,
I mean,
secrecy is one part of it, but the other part is compliance, right?
Yeah, but they use that drug because I volunteered for a lot of things, and if I don't remember everybody's name, the locations, the dates, it protects us all. Okay. Because, or else I might do something, do an operation, do an assassination, and the week later, someone might piss me off in the group. Then all of a sudden I get a phone call from Kerry Cassidy, and I just spill my guts over the phone to you and start mentioning names, places, so it kind of protects us all.
Okay. So at the moment, even the fact that you're here, that you're coming forward, I mean, in a certain sense, Max is kind of a little more off the hook, right? Because your memory, even as like who you are, what you're part of, is much less.
It's less. In 2008, I had when I turned 30, I had all bleed through for weeks at a time. I had bleed through of many memories. And I was always I think generally people who are led to these subjects and keep pushing towards these subjects have some connection to it. And I'd always been wanting to look up about this stuff. And then when it came 2008, when this came back, I realized and became more sure of what was going on in terms of me. But it's very difficult because I don't know enough detail, but I chose, there's a contract, there's a soul contract, and I've chosen to do this. I've chosen to be part of this and do this.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, I have less memories than James, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Michael.
Okay. But you have knowledge. In other words, James has talked a lot about Marduk, for example. Do you have knowledge of Marduk and those kinds of ceremonies and things?
Yeah. Yes, I mean, I have quite a bit of knowledge about the Anunnaki and my connections to that.
How would you define the Anunnaki?
They're a species from Aldebaran, and they directly came here. I mean, a lot of the royal families, a lot of the European royal families have connections to that and them. But there are two factions of that. There's a rebellion part of the faction of the Anunnaki as well. So it's hard to define exactly what's going on because there's so much infighting. But it stems back to two brothers actually from the beginning.
Okay, yes. So that's based on the Sitchin and the Sumerian tablets and the idea of Anunnaki.
From the Sumerian tablets, yeah.
because the the Illuminati, one man controls the Illuminati. The eye at the top of the pyramid is one man, so it's everyone else takes orders.
So
it goes down.
That's the Black Pope.
I mean, if you want to go back in history, talking about the Anunnaki again in Sitchin, they believe this person, whoever he is walking the earth, is Lucifer, who's also Enki. It's the same person, Lucifer and Enki. But he goes by a lot of different names. You might find him in different cities around the world currently.
Could it possibly be Saint Germain?
I don't know. Like I say, he's known by a lot of names, and that's the leader. He's still alive. But some of the most well-known are Lucifer and Enki. Enki, the brother, you know.
What about the idea of the return of Marduk?
He's one of the family members of the Anunnaki.
But the idea
the whole family are here now, ready to go.
But actually, I don't know for a fact that Marduk is here. In other words, he was supposed to be on his way back. Did you hear that?
He spends time off planet, but I have heard he spends time in Africa, Tanzania.
So you've heard he's here?
Yeah, I've heard he's here.
Okay.
I've heard the whole family's here. The old ones that are mentioned, you know, in the Anunnaki, what Sitchin mentions.
Well, so you've heard that Anu is here?
Well, Anu,
Not the father.
Anu's the father, I think, of Enki.
But that's a family member. So
But
you're
yeah,
saying he's here?
yep, I think they're here. He's here. And I think in Judeo-Christian kind of information and teachings would be Jehovah.
The Garden of Eden, the whole Eden story is symbolic of that.
To it. And but these are flesh and blood people that are here.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and you believe that they have a large part, they're large part reptilian.
Yeah, well, some factions are loyal to the father still, Anu, but then other ones are loyal, like the Fourth Reich, are loyal to Lucifer or Enki. You know, and Albert Pike, 33rd degree Mason, quoted that Lucifer is God, not Anu or Jehovah, his father.
Okay. Well, you know, sorry, it's laughable to me, but because the Anunnaki only go up so far in the spiritual hierarchy, in my view, and you know, so there's no way they reach that level. But in a sense, we are all gods, so loosely you could say that.
I'm just talking the biblical God.
Yeah, the one they
the
talk
Jehovah
about
things.
the
Yeah,
Bible.
King
I mean,
James
I
Bible.
don't believe in
That was-
God and gods, but
that
yeah.
was, you know, programming.
Yeah.
Of like a propaganda,
Yeah.
if you will.
Yeah.
So that the humans would sort of bow down to them and obey them and
Yeah.
so forth.
I mean, yeah, I don't. They call themselves gods. They're just people or reptilians, you know, flesh and blood
beings.
Yeah, they're just people,
Beings,
really. Yeah.
Right. Okay, fair enough. So have both of you been to Egypt, for example, in this life?
Not that I consciously remember.
No, I haven't been to Egypt.
Okay.
Tunisia, I spent time there, and there was reasons why I was there.
Mm-hmm. And have you had any dealings with especially tall beings?
Especially tall beings.
Like Nephilim tall, or
like 9 feet?
Tall reptilians.
Reptilian beings, reptilian beings.
Looking reptilian.
Yeah.
Not looking human.
No, tall reptilians. I mean, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Goodwood Hill video footage we talked about on Bases 9 and Miles.
Not.
2009, I was involved in some operations with some super soldiers in England, and it was actually a crash retrieval, but it wasn't a alien ship, it was a Cessna. A Navy admiral was transporting a reptilian in a small Cessna plane to a meeting, and it was shot down, the plane.
I see.
And we were at the crash retrieval, and it was actually filmed by a member of the SAS.
Okay.
It was filmed from long distance on a long distance camera, and the reptilian and the admiral were launched out the cockpit when it crashed, and a group of tall reptilians turn up in a ship and retrieve the body, and you can see them on the video footage.
Okay,
it's a group of 4. That was on YouTube. Yeah, it's quite a controversial video, but you can see them. They're really tall, like 8 feet tall. Right. There's some super soldiers, normal size, like about 6 foot, and they walk past and they're about 8 feet tall, big heads, and they've got kind of tight fitting jumpsuits on. You can also see little horns if you zoom in. So.
So in terms of, for example, have you, where do you feel that Obama fits in this scenario?
I think he's connected to I think he's a black communist Marxist. I think he's connected to the communist faction.
Mm-hmm. But what about, actually more, the question was more about in terms of the reptilians and in terms of his bloodline. Do you think that he is basically related to, let's say, Marduk?
He's Egyptian royalty. He's like Nefertiti's child's DNA. He was definitely created.
Okay, but
so yes.
You sound like you believe that King Tut was Nefertiti's child, but there's evidence that he wasn't actually her child.
Okay. Okay.
But okay, so you believe, because there is, there is actually reason to believe that certainly there's a relationship between King Tut and Obama in terms of bloodline. So you're.
I think so you tying in with the question that you asked. Yes, because I think the Egyptian pharaohs were directly connected with the Anunnaki.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say yeah, but I don't think that that's the original Obama that we see anymore. It's multi-cloned, and the original one is somewhere else under a different name or underground.
Okay, fair enough. Do you feel that way also, Michael?
I think he's got a lot of clones, my understanding. Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Okay, well, what are the Bushes? I mean, when you say they have clones as well.
I think Bush Jr. has a lot of clones. Mm-hmm. But I think that, from my understanding, the more, the higher you work your way up, the less clones you have.
Okay. Do you also, I've heard that the clones don't last very long.
Yeah, that's correct. Some of them just last a year and start breaking down. But again, the more clones you have, the easier you are to control. And it's like if you have a twin brother and the twin brother gets sick, the other twin can start getting stressed out and sick too. So the more clones you have, you can torture the other clones and it can affect the whole group. Mm-hmm. So the last thing you want is loads of clones running around.
Because of the collective mind of it.
Exactly. Yeah. IBIS, the 42 boys in IBIS, they weren't clones per se, they were brothers, biological brothers. So they looked not identical, but similar. It's like Max and I look similar.
Similar traits.
Because we were probably, but I think Max was involved in the IBIS program.
And a lot of the time, when you would get information, it would be also somehow subconsciously downloaded to me. So a lot of the 42 children were connected, also subconsciously connected as well. So they're working as a collective. I mean, they're separate consciousness, but they're working as a collective.
Right. Okay. Do you feel that way about super soldiers in general? That maybe they are, they have a sort of a simpatico or a psychic through line?
I think, yeah, I'd say so. But like I say, Max and I being around the same places and the same countries, the same areas, and there's all that. We're always linked up to each other.
Since the beginning, since from day one. That's the beginning of it.
Always, but I haven't seen. I've got friends like in the NSA and CIA provide me certain file information, but I haven't seen it on file that Max is involved in IBIS. But I just got memories that he is. The only person that I know for sure is involved in the IBIS is a friend who works for the CIA, works in Oak Ridge National Labs down in Tennessee, similar to Los Alamos Labs. He's, again, he's our age and he looks very similar to us. And he was taken to, he was asked to come to a meeting in Virginia, a CIA meeting, I think it was at Langley. And his friend showed him a picture from the IBIS program for, you know, it was like in the mid-80s, and it showed them in the national park there in British Columbia, and I was there as a boy, young boy. He was there as a young boy, and Berezinski is in the picture with us. And there's about 12 boys, and they all look like brothers, not identical clones, but they all look like brothers.
Okay.
So I don't know if Max is in that picture. It's difficult to see. Are all young boys, but it's not clones per se, but brothers, biological brothers.
There's some connection with that Bush DNA being in all of them too.
Really?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yes.
Okay.
I think
actually, this is an interesting twist, but I was told that actually Bama's his father is a white man, and that he's very high up in our government. I wasn't told who it was, and I was told that his mother is black. So it's the reverse of what is publicly out there, and that's the reason that he sort of was chosen, and that it's possible that then, in other words, he's a Bush.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Which makes him a
I'm
Rothschild.
not saying that's the one.
It just resonates and it feels interesting. Yeah.
For some reason. But what you're saying, you know, that kind of idea where, you know, he can, of course, you can, you know. Let me ask you this: are you aware of planned Earth changes in the near future? Have you been made aware of anything like that?
I've been told that there's planned nuclear strikes on American soil, which is going to change the whole geography.
Okay.
And then people asking me when this will happen, but there's a recent nuclear explosion in Texas in the last couple of months. There was
in that factory.
In the factory, if you look at it,
that was
well, you can see the big mushroom cloud.
Okay.
So people are saying, a couple of people said, well, I don't believe these nuclear strikes are going to happen. But I was told from high-level sources they will.
Yeah.
And then people say, well, when they're going to happen? But they're happening now.
Well, right. I was told that Syria, in fact, I mean, it's veterans today. Gordon Duff is talking about there's ample evidence that they've used nukes in Syria, for example. You know anything about that?
I don't know about that.
I'm not too familiar with the whole Syria situation.
Right. But, okay, what about an electromagnetic pulse weapon? Have you heard anything about that?
Not too familiar with that either.
You're not?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you something, because you sent me a bunch of material, and I have to say that it appears that there's maybe an alter that was dealing with me.
Okay.
Because the person I'm talking to right now doesn't appear to be, you seem to have a similar body of knowledge, but you don't appear to be that same person.
So in what way do you mean that, Kerry?
Well, that there was an alter of you that was sort of operating earlier on and taking maybe a primary position, now is taking a secondary position. That you must have alters as a secret soldier.
Yeah, I
now,
mean,
I
yeah,
don't know
of
if
course.
You know all your alters, but you know, I'm throwing that out.
They're slowly coming through. I mean, there's a lot of them. But yeah, I mean, you've hit the nail on the head there. The reason why I've been able to remember so much is because I feel people try and deprogram themselves backwards. What I mean by that is you have a fake front altar, which is like the good guy that you present to the world, which is always trying to be moral, I'm really good, I'm really kind. And then you've got the other ones that are more primal, behind more dark.
Right.
So what people do is they try and get rid of the more primal ones and enhance the good guy, kind one. But what I've done, I've reversed it. So I've kind of just got rid of the guy with loads of morals and is always trying to be kind, and I've brought the more primal ones forward. So back when I was talking to you, you're probably dealing with the Mr. Nice Guy now, but I'm just more honest these days.
Personality-wise, he was a bit different, at least on paper, than what I'm getting from you. Part of the reason why I didn't recognize you.
Okay.
Although it's hard to, it's often, I deal with so many people, and often when I meet them in person, sometimes they just don't look like their pictures, their whole, persona is different. But what I want to ask you about that is that person talked to me or wrote to me and said something that was quite interesting. He was talking about machine sort of mentality or machine consciousness versus an AI, and that they're very different. And he was basically talking about how, in a certain sense, this person that wrote to me, who's a faction of you in theory, believed that the machine, what could be sort of, that machine consciousness in a sense wasn't our enemy, but that the AI definitely was.
Okay.
Now, does that resonate with you or make any sense? Do you have anything
That
to
was
say to it?
that was my understanding back then, but my understanding expands as time goes forward. So I was under the impression back then that all AI is really dangerous, and it all needs to be got rid of. But as you progress, you learn more. And I think there's certain AI that's acceptable and can be controlled, and has been incorporated into the super soldiers. But then at the same time, you know, it can make you cold, and it can you're not dealing with emotions anymore so much, human emotions.
Well, machines aren't dealing with human emotions either, right?
Exactly. So some of the super soldiers and the cyborgs, they think that they're more free now. They purge themselves of feelings, and they feel more liberated. But again, it's semantics. It's not good or bad. What's good for one person is bad for another person.
Okay. Well, I think when, you know, I'm not a person who believes everything is relative. So I understand that, you know, rationale, but I don't agree with it. So in other words, you can determine what's good for a person, meaning a human, versus a machine, versus an AI. Now, that's a whole nother, you know, discussion. But so I was just, it's interesting to hear where you're at with this now in terms of your, you know, what I'm dealing with here, which is the person that you are today, as opposed to the person that sent me that information, which was a couple years ago now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Max, do you have any thoughts about machines versus AI?
I don't know how to separate the two of them. I understand AI. I understand that technology and how it's integrated into human beings, but I don't know the specific differences between machines and AI. That's Michael's thing. Yeah.
All right. So, what about your familiarity with underground bases in the United States and in England?
Okay. Yeah. I have connections to CLC1 base, which is the Central London Underground base, and I think that's where the majority of my initial programming went on, and also that's some of my earlier memories of Michael were in this particular base. The connections to Canada too. There's a base there. I mean, I know that I was in Canada. I know my parents were both there just before I was born. There was there's some tie to that Nelson in Canada and in London as well. And there have been memories of the Dulcie base that have come back to me over the last couple of years. Very clear memories of there. Wearing a uniform, actually working for it, but not feeling like myself, but not feeling like this person now talking to you. I remember being weighed every time I had. Just clear memories having to be weighed naked before I could go change floors or go through certain doorways. They'd have to weigh me. They were the first ones that came back. And seeing just some nasty stuff, just seeing some pretty unbelievably brutal stuff, actually. Yeah, cages and things like that.
Okay. What about you, Michael, underground bases?
Well, from the time of 1976, being an info, I've just been transferred from base to base, underground base, all around the world, and then farmed out to the topside civilian community for 6 months here and then back underground. So it's just been going top and bottom for my...
So you have a pretty wide familiarity with various underground bases, you would say?
Yeah, I mean, San Antonio is a big hub nest of entrances, and
Okay, since you did bring up San Antonio, you're obviously aware of this, both of you have to be aware of the secret space program. I've been told there's a command and control center, for example, in Phobos. Have you ever heard that?
The moon?
Phobos, it's a moon of Mars.
Yes, yeah, I mean, I've heard of that. I've heard about that. Yes, I don't know details on it, but I mean, I've read that.
It supposedly changed directions out of orbit.
Recently?
I don't know about recently.
Okay, well.
I think that's the whole Houston space program. That's why we're down there too. I mean, there's definitely connections with the space program. I've seen it on fire, and I remember so much with the space program.
I've been in Houston in the last year as well, I was right by the NASA.
The whole NASA thing.
Well, San Antonio and Houston would be connected by an underground base.
And Dallas as well.
It's all, yeah, it's heavy, the space programs, obviously.
But I had a communication with somebody about that. So have you, either one of you, gone to Mars, for example?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And would you agree that the surface Mars we see is not the Mars you went to?
It looks like Phoenix, Arizona, some areas of Mars. It's exactly like it. There's apartments there, buildings.
Is it really cold, like NASA?
It's almost identical to Phoenix, Arizona. The weather's similar, the mountains there.
The sky is blue.
I think that's why Sedona is that. It's called that area.
Because Cydonia.
I totally agree with that. Yeah.
I mean, some they could even ship people to Mars and tell them they're in Phoenix, Arizona, and they wouldn't know the difference.
Okay. When you were at Mars, did you first of all, did you go there using sort of any kind of corridor? In other words, did you teleport? Do you know the means by which you went?
There was two different, from the memories that I had in 2008, there was two different ways. One was when I was much younger, and that was through a door, and that was immediately there. The other way was I was more of an adult, and there was a countdown to appearing. Things would come on a screen, and it would say 15 seconds to Mars, 10 seconds to Mars, 5 seconds to Mars, and then it would be there. It was almost like I was contained within something, traveling there, but it would only take 20 to 30 seconds.
Okay. How about you?
I mean, I've been involved in more the advanced space command with the huge big triangle ships, but I've also been involved in standard rocket launches as an astronaut, with just the spacesuits on, as standard rockets. And they're going down from, places like Peru, rocket launches in Peru, going up to the moon and things. So it's on my file that I've been involved in the Clavier space on the moon.
Okay, but what you're talking about would be very old school technology. So are you, when you say a black triangle, are you, for example, are you familiar with the Venture Star?
No, not familiar with that term. No.
Okay.
With that, the launches in Peru, they were doing standard rocket launches, like NASA style, old school, with an astronaut suit on, then blasting off to the Space Command in the outer atmosphere. And then you're going on more advanced ships there to Mars.
Okay.
So it's all done, it's covering it up.
Recently there was supposedly some kind of a battle between what appeared to be a black triangle, a very large black triangle in South Africa, and a UFO of possibly a cigar shape, but a very large UFO. And I guess the military, there's a base there somewhere near in Cape Town area. Did you hear about that?
Not familiar with that, no.
Okay, there was gunfire. It appears that perhaps people at the base were firing at one of the UFOs. Not sure which one. One of them could have been ours. In other words, one of our space program craft, and one of them may have been an off-planet vehicle. You're aware that there is a war going on, right?
I think the cigar ships are Reptilians ships, but the whole war going on is a Reptilian war, as you mentioned anyway. There's different extraterrestrial races, of course, but most extraterrestrial extraterrestrials now regarding the Earth situation have aligned with one of the two factions.
Between the what?
Fourth Reich and the opposite Zionist faction. So it's kind of the battle lines are being drawn.
But in terms of the ETs, what are you talking about? Two different reptilian factions fighting each other?
Yeah, two different reptilian, but it's almost, well, it's not almost like the other extraterrestrial races that have been hovering around out there have all aligned with the one or the other. So it's just the battle lines have been drawn now. It's one or the other. It's like it goes back to the old Luciferian wars a long time ago. It's like history repeating itself.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's history repeating itself.
Okay. So what about do you know who Clark McClelland is? You don't know? He worked with the Apollo astronauts. He was the one who came forward and talked about seeing an Anunnaki on the space shuttle, giving orders to our American astronauts. Anyway, has the website. I think it's called Stargate Chronicles or something like that. Anyway, he has come forward a number of times over the years, but recently I interviewed him. He talked about Aldebaran, and that there was a ship on the way here from Aldebaran, and Aldebaran has always been considered, in a sense, the home of the Fourth Reich type group. So does any of that ring a bell? In other words, would that make sense? Have you heard about Aldebaran? Have you had dealings with this area of space?
There's
I think there's more than one. There's an Aldebaran system, and there's more than one.
I think Aldebaran's actually a star with planets around it. And well, since I was a young child, I was involved with one particular spacecraft. It was a huge black triangle, and it's an Aldebaran craft. It's very old, but it's known by US Air Force Space Command's Calliope, and that stands for Catalyst Accelerator Long Range Audio Platform Orbital Platform Intelligence Apparatus. So it's a bit of a mouthful, but Calliope, and that, like I said, that's an Aldebaran ship, and it's very old, and it orbits the Earth, and but it has a US Air Force Space Command symbol on the side of it.
Okay.
But it's almost like they sponsor it, but it's not one of their craft.
Sounds like though it's got an AI on board.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of a female AI.
Okay. Did either one of you happen to see the Tom Cruise movie Oblivion?
Didn't see it yet, but I had planned to see that. Was there ties in with that movie?
Yeah, could be. I would be interested to hear your reactions.
I saw it.
You did?
Yeah.
And did you pick up on, I mean, obviously the whole planet, what is now Earth, is run by an AI.
Yeah.
Off-planet AI.
Yeah. It's like the triangle ship in the atmosphere is AI. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's very indicative of what could happen. And then it creates the army of Tom Cruise clones that invade the Earth.
Okay. What about the notion that, you should go see the movie, Max, but
yeah, it's good. It's
what
interesting.
happens is there's been a war and the humans have lost, and most of the humans won, but they lost the Earth, and they left the Earth for the most part. There are small communities of humans that are left behind and sort of hiding in underground bases,
Okay.
type of thing. But the planet itself is run by an AI. Tom Cruise is like a super soldier type whose job is to fix the drones when they fall apart that are kind of running the planet.
Interesting. Tom Cruise seems to create movies because of his connection to Scientology and L. Ron Hubbard, and Hubbard's connections to Crowley, which is connected to Montauk. He seems to be playing out that, and it's most of his movies are encoded.
Yes,
you know?
Absolutely. Let's see, and I won't keep you for much longer. I mean, thank you for all of this.
No problem.
In terms of the near range scenario, do you acknowledge that there is a sort of, that they don't really go by countries so much, that Britain and Australia and Canada and I forget which other countries are part of this pact, but there's a sort of a pact that makes up a sort of one side. And then there are other sides that involve sort of, you know, China and various countries around that.
Well, I was told basically any nation that's part of NATO has access to these projects. So I don't know if that rings true to either of you two.
Okay, so I guess the question is whether or not you're aware, like, because in a sense, as super soldiers, you report to somebody. And so you also have to know who you don't report to, who the enemy is, if you will. How do you recognize the enemy in a scenario such as we've got here on Earth, where, in essence, we're approaching what is in essence a one world government, but there's definitely areas where they're more loyal to, let's say, if you want to call it the Zionist faction. I'm not sure if that actually is the split you're making, because I do see what you're talking about, but I get a feeling that at times they're working together. So it's really confusing. But what I'm asking is, in essence, is how do you tell who the good guys are, from your point of view?
Okay, well,
what I would consider a good guy is not who you would consider.
True. In essence, the super soldiers are bred to kill, so there's always an enemy.
But
there always has to be an enemy. The enemy. Okay, well, the enemy now is they're instigating a race war in America, and that's they're socially engineering it for a race war against blacks and whites, because they're trying to reduce the population, so they're targeting blacks in America as the first group, and it's an extension of what was going on in Africa with depopulating the blacks in Africa with engineered AIDS and things like that. So they're engineering social situations in America now, and then that group is being currently targeted, you know, the blacks in America, and there's a lot of race issues being brought into the media, like Obama is talking about, let's talk about race. In the media, a lot of things are focusing on race to get people's mindsets geared up for that. And it's, I mean, in essence, it's a continuation of social engineering programs from Haight-Ashbury in the 60s in San Francisco. You know, the Manson family, the Charles Manson murders, and he was programmed at China Lake for that, for the social engineering. Charles Manson was talking about Helter Skelter, and which was a race war, an apocalyptic race war. In America between blacks and whites.
With the Beatles triggering
and the
music.
The Beatles triggered that, the Helter Skelter song. And then that was, the Manson murders were supposed to trigger that. And that was, you know, the Helter Skelter race war was supposed to start in Haight-Ashbury, the hippie colony in San Francisco.
At the moment, I mean, that actually sounds sort of passé in a sense. It doesn't. Of course, I live in LA, and it just doesn't seem realistic at this time, from my point of view. That doesn't seem like it's going to fly.
But you know, they've often tried to, with the Fourth Reich being based on the West Coast, they tried to trigger this helter-skelter apocalyptic race war in California with the LA riots. They tried to do it again, and they're going to keep trying to do it until all hell breaks loose between blacks and whites in America, because you know. To get back to the question, you said, who's the current enemy? Well, the black race is being targeted currently in America. They're for Americans.
Okay, but doesn't that seem like sort of an counterintuitive if the president is at least partially black?
But what does he consider himself? He's half black, half white, so is he loyal to the whites or is he loyal to the blacks? I'd say he's loyal to the whites, the Rothschild.
And also, how easy would it be to trigger a race war if it was set up that a clone version of him was shot by a white supremacist? Then that would immediately trigger an uprising. And
that would be a perfect scenario.
Right.
They're going to keep socially, the Fourth Reich essentially is going to keep socially engineering these situations, you know, like the Helter Skelter, the Manson in the 60s, the LA riots, Things will keep happening because they want to reduce the population, so they need to start with target groups.
Okay, and what about the notion that they're going to do it with things like earth changes and with causing, with the chemtrails, and basically they're killing people in essence with the radiation, chemtrails, and disease. There's a lot of thought that they maybe want to spread disease. And then even I've heard that there will be some bombings in prime cities here in the U.S. Have you heard any of that?
Well, I mean, that stuff's obviously going on every month now, the terrorist acts. And it's all orchestrated.
Well, actually, what I meant by that was something a lot bigger than what happened in Boston.
Well, back in Africa, I was friends with some SAS guys who were Rhodesian infantry people before they were involved with the SAS. They talked about bioengineered race weapons in Africa, put in the wells, which would only kill the blacks and wouldn't affect the whites. So there'll be, that sort of things, the chemtrails, bioengineered race weapons.
Okay, well, let me throw something a bit strange out at you. I recently heard that there was that we gave away Africa to a group of an incoming race of beings. Have you heard about that?
I've heard different things to do with Africa and the direction of Africa in the future. I've heard there's social engineering programs where they're trying to encourage African Americans to go back to Africa and give them property and housing back there. And there's one really big one. It was even in the mainstream media. I forget what it was called now. But there's this big movement to get the blacks back to Africa, and I don't know if they're.
I've never heard of that.
I mean, I forget the name of this thing now. They were going to give them property and tax rebates and things like that, because there was even the Muslim movement, even the blacks themselves in their own community. There's a big movement to say we don't really belong in America. We should go back to our homeland, and a lot of Africans who I talk to say that themselves. They say, I've never felt welcome here. I'd love to go back to Africa. I'd love to go back to my roots. There's definitely movements to kind of trigger that. So I'm not sure. I mean, I've heard they're going to try and get them back there and nuke Africa. I've heard they're going to try and get them back there and then sell them to incoming extraterrestrial races. So it could be connected to what you mentioned.
Okay, so, but in your positions, like it's sort of as super soldiers, for lack of a better terminology, do they don't let you in on the big picture, they don't sit around and have discussions with you, I assume, right?
Yeah, they do.
They do?
Yeah.
Okay, so they let you in on some of the plans, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. And what about you?
No, for sure. From the beginning, from when I was a child, they explained how it was going to happen.
They do.
I think that was some input from my consciousness and how it was going to happen too.
Okay. Okay. I could be asking you questions all night, but just to wrap this up, and I want to thank both of you for taking the time. When you look at America, you have been told there is going to be a scenario where there's a financial meltdown, and then sort of riots in the streets, and then an implication of what do they call that? Martial law. And a scenario. Have you seen it? Been told about a scenario that works in that direction?
I've just been told the current scenario is this whole race war thing. That's the current thing. Really? Well, I don't know whether they'll change it to something else, but that's the plan at the moment.
From what I know, that what Michael's saying is right, but that would also lead to when the race war happens, it will lead to some form of martial law. And that's what they're essentially wanting to do.
Total mind control. Manchurian candidates. Could such things actually be possible? Could someone you know, or perhaps even yourself, have hidden programmed identities deep within the mind?
Imagine finding out that you've got disassociated parts of yourself that are Satanists.
Not only is it possible, it is happening now and on an unimaginable scale.
MK Ultra mind control rules in Hollywood.
Some celebrities, professional athletes, spies, politicians, as well as common citizens, police officers, taxi drivers, etc., are under total mind control, undetectable slavery.
This mind control is totally undetectable.
These mind control victims have multiple fragmented identities capable of carrying out a variety of tasks with no later memory of the event. Most never discover what they truly are or how they have been controlled. Mind control is a sliding scale and can come in many forms, from everyday information control as we see with the corporate-controlled media, to brainwashing, to drugs, hypnosis, and total mind control. The most extreme form of mind control, trauma-based mind control, uses hypnosis, torture, and drugs to create a total mind-controlled slave. The brain, being the incredible computer that it is, creates amnesic barriers around events that would be too damaging for the conscious mind to process. Often, a returning veteran will be unable to remember parts of his deployment. Someone injured in a horrific car accident will likely not remember the entire ordeal. The brain walls off memories surrounding events much like the partitioning of a computer hard drive. By taking advantage of this mechanism within the brain, programmers can create completely dissociated parts within the mind that function totally unaware of one another. The secret lies in dissociation. This special ability within the mind is what allows Navy SEALs to lie motionless for extreme periods, Indian fakirs to walk on red-hot coals, and, as the Spanish learned during the Inquisition, prevent some from feeling pain during torture. Multiple personality disorder, now called DID, is caused by trauma at a young age and can be created deliberately or by accident. Most people can dissociate to some degree, but only a few can create completely dissociated identities. These are the people mind control programmers look for: a dissociative. When put under extreme conditions, why do some people survive and not others? What gives some the ability to rise to the occasion? It is an ability, what some call a gift, and through trauma, this ability can be honed, developed, so that the person becomes more than what they were before: a monarch. It was discovered that this ability could be passed genetically from one generation to the next. Children of multi-generational abuse, for instance, already have a well-developed ability to dissociate. Elite bloodline families traveled to exotic locales such as India and Tibet to study Eastern philosophy, especially yogis and the Tibetan Buddhist, who have an excellent ability to dissociate. They learned the secrets of abuse, dissociation, and its hereditary properties, and set out to pass this gift from generation to generation, a practice that continues to this day. One of the key tip-offs for scientists that memory and dissociation could be passed from one generation to the next was the monarch butterfly. Each year, monarch butterflies from across North America make an incredible journey. From as far north as Canada, millions of butterflies descend on a small plot of land in Mexico for the winter. Once spring arrives, they begin the long journey back. The kicker? It takes 3 generations of monarchs to make the 2,500-mile journey. No butterfly making the return journey has ever flown that route before. So how do they know where to go? The answer lies in what researchers call epigenetic memory. Memories learned by parents, which are then passed genetically to their children. Due to their remarkable ability to pass information genetically, as well as the fluttering feeling often described during dissociation, The monarch butterfly is the international symbol for trauma-based mind control. Trauma-based mind control victims are told to think of the programming experience as that of going into a cocoon. The cocoon is not pleasant, but as a result, a beautiful butterfly emerges. Victims tend to identify with the monarch butterfly. For this reason, the deliberate creation of programmed alter identities is known as monarch programming. Once aware, one will begin to notice butterfly symbolism at an alarming frequency in popular media and culture. Originally, only old occult families possessed the ability to completely dissociate and create multiples. Elite families to this day breed with other such families who have also been into ritual child abuse. This is where secret societies and occult groups come in. Organizations which have, throughout generations, not only curated and cultivated this secret knowledge, but facilitated its practice. These families are multi-generational Satanist, meaning that each generation has belonged to a satanic coven of some kind going back centuries, and the creation of multiples is part of rituals they have performed since antiquity. Programmers have codified these ancient practices into a specific methodology for the deliberate creation of multiple personalities, also known as trauma-based mind control. The ability to dissociate and create multiples only grows stronger with each generation that is subjected to abuse. These elite families view the ability to dissociate as a valuable endowment that must be passed carefully from one generation to the next. While this ability may be passed genetically, it must be activated through childhood trauma. Without the trauma that abuse and torture create, the mind never fully develops its dissociative ability to the point of creating multiples. Extensive testing is done at a young age to gauge their ability to dissociate. Programmers will not spend time trying to split a mind that cannot dissociate. It would be a waste. Once the programmers have built a good dissociative ability and highly hypnotizable base, they can exploit this mechanism within the mind to create alter identities completely tailored to their liking. While only 20% of the general population is easily hypnotized, trauma makes one highly hypnotizable. Through trauma and hypnosis, multiple dissociated parts will be created. Some will think they are little children, animals, or even gems and stones. Each one will have their own talents and abilities to lend to the set of alters known as the system. These alters can now be called up at any time their handler wishes, by a code phrase, color, or sound. Once these alters have been created and triggers implanted correctly, the programmer has essentially a human robot. But how are these human robots used, and for what nefarious purposes? All that and more after this. For what purpose would government and private organizations create these human robots? The mind control victims are programmed to perform any command, no matter how painful or demeaning, without pause or emotion, and are capable of remembering endless lists of information or record and play back conversations exactly like a tape recorder. A killing machine with superhuman strength, stamina, and fighting abilities. They will have no regret or remorse because they won't be able to remember it. These high-level mind-controlled slaves are expensive and time-consuming to create, but if done correctly, can be the perfect assassin, actress, golf player, sex slave, patsy, or soldier. Some elite create program multiples to be used in porn, snuff films, or as celebrity cash cows, earning their owners many times what they cost to create. Performers have grueling schedules, 15 or more hours a day, sometimes across multiple time zones. It helps if they have the extreme stamina these programmed multiples possess. When the front personality gets exhausted, another identity can take its place. Many in the entertainment industry, both male and female, are mind-controlled multiples.
I go to Hollywood parties, or occasionally I go to Oscar parties and things like that, and people, big stars, people will grab me by the arm and take me aside and say, "I just want to thank you for the things you say." And it blows my mind, but that's the culture. It's a culture of fear for sure. And it's a big culture of mind control too. MK Ultra mind control rules in Hollywood. If you don't know, Google that and look into it.
Imagine creating a soldier that could stay up for days on end, possess superhuman strength, stamina, and fighting abilities. Or a spy whose front altar was just a mild-mannered archaeologist. If ever captured and pressed for information, these super soldiers, spies, could never access any sensitive information within their system, and would likely switch into alters who would not only enjoy the torture, but taunt their abuser. This has a powerful psychological effect on the enemy. A common role for those subjected to trauma-based mind control is that of a courier. Handlers pull up an alter identity within the system, who records word for word a conversation or message, which can then be sealed with a passphrase and sent to deliver the clandestine message. Mind control victim Kathy O'Brien talks extensively about her use as a secret courier, among other things, for President Reagan. Like an addict needing a stronger hit, the ruling elite must turn to increasingly bizarre and disturbing sex acts to satisfy their fiendish obsessions. High-level mind control multiples usually have sexual alters, known as betas, trained to satisfy the perversions of the elite. If necessary, mind-controlled multiples can create new alters on the spot to perform a particularly odious task. Monarch slaves are frequently used in snuff films and other sick porn distributed through the black market or dark web. Known as beta alters, these personalities are void of any inhibitions. Hypersexualized personalities, oftentimes in the form of a cat, are used for porn, prostitution, and even as party favors. This is what Stanley Kubrick portrayed in his controversial film Eyes Wide Shut, which featured an elite occult sex party that eerily mirrored that of an actual private event held by the Rothschilds in the 70s. A common use for male monarch slaves is that of a patsy or lone nut. These sleeper agents can be called up and told to be at a certain place at a certain time, and they will obey robotically. Many mind-controlled slaves have excellent marksman alters programmed inside. Others merely show up afterwards and take the blame.
John Lennon is dead, shot several times by a young American as he was going into his home in New York.
After killing John Lennon, Mark David Chapman calmly pulled out a copy of Catcher in the Rye and began reading. Later, Reagan's attempted assassin would also be apprehended in the same book. Lee Harvey Oswald was found with only 4 books in his possession, one of which was, you guessed it, Catcher in the Rye. In the 1997 thriller Conspiracy Theory, Mel Gibson, possibly a multiple himself, plays a crazed CIA mind control victim obsessed with Catcher in the Rye. Mind control researchers have suggested Salinger's classic novel was used as a mind control programming tool. Another useful role for programmed multiples is that of an agent provocateur, one whose job it is to infiltrate organizations or groups, spy and create disruption and infighting. Monarch slaves will often have an alter identity that records everything the person hears and can repeat it all back to a handler. This makes them quite useful as a mole. They will have a personality who is programmed to genuinely want to join whatever group they would like to infiltrate, be it religious or political organization or even a business. Their personal beliefs and views will align with the chosen organization, so much so that they not only fit in but become valued members. All the while, unknowingly, alters are reporting back to whatever agency or secret society to which they may secretly belong. Trauma-based mind control victims are often used as drug mules to transport illicit substances across state lines and around the world. Convincing front alters would honestly believe they were carrying makeup powder or whatever they have been hypnotically programmed to think. The globalist cabal of elite controllers who make up the secret societies, military intelligence agencies, and banking cartels ruthlessly pursue control over those they deem important to their plans. A popular form of domination is blackmail. Monarch slaves are often sent to seduce a politician, world leader, or anyone considered important to the hierarchy's agenda. Once compromised, These people will now be completely controlled under the threat of pictures or video being released. Sometimes compromised individuals will be cultivated to highly powerful positions because they are completely controlled by the horrible crimes for which they are being blackmailed. This is exactly what happened recently with Dennis Hassert before he was thrown under the bus and it all came to light. Hassert was a high school gym coach with a grungy armchair next to the boys' shower. He became a politician and was elevated to Speaker of the House, all while being totally controlled by blackmail because of his previous child abuse.
Do you know who comes after the vice president in ascension to be the president? It's Speaker of the House. Dennis Hastert came from nowhere as a high school wrestling coach, courted to become a key member of Congress and then the Speaker of the House from nowhere. And why was that? Because he was part of the pedophile guild that loves to rape young boys. And that big, disgusting sack of rotten horse pus, no words can describe him, that's too easy. Dennis Hastert gets 1 year for paying hush money to a bunch of kids on the high school and middle school wrestling team.
Monarch multiples are not single-purpose appliances, but biological robots containing alters capable of performing any task their programmer might anticipate. While Monarch mind control is solely a 20th century creation, its predecessors date back to ancient Egypt and Babylon. The Egyptian Book of the Dead explicitly described methods of torture and intimidation to create trauma, the use of drugs and hypnotism, ultimately resulting in total enslavement of the initiate. It would, however, be the Nazis and their sinister scientist who turned dissociation into a science and mind control into an art. Psychiatrists such as the notorious Dr. Joseph Mengele conducted horrific experiments on concentration camp inmates in an effort to refine their mind control techniques. Many Holocaust survivors had nightmares of Mengele and the experiments they had been a part of. Some loved him as a father figure all their lives due to the trauma bonding they had received as part of their programming. They discovered that through traumatization, different personalities or dissociated parts could be created who do not know each other but can take the body at different times. After the war, these Nazi psychiatrists were brought to the US through what was known as Project Paperclip. Project Paperclip was the code name under which the US intelligence and military services extracted German Nazi scientists during and after the final stages of World War II. Mengele, along with other Nazi doctors and psychiatrists, now continued to experiment and develop trauma-based mind control for the Americans. Under what would later become known as MKUltra, the United States government systematically drugged, tortured, and murdered their own citizens for decades. Exposed in the 70s through lawsuits filed by Canadian survivors, MKUltra ultimately included over 150 operations, all relating to behavior modification, trauma, brainwashing, drugs, blackmail, and mind control experiments. Among these mind control experiments orchestrated by Nazi war criminals were continuations of the trauma-based programming which creates dissociated identities. Rape, electroshock, drugs, and hypnosis were all used by the CIA to create their very own mind-controlled multiples. A criminal faction within the US government, devoid of any conscious or feeling of personal responsibility, tortured and programmed children to create valuable mind control assets. Most researchers believe these programs continue secretly to this day. The CIA's original plans to research mind control was to determine psychological and chemical means of creating the perfect spy, which quickly evolved into production of the perfect soldier, perfect assassin, and eventually, slave. With the introduction of Nazi research, particularly that of SS officer and occultic Heinrich Himmler and Joseph Mengele, it was determined that absolute mind control could be reached through specific tortures beginning at a young age. Armed with this nefarious information, US, German, and British psychiatrists embarked on a new yet ancient form of total mind control. Disturbingly, instead of ending in 1973 as the US government claims, Closer research shows the program merely evolved into what was known as Project Monarch. MKUltra was a broad study into a wide variety of mind control techniques, and Monarch was its logical outgrowth, taking the most effective methodologies and applying them to the creation of a total mind-controlled slave, a true Manchurian candidate. Today, mind control multiples are still being created at a scale never before imagined. They are in all walks of life. The entertainment industry in particular is known to be filled with Monarch multiples. One reason mind control is prevalent within the entertainment industry is because they are able to control the powerful influence these entertainers possess over the public. Not only can messages disseminated through music and films be controlled, they can then have celebrities create distractions to divert public attention. Many entertainers have shown scars and behavior consistent with that of trauma-based mind control victims. Today, a multitude of groups and organizations are performing trauma-based mind control on victims of all walks of life. But how are these mind control multiples created? In just a moment, the disturbing details. The hideous process of creating a monarch typically begins at a young age. Children of elite, multi-generational occultic families will be traumatized starting in the womb, sometimes even going so far as to induce a premature birth. Experts have likened splitting the mind to splitting wood. Getting an initial split going is rather difficult, but once you have a crack beginning to form, it gets easier with each strike. Likewise, the elite know that if they can traumatize the mind when it is young, it will split easier and dissociate more quickly. For this reason, elite families will put a mousetrap on their baby's hand while in the crib, and not go into the room to remove it until the infant stops crying. This teaches the baby's mind to dissociate from pain, which is then rewarded with mommy's attention. If not born into this madness, testing will typically take place to gauge the ability to dissociate. Sometimes, people from domestically abusive environments will be chosen specifically because of their heightened dissociative abilities. The second aspect that must be considered is IQ. A great deal of intelligence and creativity is required to create these dissociated personalities. Personality tests, along with IQ, ultimately determine the child's future role. Once the candidate has been selected, preparation will begin. While multi-generational victims inherit the mental structuring required to begin programming, others must be conditioned. Controllers will begin expanding the child's mind as soon as it is born, teaching it not only to create images, but associate a smell or sound with memory. Creativity and intelligence are gently enhanced. The child will be taught discipline and trained to be able to hold still and keep their eyes open for long periods. This will be helpful later during EEG testing. For the first year and a half, the monarch child is smothered with love, in what is known as the love bombing phase. Once a good ability to dissociate and an IQ of at least 120 is confirmed, programmers will proceed with the first step, shattering the core. In direct contrast to the absolute love and attention the child has received thus far, he or she will now be alone, tortured, and abused. Loud noise and various smells will overwhelm the brain's sensory input. After some time, the primary programmer or handler, who has thus far shown only kindness towards the child, will arrive. To the victim, this is a welcome sight. It appears help has arrived. This time, however, the programmer will brutally traumatize the victim. The shock shatters the mind like glass. The brain simply cannot reconcile these two extremely opposite behaviors from the same person. The cognitive dissonance is too great. Experts have learned this is how the core is split. Once the splitting of the core is accomplished, the mind can be divided and compartmentalized through further abuse and trauma. As the victim's programming begins, it is meticulously monitored, charts are kept, and programming schedules are set. Programmers will use specific tortures to create splits. The conscious mind, which makes us who we are, takes flight and essentially says, "I can't handle anymore, I'm out of here." When this happens, the unconscious is left wide open, and the victim is left in a dangerously suggestible state. Dissociation creates the opening of the unconscious. This vulnerable state is characterized by rapid eye movement, heightened sensitivity to shadows or surrounding movement. The subject is highly hypnotizable, and can be told to create new parts within its mind. The fractured, dissociated mind has no ability to question what is being told.
You get tortured far enough, or traumatized far enough, your dominant personality just goes to sleep. And what's left, and this is a normal human reaction to excessive trauma to protect you, and what's left is a very childlike persona of yourself from when you're about 5 or 6.
Yeah.
And you have no ability to resist, you're vulnerable, and then that's when they hypnotize you. Dissociation is the key to all this.
In this state, it is easy for the victim to go into shock and die, so life signs are closely monitored. Should anything go wrong, programming centers are well equipped to resuscitate the victim. According to author and researcher Fritz Springmeier, sensory overload via lights, sounds, and smells are all used to help put the brain into a dissociative programmable state. With each new split, new alters can be created to reflect whatever the programmer wants: white fluffy rabbits, kittens, people, or even a doorknob. Movies featuring animal characters and anthropomorphic objects such as candlesticks, doorknobs, aid the young mind in creating these dehumanized identities. Some alters will be perpetual toddlers, others will be allowed to mature with age. All serve a purpose within the system. Ritualistic abuse, such as that found in satanic cults, is itself a trauma. The chanting, incense robes, and sheer terror frequently create a split. A skilled hypnotherapist can input phrases, codes, and specific tones used to trigger the newly created alter at any time. Some programming centers have elaborate facilities designed for maximum hypnotic and lighting effect. Heated saltwater sensory deprivation tanks create weightlessness and put subjects into an out-of-body state, which can then be used by programmers to speak directly to the unconscious mind. A Monarch Multiple's mind will be divided into many parts. If the programmer wishes, a single trauma could create 10 or more similar alters, the strongest few of which will be developed and programmed for various purposes. Alter systems are kept in place via an elaborate web of anchors, threats, and hypnotic reinforcement. When the smell of freshly baked bread evokes a childhood memory and results in feelings of happiness, that is known as an emotional anchor. Our lives are filled with emotional anchors that produce a certain emotional state. Anchors are often familiar smells or sounds, like, for instance, that of an alarm clock. Programmers have developed an advanced understanding of how the mind and all its idiosyncrasies create emotional anchors, which can then be used to trigger the slave.
They pick up the phone one day, they hear the words "red dog," and this is a post-hypnotic suggestion that makes them act out some covert plan.
For instance, the smell of a certain incense may serve as an anchor to trigger a satanic alter programmed through ritual abuse. Everyday symbols such as diamonds, infinity loops, and song lyrics are used to reinforce the victim's programming. Most front alters are programmed not to remember their abuse, and the fear of remembering helps reinforce their programming, preventing the mind from pulling itself together. The roots of all thoughts, emotions, and behaviors is a connection between neurons within the brain. Neurons communicate via electrical impulses called brainwaves, which vary depending on the subject's state of mind. Brainwaves are like musical notes. The low-frequency waves resonate deeply like a penetrating drum beat, while the higher-frequency brainwaves are a high-pitched flute. Brainwaves change frequency according to what we're doing and feeling. Alters are programmed in at each frequency. Alpha is the regular programming known as base personality modification. It is characterized by extremely pronounced memory retention, substantially increased physical strength, and several times visual acuity. Alpha is used to train and condition the perfect spy. These alters can have up to 40 times visual acuity and 5 times the physical strength of a normal man. These are used for corporate and government espionage because of their photographic recall and ability to record volumes of information. They can also be used to store data like a computer. Some alters are used to record volumes of sports statistics so they can be shown off and used as entertainment at parties. Beta is the sexual programming level, void of inhibitions or moral convictions. These alters are often cat-like. Known as sex kittens, many female entertainers have beta programming. Billionaires and power brokers will pay huge sums to sleep with a gorgeous celebrity, so getting a monarch slave into the entertainment industry can be very lucrative for their owners. The delta wavelength is used to program super soldiers and assassins. The programming is designed to create agents devoid of fear or self-preservation, capable of incredible feats of physical endurance and hand-to-hand combat, one who kills, and if caught, self-destructs. Programmed at the Delta level are trained assassins. For those who refuse to accept that US intelligence would torture their own people, simply imagine the value and effectiveness of a marksman with 40 times visual acuity and unparalleled skill and determination. Some of these hidden alters are highly trained super soldiers who complete their mission and return home never remembering the event.
You could have a person who would be able to commit assassinations for you or do any other kind of important work like courier work. And if they get caught, you can just give them up. It's not a problem because they themselves don't even know what they did. It's the ultimate tool for any spy agency.
Others, once their mission is complete, are programmed to await arrest or kill themselves, such as lone gunmen. According to whistleblowers and researchers, military intelligence, CIA, secret societies such as the Freemasons, satanic cults, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and British intelligence are some of the primary organizations carrying out mind control today. However, only a fraction of those associated with these agencies ever have knowledge of such programs. But how do organizations, individuals, and cults committing these atrocities obtain their victims? The frightening answer after this. Where do the victims of horrific total mind control come from? Some are born into intergenerational abusive families, where abuse and dissociation has been carried on for many generations. Jay-Z states in his song Spiritual, "Pray your father's father wasn't touching his little daughter creating transgenerational trauma, that shit'll haunt ya." The transgenerational trauma to which Jay-Z is referring is known as epigenetic memory. Epigenetic memory is trauma stored in DNA passed on through generations, and is what allows these families to pass on the ability to dissociate. This is why children from old European satanic Luciferian families are sought after for programming.
Originally, this mind control was done for centuries on their own children. The ability to dissociate and create multiple personality disorder is inherited. You see, if you traumatize most children with the programming traumas that they start with, most children just die. And then there's a few children that would actually manage to stay alive and go crazy. There's only a small percentage of the population that is born with the disassociative abilities and the intelligence to be able to creatively say, this isn't happening to me. They get a psychotic break in the mind. They say, it's not happening to me. The center of the mind creates dissociated pieces to take the trauma, and then the programmers go in and find those dissociated pieces and create multiple personality disorder.
Often, these parents believe in the gift of dissociation and are happy to allow that ability to be enhanced through programming. These cults also breed children specifically for use as monarch victims. Some are kept and used solely as breeders for the coven. Their babies belong to the cult and are programmed or sacrificed.
As sickening and unbelievable as it sounds, bearing children for use in satanic rituals may really be happening. These women say they speak from personal experience. They claim to be breeders, forced by covens to bear children, both as a way for the cults to get new members and to find fresh victims for ritual murder.
Did you give birth to infants who were sacrificed?
My first two
Were sacrificed?
were sacrificed. I was told it was the highest honor I could ever do as a woman, was to sacrifice my first two.
Jackie tells us she was able to escape her satanic cult. Today she helps other women, like Donna, who are trying to break free.
You killed your babies?
Take the skin off.
You skinned the baby? You take the baby's skin off? Do you feel remorse? Have you told the police?
I had to do what I had to do, or I'd be killed like the babies that they
that they made me watch killed, and that they put in my hand, they said, obey or this is you.
Army-Navy parents will sell their children into the program. A person need not be cruel or even abusive to give their child to such programs. Rather, all that is required is a desire for advancement and a misguided sense of patriotism.
You know, a lot of the parents that got involved with the CIA MK Ultra program turned their children over willingly for various reasons. They might approach a parent and say, we have this experimental method where we can make your child a genius, and we can make them a success in life, and would you sign the paperwork here to allow us to use your child?
Those who possess a heightened ability to dissociate will produce children with a heightened ability. They will be offered a unique opportunity to make their child part of an exclusive program. The parents who do are highly rewarded, both in rank and compensation. Some view it as a patriotic sacrifice to their country and idealize their son being some super soldier. Others are blackmailed.
They might do this in conjunction. If they found a father that was sexually molesting his child, they would say, okay, we won't send you to prison if you'll work with us. We'll make you rich, but we need your child for this experiment, and it's a win-win because you won't go to prison and your child will become a genius and we'll make your child into a success.
One of the most prominent victims and whistleblowers, Kathy O'Brien, was brought into the program through blackmail. Her father was caught distributing child pornography of her through the U.S. mail.
When this one particular politician came to my father and told him he could receive immunity from prosecution if he would sell me into MK Ultra mind control, my father was thrilled. He agreed to sell me into the project and was trained in how to raise me for MK Ultra.
Many parents have a notion that the ends justifies the means, that if this sacrifice is made, their child will have a possibility of becoming a famous actress, politician, or celebrity. Still, others are kidnapped right off the street.
And police pointed a gun at a woman's head and tried to force her into his van. Inside, a metal cage.
He was wearing a dark-colored hoodie-style sweatshirt and jeans. Now, the van is described as a full-size van, white, with no windows on the side. It also had a California license plate, and as you said, Sarah, the most disturbing thing is a possible black cage within that van.
Two boys said that when they were on their way home from school, a man in a white van asked them to come to the van and come to him. Of course, they did the right thing and yelled and got out of there as quick as they could.
Fox 2's Paul Shankman is live in Rock Hill to explain why they want everyone in that area watching out for one particular white van.
White van.
Beside him at the curb, the sliding door opened in the back and a white male yelled, "Get in."
That unsettling report comes from an 11-year-old boy who says there were actually 3 men in that van when it pulled up next to him near the intersection of North Rock Hill Road and Euclid. The boy immediately took off running for 3 blocks until he got to school.
Told the principal what happened and she called the cops.
Within a couple hours, a recorded message was sent to the parents of Lawrence Elementary students. Quote, "A white van was parked on the side of the road. The girls walked on and the van followed them. The girls became nervous and returned to school. We called the police, who are now investigating."
And then it was just scary because the very next day is when the other little girl came up missing.
1, 2, 3, 8-year-old Demetrius Madison is smiling and laughing once again, but just over 24 hours ago, he was nearly kidnapped by 4 men in a black van who approached him at the Alameda Park Apartments.
Monarch victim Bryce Taylor wrote in her book Thanks for the Memories that she, as a little girl, would be used to lure other children into a vehicle for kidnapping.
I can publicly testify that what these children are saying is reality. And I can also say that I was used even as a child on Ventura Boulevard near the Corbin Bowl to coerce children that were my age into black sedans where the men had TVs and candy and all kinds of things that I was told to lure children into the cars, and they would happen to be shopping with their mom, walking along the boulevard there, and then I would say something like, would you like some candy? And there's a TV in the back of this car, do you want to come and see it? And as soon as this child would approach the car, the men would throw them in the back seat and take off. And then often I witnessed as these children would be kept contained in cages.
The actual number of missing children and adults in the US and Canada is mind-blowing. While Monarch victims have down-to-earth convincing front alters, many of their alter identities exist in some form of sci-fi world that keeps their slaves far from reality and their true identity. The scripts of popular movies are often used to solidify the fantasy world within the victim's mind. A mind control script is like the operating software upon which the rest of the system is built. The most common mind control scripts include Alice in Wonderland, Wizard of Oz, Star Wars, Star Trek, and Alien Abduction, among others. On these fictional scripts, programmers build entire worlds into which the alters are placed. The victim's mind is so tormented they will accept anything. They are told to construct in their mind completely fictional worlds in which alters dwell. Victims often contain Alice in Wonderland or Wizard of Oz themed programming. These storylines work perfectly for the theme of dissociation, as both characters enter alternate universes ultimately created within their own mind. The same occurs with Monarch programming. Victims are told to escape deeper into their own mind to a fictional world of the programmers creating. To escape the tortures, alters go over the rainbow, or in the case of Alice in Wonderland, through the looking glass. This is when the conscious mind takes flight. Military monarchs commonly have Star Wars or Star Trek themed programming. It is not uncommon for monarch victims to be obsessed with these fictional worlds. They may know entire parts by heart, or spend hours totally immersed in the Star Wars, Star Trek universe, and know countless intricate details about them. Another popular theme for trauma-based mind control is alien abduction. Many of those who report abduction stories are in fact victims of trauma-based mind control. The brain instinctively wants to pull itself back together, and the more distance the alters are from reality, the further they are from realizing their true self. The types of alters built into a monarch system vary depending on the intended role and occupation of the slave. Common alters include sex kittens. Data or library alters are used to store volumes of information. Ritual alters perform rituals and satanic rites as part of whichever cult or secret society to which they may belong, often involving sacrifice. Regardless of the viewer's personal religious opinions, these elite cult members truly believe and perform certain ceremonies accordingly. Deaf and mute alters prevent the rest of the system from hearing secret conversations. Suicide alters are programmed to kill themselves if caught by an enemy, or begin remembering and realizing what they truly are. Animal alters think they are animals or animal hybrids. Seemingly normal front alters fool anyone with whom they may come in contact. Front alters will be very convincing, and have absolutely no recollection of their abuse, and believe they have lived an ordinary life.
I thought I had a very perfect life, had a wonderful husband and beautiful children and anything money could buy. I lived in a beautiful neighborhood in Agora Hills, and I had no idea I'd ever been abused.
These are only the most common alters. Some will have specially designed alters depending on their situation and role. Each alter is a component of the larger machine, the result being that no single identity can rebel against the system as a whole. In America today, there are hundreds of thousands of these multiples from every walk of life, the bum on the street to the corporate executive. Mind control multiples have two basic controllers, their programmers and their owners. Programmers are specially trained individuals with expertise in the mind, conscious, and hypnotherapy. Skilled in the art of breaking down and controlling the mind, they are the masterminds of the system. Each monarch is their work of art, and many victims view them as a godlike figure.
The truth is that there are slave auctions that very elite people attend to be able to own and buy the best mind control slaves that money can buy.
Handlers, while being similarly trained, merely maintain and control the slave on behalf of the owner or programmer, ensuring the programming remains intact and bringing forth the correct alters to perform whatever function may be required at various times.
Cheers, Butterfly. The woods are lovely, dark, and deep, and I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep. Did you hear me, Butterfly? Miles to go before you sleep.
Perhaps the most notorious individual associated with mind control is Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino.
Talking to Dr. Aquino and his wife, you are a lieutenant colonel in the United States Army.
Correct.
Now, and how does the Army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
The Army has known about my religion for the entire span of my Army career, which began in 1968. And there was a reasonable amount of curiosity, as there has been all the way along, with what exactly is this strange and unusual thing. And I've talked about it in much the same way that I've talked here today on your show about it. And other than that, the Army has paid very little attention to it.
Aquino, the silver-tongued savant of total mind control, served as a U.S. intelligence officer and Army PSYOP expert, where he helped perfect the science of creating mind-controlled subjects, garnering an above top-secret military clearance. A self-described expert in black magic, he joined his friend Anton LaVey's Church of Satan in 1969, where he quickly became a high priest before breaking away to found his own satanic sect. Although having been implicated by multiple alleged trauma-based mind control victims who recall his bizarre appearance and horrendous abuse, he was never criminally charged.
It was here, parents and others allege, that as many as 60 young children were ritualistically abused by soldiers of Satan. Colonel Aquino, we note, sir, for the record, that you were originally implicated in the dreadful charges of child abuse. We note also that no charges were ever brought against you, and presumably you have been cleared. Would you like to comment on why those charges were brought against you?
Well, the entire time that the so-called child molestation scandal was occurring at the Presidio, the time period when these terrible events were supposedly taking place, I was assigned to the National Defense University in Washington, D.C., and my wife was out there living with me.
But is it not a fact that a 3.5-year-old girl identified you as the alleged perpetrator of molestation?
No, as a matter of fact, it is not the case. An accusation was made by her stepfather, who was an Army chaplain, speaking on behalf of this child. In her original interview with the FBI, she denied ever being molested.
Well, I've seen you are innocent until proven guilty. You were never charged in this case. I don't want to belabor the point. I have seen, however, the affidavits for the search warrant of your home, and they indicate the child is speaking to the authorities, not her father.
This was after she had been subjected to therapy.
At least one victim, a child in daycare at the Presidio military base in California, was able to positively identify Aquino's home and describe with uncanny accuracy its distinctively satanic interior. As part of the investigation, a search warrant was served on the residence of Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino and his wife Lilith. Yes, Lilith. As a result of that search, numerous videotapes, photographs, photo albums, photographic negatives, cassette tapes, and address books were confiscated. Most disturbingly, also observed during the search was what appeared to be a soundproof room. However, Aquino nor his wife ever faced charges relating to those allegations. In her riveting autobiographical book, Transformation of America, trauma-based mind control victim Kathy O'Brien names Aquino as one of her primary abusers. O'Brien even claims Aquino made a how-to video using her educating military officials in the skills needed to program slaves, entitled How to Divide a Personality and How to Create a Sex Slave.
I know that some of my perpetrators were actually known Satanists, and some of them were not. I know that Sammy Davis Jr. actually painted his little fingernail with red nail polish and was actually part of a satanic group.
High voltage, handheld stun guns are a handler's necessity for wiping the victim's memory, but must be applied within 24 hours of the event to be forgotten. The brain stores memory as short-term for roughly a day before it is filed away as long-term memory. High voltage scrambles the memories before they can become a cohesive, long-term memory. Some handlers use a cattle prod or specially designed staff with hidden electric probes. Fritz Springmeier writes in his groundbreaking book that programmer Michael Aquino used just such a satanic staff specially designed to wipe a slave's memory.
This is Michael Aquino, who's head of Temple Asset. He's a mind control programmer, and I don't think that he's got his staff in his hand there in the picture, but he oftentimes carries a staff. That's staff is like a cattle prod, and it will give you electroshock.
Monarch multiples almost always bear electric prod or stun gun scars, or their resultant moles. However, few outsiders can recognize them as such. Those in the entertainment industry have long been popular targets for mind control.
I'm Savannah Guthrie, alongside Matt Lauer and Al Roker. Will someone do the junior high hug dance? It's like this. You gotta make it real awkward.
That's exactly how
you
have to have a certain amount of distance between the bodies
exactly.
in junior high.
Yes, like they say in Catholic school, leave room for the Holy Ghost. Anyway, there is a lot of memories today, actually. It's a big day in music history.
35 years ago today, Elvis Presley passed away, the king of rock and roll, and as Mark Cohn says in his great song, Walking in Memphis, there's a pretty little thing waiting for the king down in...
Yes, like they say in Catholic school, leave room for the Holy Ghost. Anyway, there is a lot of...
The first celebrity mind control subject was a World War II pinup named Candy Jones. Candy was a popular pinup girl in the 40s and 50s. Born Jessica Wilcox to an absent father and abusive mother, Jones developed multiple personality disorder, now called dissociative identity disorder, at an early age to cope with the neglect and abuse she endured. She was highly hypnotizable and possessed a great deal of patriotism, having done several USO tours during World War II. After divorcing from her first husband, Jones was recruited by the CIA. Thrilled at the opportunity to help her country, she allowed Dr. Jensen, a CIA agent, to hypnotize her. He quickly found her alter personalities and developed the strongest one, named Arlene Grant, into the perfect super spy. She was trained to courier messages, seduce a target, and kill with her bare hands, all with complete amnesia following the event. Jones was likely the first of her kind, and as such, she was shown off to intelligence insiders as an example of what such programming could produce. It was not until later in life that, through hypnotic regression, she was able to discover what she truly was, a mind-controlled spy. According to researchers, Marilyn Monroe was the first true celebrity sex kitten. While some historians classify her relationship with the Kennedys as an affair, researchers in mind control have revealed she was actually a presidential model, the highest level of beta sex slaves. These highly prized assets are used to service presidents, executives, and world leaders. Like Candy Jones, Monroe came from an especially abusive background, being shuffled through 11 different foster homes and many abusive environments. She was working as a stripper named Mona at a burlesque club where she met Anton LaVey, founder of the Church of Satan. They had an affair, but it did not end there. Sensing her talent and vulnerability, LaVey, himself a mind control programmer, turned Monroe into a beta sex kitten, as he did with Jane Mansfield. The circumstances surrounding Monroe's death are still shrouded in mystery. A great number of facts point toward murder. Since Marilyn's demise, many other celebrities have lost their lives in similarly suspicious circumstances. To those who are aware of the darker side of the entertainment industry, the truth is quite clear. Many current slaves under beta programming pay homage to Monroe as the first presidential model. Coming up, more shocking celebrity victims and handlers right after this. What other famous figures are involved in this perverse form of mind control? Trauma-based mind control victims and whistleblowers Bryce Taylor and Cisco Wheeler have identified Bob Hope as a handler. In her book, Thanks for the Memories, Bryce Taylor writes, "My controllers and abusers were not low-level criminals, but instead were some of the so-called adored leaders and entertainers of our country." Hope has been the alleged handler of many Hollywood slaves. Unsurprisingly, many parents are willing to sell their children into total mind control programming to ensure fame and success.
This spasm of publicity about what happened from Mexico to London.
It was pretty rough, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Ah, weird. Hello. Oh my goodness. Hello. Ew. Strong Brittany. Yeah, it was weird.
With Britney Spears, so you just go to YouTube, Britney Spears, alter ego, and up comes an interview with Diane Sawyer, where she's talking away, and there's a point in the interview where I can't remember exactly what word Diane Sawyer says, but she kind of repeats the word, and then there's a very distinct switch of state, and you can see her kind of covering for the fact that she's lost track, and she behaves very differently, and then it's gone again. And that, as somebody who's written a whole series of books and spoken to hundreds of people with multiple personality, that sure looks like a switch to an altered personality to me. But you can also quite easily find video online of she's coming along in a car, she's leaning out the window, and she's got a pink wig on, and she's talking in a British accent, and she says that she has no idea who this guy is that the reporters have asked her about, who's her boyfriend that she'd been dating for like the last 6 weeks or something.
Huh.
And the paparazzi say they always know they're in for a show when she comes out with the pink wig on.
These parents think the final outcome will be worth it, and if the child can't remember the electroshock and abuse, how much can it affect them? Interestingly, experts have discovered that as advanced and developed as the programming has become, it usually comes unglued between the ages of 27 and 30. When this happens, the victim essentially falls apart and begins behaving extremely erratically, switching alters at inappropriate times. At this point, the victim will be called back in for reprogramming, often under the guise of rehab. We have seen this time and time again with various celebrities such as Britney Spears, Amanda Bynes, Shia LaBeouf, Lindsay Lohan, and many more, all having meltdowns around this age range.
So let me ask you this. What is happening in Hollywood that a guy that tough will be on the street waving a gun, screaming, "They are trying to kill me"? What's going on? Why is Dave Chappelle going to Africa? Why does Mariah Carey make a $100 million deal and take her clothes off on TRL? A weak person cannot get to sit here and talk to you. Ain't no weak people talking to you. So what is happening in Hollywood? Nobody knows. Maybe the environment is a little sick.
Once top secret, trauma-based mind control programs are now becoming mainstream fodder for television and movies. Thanks to the brave victims who have managed to come forward, the veil of secrecy surrounding mind control and its terrifying applications is beginning to fade. There is hope. Those who are having flashbacks or remembering horrific abuses often feel that no one will believe them.
The worst thing to call somebody is crazy, is dismissive. I don't understand this person, so they're crazy.
Too often was that the case in the past, but with the power of the internet, what has existed for so long in secrecy is now coming to light.
People are waking up, and they're waking up en masse, and it's happening all over this country.
Now, themes such as these are becoming mainstream in movies, television shows, and music videos. Once one is aware, the signs are everywhere. In the grand scheme, those who commit such acts are few, and the power of humanity is enormous. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and thumbs up for more videos and documentaries like these. Be sure to let me know what you think in the comments and check out my other videos.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the show that's all about con artists parroting puppet playboy scum on top. It's the Vinny Eastwood Show. It's the lighter side of genocide, because in a world so full of chaos and madness, if you lose your sense of humour, you'll go frickin' nuts. It's the show that goes where others fear to tread, where we talk about those things that everybody knows about, allegedly knows about, the things that will scare the living William Shatner out of you, and also some very, very weird and spooky, strange things indeed that you may not even believe had you not looked at the evidence yourself. Today, a very special guest indeed. I think he sounds like he's got a Canadian accent of some kind. It's Donald Marshall. Welcome to the program.
Hello, thanks.
Why don't you tell us just a little bit of background about yourself for those who are unaware?
Well,
have you got a website of some kind?
Just the Facebook. Oh, I have a site about these lizards, Vril lizards. Think Vril lizards at webs.coms. It's about those reptilian shapeshifters that David Icke talks about. He's kind of got the story wrong. They're not dimensional at all. They're this dimension. And yeah, they're not spiritual, mystical, or anything. It's pretty sick. But I'll tell you about that in a second. First, I wanted to tell you about the cloning stuff, okay? Now, human cloning, I have to tell you, it's been done since at the end of World War II, okay? I'll tell you how they got it, and the whole shebang, like 33rd degree Freemason knowledge. I'm probably going to die for this somewhere along the lines. It's not good. Okay. Picture this. I'm memory repressed about everything. Couldn't remember anything. I'm still getting side effects from this. I was memory repressed about the cloning stuff until I was 30 years old. They call it the awakening when they give you back the memories. Turns out they had me there since I was 5 years old, okay? And my family is there, my family members and everything. And they said they're not going to lie on a lie detector test about it. It's pretty big. Like, they were going to kill me, they said. Thing is, the way that this cloning works, okay, there's two different kinds of cloning, and it confuses people. Now, there's replication cloning, where it comes up as a baby, right? Put the cells in, make the same person as a baby. Well, there's duplication cloning as well, where they grow you in a big, thick tank full of water. And, well, there's a few different grades of cloning. There's Mark 1 to 4 that I know of. And the problem I'm having is with the Mark 2. Thing is, Mark 1 was around at the end of the World War II, but it was a primitive clone, lots of side effects.
Is that a reference to Merck Pharmaceuticals?
I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, this is even on the net. Before I started blasting on the net about this, somebody said something about the Mark 1 to 4 clones, and the first one being called an organic robotoid. And that's what it was called, even though there's no robotic parts in it at all. Anyway, Mark II is an REM-driven clone. Okay, now what that means is when you go to sleep, the Illuminati, this is their main form of communication too. They don't call people on the phone. They don't meet at the Bohemian Grove anymore. Since they got cloning, they meet at the cloning station when they go to sleep. Each of them, I don't know how they do it exactly, okay, or else I'd know how to block it. But they can transfer your consciousness into a clone at the cloning station if they have a clone of you. And they used to have to use a tissue sample from you, or I guess they said the cells from a woman's pap smear is like really rich in the cells to make one of these duplicate clones. They used to use kids' foreskins that were discarded at the hospital that got removed. That's what happened to me. But now they said they've upgraded the technology in the last 10 years, so now they only need blood. What they used to do with the tissue, well, they could also, they used to set this little oil drill looking thing over a person's forearm, strap their arm to a chair. And this drill, it had things on it that opened up, right? Now, it would go in, and when it spun, these things would open up. But then when it stopped, the things would close again. Now this is done, it goes in, comes out, in, comes out. And what it was doing, it has to agitate the tissue, they told me when I was a kid, to a certain degree. I guess, like they said, the easiest way to tell a person in layman's terms about it is, you know, when you have a hangnail and you pull it off, and the white stuff that accumulates inside, and eventually it'll form like a scab and new skin, and it'll grow over. Well, to get that white stuff to really work good, they agitate the tissue a certain amount of times. Now they just agitate blood from like a blood sample even. And yeah, cloning is very prevalent. It's like a secret thing among the like elite. They use it for their crazy stuff. You name it, they've done it. Like jump off cliffs, everything. I know all about it. The thing was, when I was memory repressed, I was seeing other people becoming unmemory repressed, and I hated this place and these people. It's a bunch of scumbags doing nasty things to each other, right? Like, there's privileged ones there, and there's underprivileged ones there, and so people are pretty mean on people. And well, I wanted them to do the awakening on me, so I could go to the cops and get the cops on them. Well, the thing is, they are the cops too. Like, this is the linchpin in how the Illuminati NWO works, because like most of the leaders from the G20 countries go there, about 14 of the G20 countries, and then there's leaders from countries that don't even fit in the G20 that go there too, right? And cloning, it's really normal. Well, Britney Spears made a video about this place, because thing was, to get advertised and promoted and stuff, she had to basically sell her clone, use of her clone at the cloning center. So the thing was, she signed up right away thinking, yeah, sure, I'll be famous. Well, thing is, they wanted to use her every night. Old men and stuff, old men and clones on her, and real people on her clones too. So she doesn't have dreams anymore. Oh, they make songs and stuff about this all the time, about stuck in the dreams, and Freddy Nightmare on Elm Street is based on this. Avatar is based on this too. They do it all the time, communicate this way, but the thing is, cloning is a flawed technology this way, because your mind isn't the same. You're more, it's kind of like, you know, how, did you ever see Pet Sematary by Stephen King, the movie?
Yeah.
Where they bury it and they come back whack? Well, they're almost as bad as that, and this is only one aspect of what they do. This is the biggest expose on the Illuminati guys ever, what they do, secret, right? Because the thing being, how I know is because I acted very loyal to them when in my 20s, right? Well, the thing was, if you don't act compliant there, they will beat the hell out of your clone, and it hurts just like real life. Right, like this, and they can turn it up to the pain threshold on a remote control. They have everything down, and people are scared to talk about this because of the lizard aspect and the fact they can just keep cloning you and torturing you and torturing you and torturing you. New body, because they make multiples of people. Some people are grown in the tank with deformities, and they just scrap those ones, throw them in the chipper. But the other ones, they keep them for backup bodies until they wear out the first one. Sex-wise, you know, I'm not trying to be vulgar or anything, but they do a lot of vulgar stuff there. They can also, if they apply a constant electronic current to your clone, you will have an aneurysm. If you're younger, it'll take a little bit longer with the electric current, but you will have an aneurysm. That's what happened to Tila Tequila. She doesn't want to say that, though. The thing is, Tila Tequila was threatened not to talk about it. She was helping me for a minute. Are you familiar with Tila Tequila?
I've had her on the show, and in fact, I was just discussing her this morning with James Wright, who's exposing the Freemasons, and he said that he wanted to meet up with her and compare war stories and stuff like that, so I just introduced them this morning, as it turns out.
Well, Tila has a clone running at the cloning center, and she has to, well, she pretty much sold it out for her shot at love thing. She doesn't want me to discuss the nefarious deeds that she's done at the cloning station, including to me, and, well, and I'm not really going to, because that's her business and all right, but, well, I might discuss the stuff she did to me at a later date, a different show or something. It doesn't really matter right now. I'm trying to stick to the important stuff. But she's there. And she's making like hinty little posts about her. She bounces to the 5th dimension. She used to think it was the 5th dimension. Should they tell people this, right? Because you open up your eyes there. You're like, where the hell am I? And you look at your hands. You're like, did you guys kidnap me? That's what most people say. Am I kidnapped or something? How did I get here? Some people are drugged, so they think that it's a dream, or they're in the astral realm. That's what they tell people, right? The spirit realm depends on who you are, where you're from. That's what they tell you, and people just believe it because it's like real, right? Slap them in the face, it hurts, and you don't wake up, so it's not a dream, and man, it's not good. So anyway, I wanted to not attend these clone gatherings, and they were like, "We'll bring you here if we want to." I was like, all right, well, I'll tell all on you. And I'm doing it on my Facebook page. I don't have the link up here, but you're on my Facebook page somewhere, I think. So I don't know if you have the link to show people or not, but yeah, I'm telling all about them, what they do there, and there's other stuff. Now, they have these clone parties, okay? And also they get, I'll just tell you flat out, because they showed me, they call it the catalog. They get the school pictures from schools all over North America, and they look at the cutest ones, and they get the medical stuff from them and clone them and use them for sex slaves. Not without the parents' permission, and it doesn't really matter if they had permission or not, right? You know. But this is what they do. I'm just telling you the severity of what they do there, right? Like, trust me, I am not a crackpot. Like, and I don't get anything from this. I'm not writing a book or looking to write a book. I'm looking to crush these people. But the problem is they're the richest and most powerful people in the world, and I'm just one person, right? So
you said that they've got a facility. Do you know where that facility is? Is there an address or a building? Or?
Yes. Well, they're in deep bases, right? Like there's a Dulce base. It has an entire floor devoted to cloning, okay? Now, it also has another floor devoted to gene splicing. You should see some of the stuff I've seen. Beaver, rats, and all kinds of stuff. They're trying to make weapons for war, and they showed me everything. They thought I was loyal. They started showing me everything. They totally thought I was loyal. Like, oh, my ex-family will not speak to me now. I said, I'm going to expose this. You guys are going to help me. And they said, we're not going to help you. We'll get killed right along with you. And I said, well, I'm going to do it alone. And they said, don't ask us for help. And I said, I'm sending people to you with lie detector tests. Lie on it. Go to jail. And then they're looking around as clones saying, we don't want to lie on a lie detector test, right? I said, well, I'm welcoming all lie detector tests. And we're going to line it up. Or we're going to line it up, these lie detector tests, and everything's going to get proven.
So have you taken a lie detector test yet?
Not yet, no. I haven't had one available. But the thing is, it's so widespread, the corruption stuff. It's even bigger than what you truthers think that it is. It's they have police and doctors and everything there loyal so that they can have clone sex with like a Britney Spears or an Angelica Jolie or something, and while they're sleeping, because they're like, what are we doing when we're sleeping? It's a big waste of time. We can go there and have lots of fun. So, but it's a terrible, diabolical, nefarious place. I've seen all kinds of stuff. Oh, the Picton murders up in Canada, with that guy that killed all the hookers. That was set up by them. They videotaped all the murders. they used to clone Picton into the place and had him running around talking to him, and he felt like he was like a celebrity, right? Anyway, he used to smash them with a ball-peen hammer. Now, I'll tell you who was there, and this is how I know everything, okay? When I was 5, they brought me there to be used as what they call a diddle kid, okay? But all I'd do was cry and stuff. So they said, do you have any other kind of use? Do you sing or dance or something? So anyway, when I was 5, to keep them off me, I started singing like original songs there, just right out of the blue. Turns out the first one, people liked it, and they had a famous person use it, and then they came back for more, and I made more, and other people came back wanting to hear more. It was just a kid that was making these songs, right, for free, because they never paid me. Nobody knew, right, totally foolproof. So anyway, lots of people, famous, high-profile people went there. I'm kind of apprehensive to say even, well, the people that know me know who I'm talking about, but they're the highest profile people go to these cloning centers, and they wanted to see this kid that was making these songs, right? So I met the highest up people, and then they wanted to show me all the stuff that they had to impress me. Are you going to commercial?
We are. Donald Marshall is my guest, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be right back after the break at the VinnyEastwoodShow.com. Back in just a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Vinny Eastwood Show on AmericanFreedomRadio.com 5 days a week. My guest today is Donald Marshall, talking about the Illuminati Cloning Programs. Now, is there anybody else who's turned whistleblower like you have to come out and talk about these programs?
Well, Tila Tequila started to come out and talk about them. She went on her radio blog shows, he said, in the cloning centers and the things you guys do to children. But the thing is, well, they told her at the cloning center not to do it, not to help me, because they're trying to play me off as a joke that people will spoof it or make fun and say, oh, they're cloning people, they don't have that technology yet. Well, they really do. And the thing was, they threatened her after that radio show to discredit herself immensely, or else she'll suffer repercussions at the cloning center. And she was pretty scared there. So then she starts talking about she's quantum hopping and going to different dimensions and this and that. Well, the thing was, back when she didn't know that she was a clone, she thought she was going to the 5th dimension. This is what they told her. Okay. Now, before her aneurysm, which was caused by them, I'll tell you right now all about it. You won't hear this from anybody else because they're all scared of dying, but they're not going to kill me because I'll tell you why later, and it's crazy. It's ridiculous. Anyways, she goes on a video somewhere and says, somebody help me, they're blasting me to the 5th dimension somehow, and Queen Elizabeth is there, and she eats people. No, she said the Queen of England is there, and she eats people. And there's lizards there. No, she said demons. Well, some people call them demons. They call themselves demons, too. Well, then there's demons there, and they listened to her. Well, nobody listened to her, and they gave her aneurysm there. Well, the thing is, they could have made her die if they wanted to. They just keep the electricity to the clone. They could do it to me, like, at any time. But I told too many people, and they're all waiting to see if I have an aneurysm now. Or a heart attack, which it can happen to. They've done this to so many people. It's remote controlled execution, like assassination, that's undetectable, right? As long as they have a clone of you, they can kill you, like a bang. And they killed Bernie Mac this way with an aneurysm. It's not good. They don't only have to do the electricity. If they keep a constant pain on the clone, like hard enough, like it'll kill you. But intermittent pain will mess up your heart bed. That's what they've done to me. They tortured me there for like a torture spectacle, right? If you look, I should have had it on my miniature tablet here, but I forgot to. My Facebook profile picture, okay? Just look at it, and you're gonna say, okay, something weird is happening here. I'm on a Megadeth album cover, all cut up. It's like a picture of a clone of me, all messed up with a skeleton coming out of my chest and Megadeth up at the top. Well, anyway, it's a close-up of my face, and people look at that and they say, okay, now I got to look into this. And trust me, I'm telling you, the biggest secrets of the Illuminati.
Holy cow, it is your face.
Yeah, it is, kind of, yeah. Not kind of at all, it is me. I was asking, well, I'll just tell you, Queen Elizabeth got really interested in this magic kid that could make these songs out of thin air. So she had me serenading her because she thinks she's really special. She's pretty insane, by the way, by 5 different ways. She rules this cloning station, basically. Her and Vladimir Putin. All of them are there. Muammar Gaddafi was there. He's not actually dead, by the way. That was a clone of him that died. And all the people around him jostling the camera, the video, the phone video, they were all in on it. He's not dead. That was a clone that they killed. That's why they buried his body in a remote location nobody will ever find, because it's a clone, and the cells are different and stuff, I guess. Like these, they're grown in 5 months in a big glass tank full of like salty water, and just takes 5 months. And it's no cost at all. It's basically maintenance. They just got to get tissue from you. Now, Britney Spears put in her video, she said a fantasy of hers was to blow up a cloning station so they couldn't make any more hers, right? So for this video called Break the Ice, she made a Japanimation video of her breaking into a cloning station and breaking the clone tubes. And they look just like that, right? And 2 on 2, like one on top of each other. They have warehouses underground with them growing people, right? And, oh man, it's very heavy. There's another aspect to this. It's the lizard part. Now, I'll tell you the straight skinny on the lizards, okay? Now I have to tell you about Tila now. Tila first, because, well, she was on my wall, and I was like, you're going to help me with this, and then she goes on radio, the cloning center's terrible, what you do with the people there, and people don't want to go there, and then after that, everything changed, because that night when she went to sleep, won't say Freddy got her, but pretty much the world leaders put the scare of death into her, and a whole bunch of lizards did too, because they know that I want all the lizards dead, and all of the, now I'll just say it flat out, all of the lizard parasited hosts as well. Now I have to put this eloquently, because they said that this is the end of the world event. This is the big bomb that could send the world into panic and loss of order, and what the end of the world 2012 and everything is all about. Well, it's about lizards and cloning. And I'll tell you all about it right now. Something has to be done. These people are like over corrupt. I don't know if there's a word for it in the English language. They bring people to the cloning station and enslave them, and have the option of allowing them to remember the memory. If they leave you if they leave you memory repressed, it will give you symptoms in real life, and you'll just think that you're sick. You won't know. It depends on what they do to you as a clone. If they're torturing you, you'll get badly sick. You'll get heart damage. Like, my heart's messed up, and I'm only 37. Just turned 37. And yeah, they strap you to a rack and freaking slice you and everything, and people sit around in a crowd watching you in this big, well, not big, it's a stadium, and it has a hockey boarded ring, but it's smaller than a normal hockey rink, and the celebrities and kings and queens from weird countries are all there, sitting in the stands watching this weird Faces of Death scenario thing. Made people sword fight. They made me sword fight there. I got all chopped up as a clone. And the thing is, they can have multiple clones of you, right? Now, they got chips in these clones too, so they turn you into the next clone, like, within a matter of, like, 30 seconds. Like, deactivate one clone and go over to this one and click it on. And I've experienced it. It's everything goes black. You don't have dreams anymore. Some of the celebrities make songs. I've made songs for them there about not having dreams anymore, and your dreams are lost and blah blah blah. Your heart this, heart that. Like, I made a lot of songs there.
Can I ask, Donald, how do you know that you're the real you?
Scars and clones. Well, these duplication clones can't walk around in public without what they call a handler. They have to be babysat so that they don't bite someone on the face or start a fire in a house, or they're like they go with the first impulse.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the episode of Family Guy where Stewie clones himself, but he doesn't do the cloning job right, and he creates what's known as bitch Stewie, who's really retarded kind of thing. Is that sort of what we're talking about here?
It could be. They make that cartoon. They make The Simpsons. They make all the movies and stuff. They made the Avatar movie. They own Hollywood, right? So, and they get their ideas. They all discuss stuff at the cloning station like all night. It gets pretty boring there, because first, once they do the sex, and then they do death stuff to themselves, because they can turn. Somehow they have the tech to make the clone not feel any pain at all. They said it's something to do with how a person becomes a quadriplegic. Just the first second before they're quadriplegic, they can't feel any pain, stab them in the thigh or anything, just like a quadriplegic can. Well, but they can still move around and stuff. They've done it to me. It feels weird. Like, they let me stab myself in the forearm and go yick, 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 right up the arm, and didn't feel anything, and it's bleeding and stuff. It's pretty gross, and all kinds of stuff there. There's nothing to do there, though, once you do all the stuff, and the novelty wears off. But then you're not allowed to leave. If you want to leave, well, they only keep you if you're of use for something, well, good looking for sex or something, or have some kind of talent or something. And if you try to talk, you say, oh, they say people that think they're in the fifth dimension or the astral plane or something, they'll go to the police and say, the world leaders are taking me to the fifth dimension or the astral plane and victimizing me, torturing me, like Chris Benoit as well. They killed him. Well, he killed himself, but the thing was, they were torturing the hell out of him. Like, Insane Clown Posse had a song made about him, and I actually did the lyrics for the song. They made me do it because I didn't want to, because I liked Chris Benoit. Thing was, they had his wife and his kid there, and they started hurting them too. And they were home throwing up and stuff, and he was trying to go to the police, and they wouldn't. Are you going to commercial again?
Yeah, we are. We've still got another 30 seconds or so to wrap up your point if you want.
Yeah, he tried to go to the cops. They sent him to the mental institution, and kind of like Tila said, he said, Queen Elizabeth is blasting me into another dimension, and she's torturing me there and forcing me to have sex with her and stuff. He said this to his therapist. This is like public knowledge now, though. And he was like, oh yeah, here, take these pills. And he's like, no, really, they're taking me to some place when I sleep. It's like, it's bad, man.
You know, it sounds sort of like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. They get you while you sleep.
Well, there's something like that I'm going to tell you about. That's
we'll be
kind
right
of what
back.
the lizards to do with it.
We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen, in just a few minutes with Donald Marshall. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to hour number 2 of the fastest 2 hours in talk radio. It's the Vinnie Eastwood Show, broadcasting live 5 days a week on AmericanFreedomRadio.com from the fabulously fluoridated capital of Auckland, New Zealand, the island-chained nation in the sunny slave South Pacific. It's borderlining on Fukushima irradiation down here, but it's good for the economy because everybody's got a part-time job as an incandescent light bulb. My very special guest is Donald Marshall for the remainder of this hour. Donald, welcome back. You're going to talk to us about the reptiles. And speaking of which, the reptilian conspiracy, this is the conspiracy that is used to demonize anybody. Like, I remember I was talking to a bunch of communists, right, about the 2 types of fluoride, you know, calcium fluoride, which actually is natural and not that bad for your teeth, and sodium fluoride, which is unnatural and comes from the phosphate fertilizer industry. And then straight off the bat, they said, oh, you're going to be talking about shape-shifting reptiles next.
Well, they're not shape-shifting. The thing is, I'm going to tell you what the shape-shift is, and it's really creepy. And this is the thing that they said that could wipe the world, people panicking with the riots and stuff. Because the cloning thing, people cloning people's kids, messing them up in the brain is bad enough. Remotely killing people who they don't like, which might happen to me, you never know. Thing is, the lizards. Okay, lizards been around a long time, like since before ancient Egypt and everything. And the symbol, you know, that eye, the eye of Horus with the squiggly hanging out of it, that has to do with lizards. It's a lizard symbol. It means 2 things. It's a pro-lizard symbol, and it also means beware, there's lizards here. Okay, there's 3 different kinds of lizards. I'll tell you all about them. They're called Vril. The thing is, I'm not sure if it's 1 L or 2 at the end. It's Vril, V-R-I-L-L or V-R-I-L. Germans were into them. They had a club with Vril things. Anyway, there's like a 1 to 1.5 foot tall one. That's the Vril type 1. It's got scales, red scales. There's a type 2 that is not parasitic, but it's still vicious, nasty, carnivorous. They're all carnivorous. And there's a type 3 that's 8 feet tall that has a real long neck and looks like a gray alien, but it comes from deep underground, like I mean like below deep base deep. Like they need a methane oxygen mix to breathe, and deep underground they got sulfur pools, I guess, that make this stuff. Anyway, they come up underneath the dome's bases. The government is complicit with them, basically. Now I have to tell you about the parasitic aspect of the lizards and why the Illuminati and the governments use them, okay? I'm saying this in a nutshell because it's very important. I want to get it all out on your show. Nobody's going to say this for fear of clone torture, remote-controlled death, or death by lizards 1,000 times until you die by a heart attack or something. But I figured I have to tell people because, well, they're getting me there anyway. Like, they eased up lately asking me not to talk about it anymore, but I'm just going to. Well, the lizards have a thing, okay? They have what's called a proboscis. There's lizards out there today that have a proboscis on their face, okay? These things got it in the middle of their head, okay? And on the top of their head, this is the Vril type 1 and 2. The type 2 have a proboscis sheath that comes out, it sticks out. The type 1s, for instance, it's like a chocolate chip, it looks like, basically the tip of it. Now, at one point in these things' lives, because they have a long lifespan, the lizard species, one point in their life, they can slowly wiggle this thing out, eject it, and it goes into somebody's eyeball, okay, another animal. Now, it wiggles in by the sense of taste. They described this to me so, like, when I was like 18 years old there, and told me about it different times throughout the years of going there. They can bring you there every single night if they want to, and they did bring me there every night. They laughed at me when I said I was going to tell the world about this. They said, nobody's ever going to believe me. You won't put it together in a eloquent way. People will think that technology isn't that advanced yet with cloning, because they just clone the sheep, right? No. They've been cloning people a long time this way. Thing is, the lizard, okay, the thing squiggles in through the eye. It does a spiral around the optic nerve all the way to a certain point, and it's driven there by taste. And they said once it gets there, it has the taste of butterscotch, and then it does a feeling like holding your breath and going, pushing outwards. And at the tip of this chocolate chip, it then starts what they call sweating the quill. Now, the spinal cord stuff comes out of the spinal cord, out of the chocolate chip thingy, and it's everything that the lizard is. The lizard's whole body is dead. That little lizard thing is dead, and it can't go back in. Can't get it back in. It's one way. Once it excretes this stuff, sweats this quill thing, the person's debilitated for an unknown amount of time. I don't know how long. But when they come back, they have to have some recovery time. But when they come back, they are not the person anymore. They are then the lizard. Let me put this to you flatly. The old person's consciousness is gone. The body is absolutely, totally dominated, and the lizard is smarter as a human then, and totally controls everything. Over time, it'll develop a rash, it'll lose its hair. Thing is, these things are all over the place, and they mimic human behavior. In fact, one of their names in the past is Mimic.
Well, it's interesting.
Some of their names,
because when we look at, say, psychopathy, for example, the psychopathic mentality, psychopaths learn very early on in life to mimic proper human behavior because they know that they're very different from other people, and they learn how to mimic emotions and things like that. So it's a similar type of thing, isn't it?
A lot of the people that you hear about in the news that are getting people and chopping them up in the basement and eating them and stuff, frying them up, these are what they call drones. They're parasited hosts of the lizards. They like to make them. The only thing a drone wants to do is make more, have sex, and torture someone. Like, it's a different kind of mentality. It's hard to explain. when they at the cloning station, when they victimize someone, it gives them a powerful feeling, and it's the nerdy way, you know, that nerdy aspect of it. Oh, I've got something over someone, but they do that to the extreme. Oh, and alien abductions. Let me tell you something. They videotape alien abductions. They set up alien abductions with Hollywood makeup and stuff. Like, not all of them. I can't say all of them. Some of them might be real for all I know. But I've seen the set. It's a really crappy looking saucer. You just walk up a ramp into it. They never see the outside of it. But they clone people, right? And then activate them when they're on the slab strapped down. Now someone goes in with a gray mask and the mask is made of chicken skin, okay? Just to give it that aspect of realism, dyed gray chicken skin, so it'll look real. And does it look real? Stretched over a mask, right? And they have the mask on. They go in and have sex with the people, and they videotape it and the people's faces to see their reactions and stuff. It's the government and celebrities doing this to people, because I'll tell you how the celebrities got into it. Back in the past, it was a political thing. They bring all the leaders of the countries in together, and they can all chat about stuff and enjoy this you know, sacrilegious, forbidden place, this cloning thing, and do whatever they can't do in real life. Well, they got real bored with each other, because most of them are fat and ugly and bald and stuff. So they started bringing celebrities there. This is why JFK died, by the way, and Marilyn Monroe. JFK was going to talk about it, the cloning station. He didn't want to go. She didn't want to go. They had her there too. They said, we'll torture you at the cloning station if you talk about it. Anyway, yeah, that's like a big thing. That's why he died. Like, man. So anyways, it's not the fifth dimension. It's just the cloning station. And cloning station with your clone pre-injected with drugs. Yeah, the lizard thing. They just totally take them over. They do it a lot. It used to be, it's a Luciferian thing. They said that these lizards were the sons of Satan or whatever, Lucifer or whatever. They're not, though. They're just a species of lizard that survived the extinction of the dinosaurs by being way, way underground. I'll just tell you, I know it sounds retarded. The damn things can talk, okay? But they don't have a tongue. I'll tell you about their mouths. It takes a while. Basically, they have a blood spike, okay? This is what they call a chupacabra, too. They come up from underground, different spots all over the world, right? Like worms out of a rotten apple, different spots, and then they infiltrate the society there. But the drones today have erased, well, of 100 years ago, erased any existence of these Vril lizards from, like, Egyptian carvings on walls. They would smash them, right? Or books that had anything in them about them, they would burn them. Because drones don't want to get found out and sent off and killed. Like, this is what I thought FEMA camps were for, rounding up drones, because they've been talking about it at the cloning center. This is where they discuss all political, worldly affairs. And they let me sit in, fly on the wall, because they figure nobody's going to ever believe me, that they can clone anybody in. Everybody there is bored of it, the whole technology. It lost the novelty like 10 years ago, right? So they go there and they talk to Brad Pitt and let me tell you, all the celebrities, because they bring them there and they tell them, look, you're here, you're going to hang with us. If you don't want to, well, if they cry and make a fuss like Lauryn Hill from the Fugees, make a song about I Get Out and stuff, they let her not go to the cloning station. They don't activate her, let her have normal dreams. But other people, they really grill them to stay. And they say, if you ever talk about it, you're going to die. They made but the reason Britney Spears went pop, do you want to know right now? Well, Britney Spears went whack because she watched too many murder videos at the cloning station. Okay, the cloning station is like a small sports venue, like a dog and pony show, right? It's got stands, seat about 400, 450, but there's different cloning stations in different deep underground bases. But all the celebrities go to an above ground one in a wildlife preserve somewhere, and it's just like an oval sports venue with underground stuff where they grow them and store them on racks 5 high, like bunk beds 5 high, stainless steel. So they go there and sit around and do crazy stuff, and they bring me there. Like, they were bringing me there every night. Like, I'll just tell you, it was like a victimization joke. Like, they would torture me basically in many different ways to come up with a song, some kind of a song for someone, some kind of genre of music, anything. For a while there, they wouldn't stab me or anything. Well, in the clone, like I don't have scars on me, it's on the clones at this place, but they usually scrap the body same night anyway because it's so stabbed up. I've been through a lot there, and that's another reason why I want to expose these things. Oh, and also how the lizards kill people, right? I've witnessed the head wiggy thing go into the eye. They showed me. The thing is, the Illuminati are basically using me, okay, to expose these lizards in an eloquent way, because none of them want to be the first person out so that they'll die. Like Bernie Mac he tried to start a mutiny there, saying we can't have this, we all got to shut this place down. This place is the devil, he said, and they tortured the shit out of him for example.
You can't swear on FCC regulated radio, by the way.
Okay, well, I thought maybe you could bleep that out or something.
Nope.
No time delay on this, eh?
No.
Yeah. Well, Nelly Furtado made a song about that anyway. Bleep on the radio, so she says it on the radio. So, I figured it was loud. Oh, anyway, so back to the lizards. The 3 different kinds. The third kind is the smartest, the biggest and the strongest and everything, and they pretty much lord over the other 2. There's different regions, though. They cannibalize on each other underground. Anyway, Queen Elizabeth is really in with these things, okay? Her family has been for a long time. Now, these bloodlines, all that they are super inbred people, okay? What the edicts of Lucifer, like my family are down with this stuff. That's why I don't talk to them anymore. Inbreeding makes you strong. Pedophilia keeps you young, and helping lizards gives you good luck or something from the devil and stuff. They used to do this thing, kill your firstborn son, and it gives you fortune in life or something. And it's pretty sick. So anyways, yeah, all that stuff is, not true, and they know it. They just keep it going for like some stupid club, like the Devil Club. Ooh, we're cool, we're evil. It's just, they're a bunch of, basically it's a bunch of really rich, fat, old people. They can't get laid, so they enslave people there to perv on them, right? Drug them, make them compliant through fear or drugs, and use them, because they'd have a hard time even paying a prostitute, really. Like, you ever see Kissinger?
As Kissinger said, power is the ultimate aphrodisiac.
Yeah, he's there. Met him as clones. I met a bunch of them as clones. They all wanted to meet the guy that made all these songs, and I don't even want to talk about the songs thing, because some people have said, oh, you just want to be known for making all these songs and stuff, and really, I just want to shut these people down, because everyone else, there's a bunch of celebrities there, and they're scared, like Whitney Houston. They killed Whitney Houston with an aneurysm just recently. Like, and then all the celebrities there said, okay, we're not going to have any more of us get killed this way. What happened with her, she wanted to leave show business entirely, didn't want to sing anymore, no concerts, didn't want to be on TV, and didn't want to attend the cloning station to be used as a sex slave. But in the beginning of her career, she basically sold her soul. That's what they all talk about, selling your soul to the Illuminati. You're selling your clone to be used by old freaks at the cloning center, or for an aspect slave. Yeah, they do that. You know how they cover up their one eye?
Oh yeah.
That means 2 things. That means watch out, you don't get the lizard to stick the thing in the eye, or like well, it means a couple different things to different people. It means like don't you only half see things, and I always figured it was the lizard in the eye thing, because introduced.
I've seen so many artists in pictures of them doing the triangle around the eye sort of thing.
Oh, yeah.
Like you do your thumbs and your index fingers together, and just look through and put your hands together and just look through them like that, and your other fingers sort of look like sun rays coming out, sort of thing. I've seen so many artists do that. Well,
the thing with the pyramid in the eye thing is the whole symbol is a joke. it's once you know what the pyramid is for, then you know, and you're pretty much Illuminati. But I'm going to break that whole thing right now. I'm going to ruin it. You got to look on my page and look at the schematics for the pyramid. I explain what it's for. It was basically a Vril trap. It's a giant cockroach trap for Vrils, okay? These little vents that went in, they were at an angle. They were lined with smooth limestone, and anything that went in didn't come out because these crab nasties claws, well, that's why I call them crab nasties, the Vrils. I've been calling them that my whole life. They couldn't scramble back up and out. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll actually hold that thought about the crab nasties, and we'll be right back after the break at the VinnyEastwoodShow.com, ladies and gentlemen, with Donald Marshall.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Vinny Eastwood Show, broadcasting live from the Chateau de Rothschild on AmericanFreedomRadio.com. We're talking about organized crime today. Indeed, the crime, the very nasty, particular scumbaggery element of human cloning with my very special guest, Donald Marshall. Welcome back.
Hey. So, these people, you heard about the celebrities selling their souls to the place, so that's what they're doing. They're selling themselves to be used as clones at the cloning center. Now the thing is, after a while, they have kids, and they want to bring their kids there too, to induct them into the family, right? They just want perv on them, and they're all too scared to say no, and they do bring their kids there, mess them all up, to keep them memory repressed and just mess with them, and then they do all kinds of stuff with different technologies that they have there. Like I'm trying to, like I know about a bunch of different technologies they have, and I wanted to tell everyone about it, but not enough time on your show to tell about all of it, so I'm trying to tell about the most important things, the cloning lizards. Oh, and the head chips. I didn't tell you about the head chips, but to the Vrils, the 3 different types, the small ones they use to drone people, to host people, because the proboscis on young lizard type 1s, they're small enough to go into an eye and not ruin the eye, right? Because they're supposed to do this to animals with bigger eyeballs, probably freaking dinosaurs, but yeah.
Hey, speaking of Type 1, I've had a request from Sonic, who's a radio show host with a Type 1 radio lounge, and he wants to bring you on his show very soon. You'd be willing to do that, wouldn't you?
Sure.
Okay, cool. Well, I've already shared your contact details. It's sort of a misnomer. But anyway, I'm sorry. Continue.
Excellent. So these lizards, it squiggles in, the thing takes over, total domination, right? Old person dies, and it becomes a totally compliant slave, basically. Does whatever the people want it to do because it's just happy to live life as a human being now, right? It's totally coherent, and it knows that its life is dependent on it mimicking human behavior, so it does really well. Even with other animals, it's smart enough to instinctually mimic the animal's behavior, right? It incorporates that animal's brain to, I don't know, it just takes over in the worst way. It's a parasitic lizard. It's nasty. Now, the head chip thing, man, I know this is a lot. Like, I had to explain about all this stuff, my total disclosure and phases, because I didn't want to lump it all out in at one time for people, because it's way
What, you're afraid they'd think you were crazy? I mean, it doesn't matter, man. I mean, like, as far as most people are concerned, you know, as soon as you opened your mouth, it's insanity. Whereas I don't like to judge people like that after the first word that they say. I like to hear them out. Okay.
Yeah. Well, okay, a bunch of billionaires were scared about dying. They said they were so rich they can make people die, they can start wars, they can do anything in the material world, but once they die, they can't even take it with them. They're just dead, right? So a bunch of billionaires got together and said, we don't want to die, we want to figure out how to live again as clones, right? Thing is, the clone is just like a negative copy of the person, though, so it's not even like the person living. It's a flawed copy.
Like a ghost.
So the thing is, what they do, they devised a way, I don't know how. The thing used to be as big as a circuit board, like that was not an Illuminati symbol, by the way. It's like a square,
about the size
okay?
of a fist, right?
Yeah, they tested this on a Chinese farmer. They showed me the video clips. Had it sticking out the guy's head and everything. Didn't compensate him, just sent him back home. Said they had to do something to him. They whittled it down so that the microchip is supposedly the size of like just a bit bigger than an apple seed, right? And it can totally, and it's a flawed copy as well, but not as flawed. It can totally hold your mental stuff, right? Everything that you are, basically, but they need babysitters because they go pretty whack sometimes. They're missing some stuff. It's flawed. But the thing is, just like those lizards do with the eyeball thing and squiggling into the head, rich people can put their stuff on a microchip and set this into somebody's head and basically body snatch them that way as well. And they keep it secret because, of course, you know, everyone... Oh, they can do it to clones too, but there's more side effects if you put it into a clone's brain. So they basically body snatch people with chips in the head. And the lizard thing, they tried to convince me that, and others, that it was a worldwide takeover thing, that they had already taken over so much that all was lost. You better just go along with it, but that's not true. They're a very, very small part of the population, like under 5% or something. But they drone people like beautiful women, and then have the drones marry these men, that whoever wants this woman, and they don't care that it's a lizard consciousness. They just do it, and it's still murdering the other person though. And it's pretty sick. So I had to tell the world, and yeah, I'm expecting to be killed. Really.
Well, hold on. Can I just get clarification on something? Because you said that they can't kill you or they won't kill you or something like that before, yeah, okay. But now you're saying they probably will. I don't see the connection there.
Okay, I'll get to that part. That's the part that, even with the crazy sounding stuff that I've told you already, this is another crazy aspect of it. Okay, the thing is, with all the songs that I made at this place, and they were bringing me back every single night and saying, sing a song or we're going to torture you. Next night, sing a song, we're going to torture you. Sometimes I couldn't think of anything, and they would just like stab me and watch me bleed there. And now they're all watching like it's a bizarre Faces of Death thing. And different people want to know what it's like to stab someone, so they send them up to stab me while I'm on drugs so I won't hit them or something. It's like that. It's very sick. And, well, I have to tell you, Queen Elizabeth is there. Stephen Harper, Canadian Prime Minister, Obama is there, Vladimir Putin is there, the Pope is even there, all kinds of heads of different factions of different things. The head of the Mexican drug cartel is there, Mafia in Italy is there, man, everybody is there. It's like the rich guy's crazy club that'll never get caught, and you have to be real privileged to go there. Well, I don't want to go there, and I'm not privileged there. I'm pretty low on the totem pole there, actually, probably the lowest. So anyway, they all threatened me never to talk about it, and along as I've been divulging this stuff on Facebook, they've been bringing me there and threatening me and stuff, and then asking me not to mention them specifically, what they have done there and stuff, and panicking really, and trying to deter me with stabbing my clones there, burning the clones and everything. And I'm telling you, it's like real. It's clear as day. It's not like having a dream unless they drug you. If you're there, you're totally coherent, and you can't pinch yourself and wake up or slap yourself, or people would. And I don't know of a way to block this consciousness transfer to the clones. Otherwise, I would, like being in a tinfoil room or something. I don't know if there is a way to block it up. If there is, they haven't told me. But anyway, they're all there, and since I was a kid, after I started making songs when I was about 5, by the time I was hitting about 8 years old, they were saying, I don't even want to say because it's over the top ridiculous, and I don't want to even endorse this stuff that they say, but they said it was possible that I could be the comeback Messiah for the end times to save the world. And I said, no, that's not true. I'm just a guy that's going to expose your lizards and your cloning, and you guys aren't going to bring me here anymore. And they, well, I got all the info when they thought that I was absolutely loyal to them, okay? For years, I acted loyal to them. I even had to almost give myself Stockholm Syndrome to make myself believe that I liked them, because my family members were there. So my mother was there even. So, and they can give you sodium pentothal truth serum to see into your clone, to see if you will talk about them, if you're unmemory repressed or unrepressed memory, and you'll be able to remember all the clone stuff. But once you're unrepressed memory, you always remember everything. They can't keep your memory away from you then when they bring you there. So they only unrepress people that are real ironclad loyal. It also makes you smarter as a clone when you are unrepressed memory. So they wanted me to be unrepressed memory so I could think up better lyrics for songs, because they've given me adrenaline injections there. Like, I've never had that in real life, but they feel really good. They're adrenaline injections. And I've never done cocaine in real life, but they made me do cocaine there so I could do speed rappy stuff, because like Busta Rhymes type of stuff. So can't do that like just off the bat, but that stuff really speeds you up. It actually gave me, my clone, a heart attack a couple times. But yeah, they're all like, we're so powerful, we're never going to get caught doing this, no one's ever going to believe anyone. But that's because everyone else only had half of the story. After years of playing friends with them, they told me everything, because they wanted to be really cool with me. They wanted me to like them because I made their favorite song, like the Top Gun theme song. Made that, right, when I'm there. And they're all the politicians want to be cool with me because the celebrities think that I'm amazing and stuff, and they think I'm amazing too, right? Coming up with a song out of thin air like that. I put a bunch of references in songs. Other people have in the past too, like back in the 80s, this band called Heart made this song called Dreams. These dreams go on when I close my eyes type. And it's talking about the cloning station when you're a clone there. But they tell people that it's the other dimension or astral plane, so that if they ever go to the police, they'll say, "Oh, I'm going to the other dimension," and then that's not true, right? Well, you want us to police another dimension, right? But it's not another dimension or the astral plane. It's just the cloning station, like the Brown something massacre, Brownsville massacre down in Texas somewhere. Well, that was all about them. The children of the fold got murdered, a big religious cult. They all got murdered and chopped up. Well, the fold was the cloning station, and they were going there and getting freaked on by a bunch of elderly, rich perverts. And then they didn't want to anymore, and they said, "Leave us alone. We have computers. We're going to tell all about the fold." And they went there, killed them all. The Picton stuff was really unsettling and disturbing because, well, Elizabeth wanted to be real close on hand to me because everybody wanted to look at me, talk to me, and I was like focused on with the spotlight there at this place because I did these songs and different money-making ideas for different people. So she always wanted to be around me to get in on the spotlight. She's like that. She's like a camera hand for all the celebrities that are there. So she was always around me. Now the thing is, she said to strengthen my mind, she wanted me to watch all of the Picton murders. And they had a camera in the corner of the room where he did these murders. The thing was, he would walk a woman, the hooker, over to a painting on the wall facing that way and say, "Do you like this painting? My brother painted it for me." Put his arm around the woman, and with his other hand, he'd reach in back of his pants and pull out a ball-peen hammer and smack her right in the back of the head. And that was it. And he used to almost have to give her like 2 or 3 or something. And one time, one of the hookers got him. I'll tell you about that some other time or something. But he got them all. He said, I asked him one time at the cloning station, because they would bring him there and ask him what it was like and everything. And like he was a celebrity or something. It was weird. And they're all trying to act evil like they're vampires or something. And he would talk and stuff. And I asked him, they asked me if I had any questions for him. I said, why a ball-peen hammer? And he said, well, normal hammer has a claw in it, carpenter's hammer, and if I had to do a second strike, the claw might get hooked on somebody's clothing, one of the girls' clothing, and it might, when on my drawback, it might hook on, then he's ruined because he was just a skinny old man. And yeah, but Elizabeth used to make me watch them. They have 2 big screens at the cloning station over the stands. one on either side, right? So that people can, in the stands, can look both ways. Well, a lot of people can't watch them. A lot of people want to act evil so they'll feel safe there, because the more evil that you are, the more they're going to leave you alone. So there's people, man, they psych themselves into believing that they're evil too, just so that they'll feel safe, because they've seen these lizards and people getting tortured and killed, and they don't want any badness on them, so they try to act even more evil than the other people that are there. But yeah,
so how does this relate to you being afraid that they're going to kill you, but also saying that they can't?
Well, the thing with the can't, they said that well, a bunch of religious things around the world, including the Vatican, says there. Well, not all of the bishops are there. The Pope's like cronies, the Pope's cronies there. That not all of them are there, but they said that they think that I'm the next comeback Messiah guy. And as I said, I don't endorse these claims. And a bunch of super superstitious people said that if I get killed, that it's going to be the end of the world. And they translated that into saying that if I get killed, people are going to know that all the stuff I'm saying is real, and they're going to freak out and the world end faster. But they're just trying to put it forward in a calm, concise way. Like, they do this lizard thing a lot, like in a lot of different countries. It's not just an isolated thing, and these things walk around all over the place. There is a way to detect them. It's you have to detect them with a CT scan or an MRI.
Okay.
See damage behind the eye and damage the frontal lobes of the brain.
Well,
and,
when they do CT scans on psychopaths, there's virtually zero brain activity kind of thing. Like it's all down here at the bottom base of the lower cortex, what they call the reptilian brain. Is that what you're talking about?
I didn't hear that, actually.
Okay, well,
never heard of that.
All right, well, we'll talk about this after the break at thevinnieeastwoodshow.com. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Vinnie Eastwood Show. It's our final segment here with Donald Marshall. And I asked him, is there anything you don't like talking about, or something that scares you that you kind of avoid talking about? And he's already said it. So I don't know where exactly to take this from here. In terms of you being the only person who's really coming out and publicly speaking about this phenomenon. What exactly do you expect people to do?
Well, they're going to have to do something about it, because the thing is, sometimes these people, they get a pet lizard, one of their very own. Like Elizabeth's one is called Matilda, and Kissinger's one is called Herbert, right? And they occasionally get a hold of a real kid and bring it to the cloning station and feed a kid to one of these lizards. It's like Alf, the show Alf, runs around trying to eat cats and stuff. Everybody thinks it's cute. Well, these things, their favorite food is human kid, because it has less vaccinations in it. Because some vaccinations, after a certain age, will, if they drain the blood out of a thing, the real lizard will die from the vaccinations, or get real sick, or taste bad or something to them. So they get kids, they put them in a pit with this thing sometimes. I've seen it there. They just showed me so much stuff flat out, thinking that I'd never be able to cohesively put it all together to tell people about it in a believable fashion, and that the technology of doing this is too advanced for people to believe. But after seeing all that I've seen, I have to tell as many people as I can, because they kill people with these lizards, and I don't want to walk around in a world with those parasited human hosts in it. The thing is, what people have to do, it's going to have to be a military thing. Like, the military will have to perform a coup, because I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but Obama is down with the Vril. Okay? Vladimir Putin, he's down with them. They're all scared. Like, the Illuminati thing is a big united thing, but it's united through fear, basically, right? Because if one person comes out and says, oh, I'm going to tell, that person dies real quick. And then the other people look and go, ooh, I don't want to be the next one, right? But what they're saying about me, with the religious people there, and drones don't want to get X'd out either, so they're really harsh on people that talk about them. So they're saying that I'm the next New Age Jesus there, and I'm not endorsing this in any way, by the way. There's people on the internet that say this stuff, and they're not. They're just crazy people. And I'm not saying it either, but they all say it, and they said I'm in the Nostradamus Prophecies and picture book. They said there's a picture of me in it. And that I'm going to save the world from something. And I'm just going to inform the world about the parasitical lizards that the government are letting people get droned, and sacrificing people to gods they don't even believe in, just so it'll be like some dark evil club that they can all belong to something, right? And it goes back pretty far, like long ways. Yeah, it explains on my wall a lot more. I pretty much said just about everything. I mean, I don't know. I was frantic when I wrote my original letter because I didn't know how to explain everything. So I just stuck to the cloning aspect of everything, because I figured if I put lizards in it as well, people were going to go, whoa, change the channel. But so I pretty much told everybody in phases, just so that people wouldn't have too much to wrap their head around. But it's the most important stuff in the world, like chemtrails and MK Ultra and all that is done by them. And MK Ultra, you need a clone of the person to use MK Ultra on someone. Like, really quickly, I'll tell you basically an example of MK Ultra on a person, okay? They get a woman, a beautiful woman. This guy wants this woman, but he's not as good looking as what she usually goes out with. So they clone the woman, and this kid is a rich man's kid. They clone the woman to the cloning station, put her in the center of the dirt ring. This is hockey boards with dirt in the middle, and surround her by a bunch of black girls. It turns out this is her biggest fear. We're getting beat up by a bunch of black people, a bunch of black girls. So the black girls will push her around. Girl, we're going to beat you up. And she's drugged. And anyway, the guy will come out after a little while. She'll be all scared. Guy will come out and say, hey, leave her alone. And he's a clone too. And he'll walk her clone out of the situation. They'll put this girl, when she sleeps, into different situations where she's in a life or death situation and have this guy save her. Anyway, they've never met. Now, in real life, they can do this 16 different times, and just corny, straight-out nerdy scenarios, they call them, scenarios. Next time that girl sees that guy in real life, from the visual, she will be automatically predisposed to like this guy and think that she would be safe around this guy, and this guy's like a champion or whatever. Depends on whatever they program in. And it's basically that easy. That's programming right there. They can also do it with fear, so that, I don't know, someone will fear someone the same way that they would be attracted, right? Be apprehensive around the person. It's just all kinds of different technologies that they have, and they found some stuff. I'll tell you, it's written on the wall. It was an abandoned underground Atlantean base. They used to call themselves the Thule, Thule. Well, they had an abandoned base down there. They found all kinds of stuff, and they back-engineered all kinds of stuff. And the Vril Society from Germany started doing it. And then the Americans took their stuff, and the Russians took some stuff too, and then they all started making stuff. Man, but I know about a lot of the stuff. They told me all about it, and I'm telling the world. But, yeah, it's not good, because other people have died.
Now, Donald, how did you actually get involved with this? Because you were telling about how it's like elite families and things like that who get involved. How did you get involved? What do your parents do?
Well, my parents, my mother was I guess, a sex slave there when she was a little kid, which was a long time ago. And but they've been doing cloning like this since 1945. First with Mark I clones, then with Mark II clones with less flaws. Now,
and tracing back, how did she get into it? Because what I've found with CIA and a lot of other programs is that they have these bloodlines, these families that go all the way back. So you might not even have anybody who's particularly important today, but way back in the day they'll have an ancestor who was very important, and all their family subsequent have been enslaved. Is that kind of what happened?
Yeah, it could be something like that. They haven't told me ancestry or anything, but the sex slaves they bring there, they call that Project Muffin. Like you hear about Project Bluebeam and stuff. Well, their clone sex slave thing is called Project Muffin. So I don't know why. And anyway, yeah, they my mother was there, brought her in as a sex slave, basically, and she basically gave permission, like other families do, to let them use me. But that was the reason I was there, solely to be used as like a molestation victim. But then I started busting out with these songs, and they just let me do the songs and different ideas for movies, catch lines in movies and stuff like that, and toy ideas and stuff. And yeah, I made a lot of good ideas, so they kept on bringing me back, and I'd come up with more ideas to keep them from bothering me. But little did I know, I was sealing my doom with them, really. Like, because then they started bringing me there every single night, and all these people wanted to meet me after I made a certain amount of songs. You know, thought that I had some kind of like super talents. So then all the richest people around, music producers and stuff, all went there wanting songs from me too. It's free songs. I guess somebody gets paid, not me though.
I've said for a long time that there's no creativity left in Hollywood, really. All they do is just steal other people's ideas.
Yeah, well, they do that a lot, not even just with Hollywood. They clone people and get their passwords and stuff and their business ideas under torture. And the person the next day won't remember what happened at all, just will think they didn't have a dream last night, and they feel sick the next day. They have no recall of it at all unless they want them to. And yeah, but I'm telling all about it. Like some of the things I've seen done there, man. Wow. Oh, and at the Picton farm, he didn't feed all the hookers to the pigs. Some high-profile RCMP, Canadian Mounted Police, and judges and doctors and everything. Some of them are Luciferians, and they wanted to know what human tasted like. So they went to Picton's farm and had a bite to eat in the barbecue out in the big warehouse pig farm thing. Just barbecue right out in the middle and fried up a couple hookers. And one of the choicest parts, I guess. And yeah, they ate some of them. They got rid of that house real quick. Like, it's too bad they didn't. They would have seen the screw holes in the corner of the room, the kill room. Man, it's bad. One of his things after he would, well, I know that the cloning center that I go to, the one above ground for the rich people, they like the above ground ones because the underground dumps smell like hospital, right? The cloning center is within 5 hours drive by car in a radius around the Picton farm, because they would speed drive these murder videos from the Picton farm to the cloning station to be watched by everyone at this cloning station. And I remember being there and waiting because they said bring another video from the farm, and I timed it, and I even asked them what time it was. Like, kept on asking what time it was because they thought that's what I was doing, like guesstimating the distance. But in a radius of 5 hours around the Picton farm is where it is. So there's a lot of land in that though, but it's most likely in a nature preserve because all that's around this stadium thing is trees. There's no smoke on the horizon, even no air traffic, no nothing. So I pretty much think it's probably a nature preserve. Somewhere in Canada anyway. The vending machines at the place take Canadian change. So
okay, well, let's leave it there because unfortunately we've run out of time. And ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to hear more from Donald Marshall and have a look at his post, facebook.com/donald.marshall.148. That's donald.marshall.148 and vrillizards.webs.com. Thanks, Donald. We'll see you again sometime, folks.
Thank you.
29 ships now hovering over the major cities of the world.
My name is Anna. Don't be frightened. We mean no harm.
The newly opened visitor healing centers are drawing huge crowds.
These heal me. It's amazing.
Standing by to go to air. Don't ask any questions that would portray us negatively.
Afraid I don't have a choice.
This interview is now canceled.
I want you to confirm that you see Skullbone. Take a good look at it. It's important. You're next. You've all passed the test.
Test for what?
To ensure that you're not a visitor. In order to walk among us, they disguised their appearance by cloning human flesh over their own reptilian skin. I thought everyone here was up to speed. But the visitors didn't just get here. They've been here for years. For decades, they've been implementing a plan that will result in the extermination of every man, woman, and child on the face of this earth. These posing as humans established themselves in all facets of life, whether it be business, government, religion, the military. It took years. And once embedded among us, they set out to cause worldwide instability. Unnecessary wars, economic meltdown, faith twisted into extremism. The final stage of the visitors' plan began with them revealing themselves to us. They gained trust with the promise of friendship and technology, and of course all they're really doing is positioning themselves as the saviors of mankind.
Part of a sleeper cell.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
A sleeper cell of visitors.
Yeah, a sleeper cell of visitors. Now I see the looks. It's the first time hearing this for some of you. You think we're crazy, right?
Do you have any proof?
Hey, I'm Miley Cyrus, and I'll be the musical guest and host this week on SNL.
Miley, do you mind me asking why you're always sticking out your tongue?
It's how I smell.
That's how you smell, like a snake.
Yeah. Are you wearing women's deodorant?
No! Yes.
The final stage of the visitors' plan began with them revealing themselves to us. They gained trust with the promise of friendship and technology, and of course all they're really doing is positioning themselves as the saviors of mankind.
We help build a resistance.
You have to fight.
Okay, so I was watching Fox News, and I just caught this, and I've been slowing this down and rewinding it. Check this out. You can see his pupils change, everything. Look at that. That's not even the same person. Look, they're still different, changed. Watch. Boom. I can't get over it. I always thought that stuff was BS, but come on. That's some creepy shit.
I'm not going to say much. I think everybody else far better at this than me. I am just here to support the President of the United States. The President of the United States is, you know, our boss. But he's also, you know, the President and the First Lady are kind of like the mom and the dad of the country. And when your dad says something, you listen. And when you don't, it usually bites you in the ass later on. So I'm here to support the President. Thank you.
Two of the best things ever published about the 9/11 attacks are these two books. This was written specifically to take on the claims of the people who said that 9/11 didn't really happen, or that 9/11 was an inside job, that 9/11 was not actually an attack on our country, but was rather a hoax perpetrated by our government in order to enslave us or something. These same folks have also been selling the idea that the mass shootings in Aurora, Colorado, and at the Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut, they've been fomenting the conspiracy theories that those things didn't actually happen. It was actually done by the government to, you know, enslave us all or something. It's all part of the way the government controls us or something.
Hitler took the guns. Stalin took the guns. Mao took the guns. Fidel Castro took the guns. Hugo Chavez took the guns. And I'm here to tell you, 1776 will commence again if you try to take our firearms. Doesn't matter how many lemmings you get out there on the street begging for them to have their guns taken. We will not relinquish them. Do you understand?
Hey, how are you, mate?
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you. You good?
Yeah, I hope you have me back on.
I hear you're a big customer here.
Oh, no, but some of my listeners are. They say it's the best around here.
Yeah. You good? Are you enjoying global fame?
Oh, well, I already had quite a few listeners, but no, it certainly went viral.
Yeah.
That's why we should do another interview.
You might do.
And
my ears haven't recovered yet.
Do what?
My ears haven't recovered.
Are you going to have me back on?
I don't want to promote you that much, Alex.
I know, exactly. When the news came out last night that Piers Morgan had been axed from CNN after 3 years of plunging ratings, many publications like the Financial Times of London gave me at least partial credit for his undoing. I'm here to set the record straight. Piers Morgan destroyed himself. He had 2 million viewers a night when he took over from Larry King 3 years ago. CNN promoted him like it was the second coming of Obama or Christ, and it fell flat on its face. Anti-gun, anti-sovereignty, pro-police state. Piers Morgan across the board is the classic fascistic fake liberal. People are rejecting anything establishment and going for anything traditional or anything that's seen as Americana. And that's a good thing. And it shows that we're beginning to win the info war thanks to all of you out there. So again, don't give me credit for helping to bring down Piers Morgan. We all did it together by standing up to him and by rejecting his message of tyranny. And in truth, he was arrogant about his support of evil. And that's why he was so easy to bring down. And he is a bellwether of the rest of the system that is collapsing in front of our eyes.
We are in an information war, and we are losing that war.
I'm Alex Jones signing off for InfoWars Nightly News. And remember, if you're watching this transmission and taking action with the information, you are the resistance.
We help build a resistance.
You have to fight.
First of all, giving honor to God and our Lord and Savior, Barack Obama. Barack Obama. Y'all stand up right now. And our Lord and Savior, Barack Obama. Our Lord and Savior, Barack Obama.
If you can control the situation depending on your photographer, and I have very good photographers, no, I don't.
How young?
Sorry, I don't.
How young was the youngest victim?
Sorry, I don't.
How young was the...
Looks like the family is there. They're getting ready to make to come to the microphone, so we'll listen in. Okay. My name's Robbie Parker. Come to the microphone, so we'll listen in. Okay.
California Senator Dianne Feinstein worked for more than a year to get the assault weapons bill passed in the face of ferocious opposition from the National Rifle Association. She says she got the best she could.
If I could have gotten 51 votes in the Senate of the United States for an outright ban, picking up every one of them, Mr. and Mrs. America, turn them all in, I would have done it.
We help build a resistance.
You have to fight.
Hi, President Obama cares about the people. We're not violating your rights. Come on into the water, it's warm. That's not a boiling pot or anything. New World Order cares a lot about you.
You know, I could actually try to communicate, have my outreach to like NPR listeners, those types that are under a trance. You heard Joseph Farah earlier point out that the NSA director, when he was countering black hat hackers at an event trying to recruit them, he's like, no, we don't violate Constitution. It's free. And they go, we want freedom. It's freedom when we do. We don't spy on anybody. We don't lie either. And I guess that only works on the public that's already been put in a medical trance. It's on record. A lot of the public is like sleepwalking from the flicker rate in the TV, and it's all, yeah, the vaccines have never hurt anybody. It's a conspiracy theory. Let's play a clip of the general again. Here it is.
Stopping terrorism is one of the most important things.
One of the most important.
Exactly.
They go, freedom. Exactly.
With that,
we are here from your... It's almost like...
How do we do that?
How do we?
Because
we have come to your planet
for freedom.
To stick our hands down your pants.
Not that.
We have come to your planet. We are control freaks.
But I think what you're saying...
It was like the Love Boat captain in that outfit. I mean, what the hell? The guy's a complete criminal.
What's the
Captain
decision?
Scooby. Get out of my life, you scumbag rat.
What tools should we have?
The counter to you is the War Grail. That's the opposite of Awaken America. Awaken worldwide to the toilet attendant trying to run your life. Hello.
Thank you for that.
Go back to sleep now. Go to sleep by your pod. When you awaken, there will be no more pain. We are colonizing your planet. I mean, I think they might be aliens. I think David Icke might be right. That's so freaky.
We help build a resistance.
You have to fight.
Now, malaria is, of course, transmitted by mosquitoes. I brought some here so you could experience this. We'll let those roam around the auditorium a little bit. There's no reason only poor people should have the experience.
But at the end of the day, if we don't get it done the way the administration's working on it now, which I totally agree with, then we ought to take them out.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, we're
That's a
working hard. We're working hard.
I said at the end of the day. The end of the day may be next year. It will be next year.
Yeah, no,
I'm waiting.
Look, I think the president has been very, very clear on this.
A new world order.
He has always said all options are on the table, and he means it.
They're having troubles now. The sanctions are not complete yet. We want to squeeze them down more, but they're having an effect.
And then, frankly, there are those who are saying the best thing that could happen to us is be attacked by somebody. Just bring it on, because that would unify us. It would legitimize the regime. An argument is made constantly on the hard line side of the government that, you know, we're not going to give anything up, and in fact, we're going to provoke an attack, because then we will be in power for as long as anyone can imagine.
We help build a resistance.
You have to fight.
Well, another person who presented testimony at the citizen hearing on disclosure is our colleague here at Open Minds, Mr. Antonio Huneeus. Shortly after the citizen hearing, several people began circulating videos of Antonio suggesting he's an alien.
But to be accused of being an alien, I mean, without any solid evidence.
All of these decades, this is the first time you've been accused of being an alien?
Definitely.
Not put you in a cage, but we encourage anybody who has their
Guns are not a small thing. We have so many systems in place to keep cars in control and keep them safe. Guns are violent things, and they can do a lot of damage. We need to put systems into place that keep people safe. I need to know what our leaders are going to do to stop the gun violence. I demand a plan, and so should you.
people of the United Kingdom. My name is Anna, and I am the leader of my people. Don't be afraid. Together, we can help you to create a better world. We are of peace, always.
From this moment on.
Did you think you could outmaneuver me? Now my eggs need nourishment. Just be sure not to ask anything that would paint us in a negative light.
Excuse me?
Don't ask any questions that would portray us negatively. Ask ones like you did when we first met.
Oh, I think there's a mistake. I'm a journalist. It's my job to ask questions, even if they make the other person uncomfortable.
That was not my understanding.
Standing by to go to air.
Afraid I don't have a choice.
This interview is now canceled.
Whoa, whoa, hang on, hang on. Look, this is just how it's done. I swear I'll be fair.
You'll need to be more than fair if you want to proceed.
2 minutes to air.
We can't be seen in a negative light. This interview would elevate your career, wouldn't it, Mr. Decker? Don't you want to elevate your career? We help build a resistance.
You have to fight.
Listen, Mike, we're gonna get you out of here. You what? It's very dangerous, but not more dangerous than what would happen if you stayed.
You just tried to talk her into converting me and you expect me to believe you?
He's buying time, you idiot. I'm sorry, Mike. Look, some of us, a very few of us, just don't believe in what our leader's doing.
Take your shoes off. Your shoes, hurry. Martin couldn't make it, so you'll have to wear my uniform.
Oh, lots of luck. I'll never be
It'll
able to.
stretch enough to fit.
She don't look like an iguana.
What?
Bad taste. Why are you and Martin doing this?
Because it's right.
How many more of you are there?
Not enough. Not nearly, and there's going to be one less if you don't hurry.
No, you're ready to walk away. What hope do we have? There is hope.
But they are animals.
No. No. Not all of them. I was wrong to walk away from this, Georgie. You were right to fight. There's others out there like me. Other traitors, deserters. We'll help.
To conscious people is a nightmare. To the archontic force, it's lunch. In fact, it's a banquet. People dying of disease. They feed off death, which has a frequency, They feed off decay and destruction, which have frequencies, and they're all within this frequency of distortion.
Good afternoon to all my listeners out there in Radio Land. You are listening to Birth of a New Earth. My name is Janice Barcelo, and I am your host for this show today. We have a very interesting guest today. His name is Donald Marshall, and he is going to be talking to us about his personal experiences with cloning. I mean, I guess Donald has been on the inside with the Illuminati, and he calls them the Illuminuts because they're totally insane. David Icke calls them the crazies, right? These people are totally crazy. And he is going to be filling us in on his personal experience of being part of these cloning programs. And my producer, Nick Jordan, is on the line with us today, and he's probably going to be participating also, asking questions, and Nick is very enthusiastic about having Donald on the show, so we want to give Nick a chance to ask any questions he wants to have answered. Donald, we're so glad you're here. Are you there?
Hello. Thanks for having me on the show.
Yeah. Donald, do you want to give my listeners a little bit of anything the ritual?
Well, it wasn't exactly a ritual. They just brought me there, and it's like the cloning center I was at is like... I'm figuring it must be in a nature preserve because I saw the outside and there's just trees, but it's like a small sports venue, like a dog and pony show place. Like it's an oval-shaped place and domed, like a sports venue, but it would only seat about 400, 500 people about. But it's got a concourse and little rooms in the concourse and vending machines, canteen and all that stuff. But it's not a public place. It's like way out of the way. Anyways, yeah, they've been doing this since 1945. They never told anybody. The thing how it started, it was a political thing. All the politicians started congregating there. Then they got bored in these disposable bodies because it loses the novelty really fast. You stab yourself and get into a new body, and jump off of a cliff somewhere and get into a new body. They have a way to turn off pain sensors or amplify them past the normal pain threshold and stuff. They have it pretty figured out. Like, the stuff that they have is way out there. And they're really confident that they're secure because how far out their technology is, if anybody was to talk about it, it would be instantly not believed because it's so advanced. But I'm just spilling it anyway because I hate them so bad. There's nobody that hates them in the world more than me. They mess with me so bad. Terrible. I was like a torture display spectacle for rich and famous people there. The thing was, well, how it works, it's not on all the time. It's called REM Mark II cloning. Now, all the rich people and celebrities do this. It's like trading in your ability to have a dream or a nightmare at night and just zapping your consciousness into a clone. I'm not sure if a chip is necessary. They tell me I have chips from when I went in to have an appendectomy, have my appendix out. They said they chipped me then. They said they chipped me when I was a little kid, having my tonsils out. Anyways, yeah, it's very plain. You just... when you go enter REM sleep, it takes about an hour and a half to get into REM sleep from when you initially first fall asleep. But then they just press a button on your clone, on a remote at your clone, and you just open your eyes there. Now, all the celebrities do this, and they open up their eyes, walk around, me too, and you sit up, you're a little disoriented at first, but it's kind of like the Avatar movie. But it's based, like the people that did the Avatar movie know all about cloning and stuff. The whole thing is basically based on cloning.
Yeah, that's an interesting point with Avatar. We have a caller, Donald. Caller from 406 area code. Are you there? Hello? Area code 406. Are you there?
Yes, this is me.
Hi, who's me? What's your name?
Hey, this is Christopher Lee. And
do you have a question for Donald?
Yeah, I'm been listening to the show and just kind of tuning in, and would like just well, can he just chunk it out a little more simpler of what he's really trying to say?
Okay, I can put it down in a nutshell, the basics of it, but then I have to elaborate into details because it's kind of important. Okay, the cloning stuff.
Let me ask you a direct question, and maybe this will make things more clear. So movie stars and other people are having clones made of themselves. I'm assuming these clones are soulless bodies, because I mean I don't know how many bodies one soul can enter. You're saying that they're transferring the consciousness from the original soul into the new body? Is that what you're saying? That's
one way to clone, though. This is the way they do it. It grows in a glass tube with water in it. Britney Spears put them in her video for Break the Ice, where she goes in and destroys a cloning station where they're all growing clones of her. She said it's a fantasy of hers, and they just let her do it. It's a Japanimation cartoon. Anyway, people should take a look at that, because that's what the cloning tubes look just like. It's not cloning from a baby. That's replication cloning. This is what they call duplication cloning, where it grows a fully formed duplicate of you within 5 months. And sometimes, well, they grow multiples of you at the same time.
What is the point, Donald? What is the point of growing these multiples of ourselves or the movie stars?
Well, originally it was a communication thing, because there's no way to detect this communication. You go to a remote place, have your cloning tubes underneath of the cloning center, and you can come up and talk to people in total secrecy. There's no bugs anywhere. Also, then they got into, now we can bring people here against their will. We can bring celebrities here to hang around, do crazy stuff that you can't do in real life, and we can do taboo things, forbidden things, right? And bring people there against their will, keep them memory repressed, and use them as slaves, and do the most terrible, horrible things to them.
Well, there's also the government thing, too. You can create, I mean, it's like if something happens to one of them, they've always got their backup.
Yeah, well, that's another aspect to the cloning. There's 4 different kinds of marks for cloning. The original one, it's even on the internet. I was overjoyed when I came to the internet to try to tell people about this, because I wasn't into looking at pages or researching what this person, that person said. I came on and I heard that they were already talking about certain marks of clones, and I was like, oh, this is going to be so much easier now. The Mark I original clones they made in 1945, they were called the organic robotoids, and I don't know why they called them that, because there's no robotic parts in them, unless they had like a chip in the head or in the body or something. Organic robotoids. Some of the Nuremberg guys, those Nazi guys that were killed, and you've seen their bodies after the Nuremberg trials, some of them were organic robotoids. They faked their own death, these Nazi guys, and they got away. And anyway, there's Mark III.
Wow, that's an amazing point. That's a very interesting point.
Yeah, did you ever notice that those Nuremberg guys looked weird, their dead bodies with the eyes bulging out and stuff? That's one of the reasons they don't use Mark I clones anymore, is because they come out all warped looking in the face. Like Mark II's look basically normal, like the eye wrinkles around your eyes will look different. Like one of the things I used to actually like to do, they used to let me do there, I'd go into the concourse and go to the bathroom at the cloning place and look in the mirror at myself, because your eye wrinkles and stuff are always different. They never come out exactly the same. In fact, they make all kinds of duplicates of you, so that when they're all done, if any of them have any warps or like malformations, they can just scrap them and throw them in the chipper. They have like a wood chipper there they throw clones into, and it's just really, really overdone. Like growing a clone, they said costs about $30 in 5 months of time, and these things are like, it's really advanced. And
$30.
Yeah, it's just test tubes and stuff. Like it used to be. They say they can do it from a blood sample now within the last 10 years, but before that, what they used to have to do is get either a tissue sample from you or use clones from a woman's pap smear, which is supposed to be rich in the cells needed to clone. Something about a somatic cell transfer, I'm not sure because I wasn't listening there. They tell me a lot of BS there too, right? So I don't want to be there, so I'm just like, yeah, whatever, and I never really, like, get into much conversations with them. I usually just start attacking people, because I keep telling them I don't want to go there. I've seen people get killed there and stuff, and they got murder videos there of not even just clones, like real people getting killed, and they watch them there, and people have made me watch them there, and
Wow.
that's the reason. That's actually the reason why Britney Spears went all wonky, because she's sitting there in the stands at the cloning center watching this stuff. Because the thing is, to be evil there, you get better. You better benefits from the Illuminati. You feel safer because you're evil, like the prime evils that are there, and they'll treat you better because you're more like them. So some of them play evil, and some of them play evil really, really good because they're traumatized. They're stuck there. If they ever try to talk about it, they're going to be killed. It's not good. This is the heaviest stuff in the world that I'm telling you about right now. Like,
yeah, it is. It's pretty heavy. We still have a caller on the line, and I'm wondering if the caller has another question to ask, or if you're finished asking the question.
Well, it sounds to me like my impression of this is that this is classic stuff that happened right before the Cosmic Councils ordained that Atlantis was to be destroyed. Because they were playing God with genetic engineering, and that this is classic, the pits of hell that are worthy of to be no more in the physical octave. And I have to wonder what's coming, with the cataclysm pole shift here over this next year as a function of Planet X, Nibiru, whatever, flyby, and if this isn't one of the very good reasons why the Cosmic Councils have ordained that there's supposed to be massive cataclysm here on the Earth. Makes sense to me.
Well, the cataclysm, there's a lot of different stories about what caused the first cataclysm, and some say that the people who were genetically, the entities, let me call them entities, that were genetically modifying our species in the first place, were disgusted by the way that we turned out and how we were behaving, and made the decision that they were going to eliminate all of us. But then at the last minute they took pity on Noah, because Noah supposedly had some better genetics, and so his family line got to live. So the first cataclysm, the flood, right, may have actually been triggered by the forces that were manipulating genetically. This is definitely a repeat of history. I think that you're exactly right on about that.
Well, it gets better.
Tell us, Don.
It gets better. See, this is the cloning aspect of it, but there's many other things that the Freemasons and Illuminati do, and that they showed me. Now, the thing is, the only reason they showed me is because when I went to the cloning station at age 5, I thought that I was in my real body. I thought they were going to kill me. And I seen their faces. I was sure they weren't going to let me leave this place. I didn't know how I'd got there. I thought I'd been, like, knocked out and brought there. That's the usual guess from people. But anyways...
well, how did you get there, Donald? It was just a clone that was there?
They grew a copy of me there. You see, when I was 4, I had my foreskin removed because my mother says I had some kind of an infection in my foreskin. So it was removed as a common thing in the hospital, and they used that to make a copy of me. It's what they used.
I want to stress this point because my work is around how they're deliberately traumatizing babies at birth. It's like trauma-based mind control as babies are being born into hospitals. And their body parts and their blood, their cord blood, are being stolen. And apparently foreskins and the blood, it could be placental blood from the mother, it could be cord blood from the baby. These things are being used to make clones. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And also, well, okay, it's like a giant pedophile playground, okay? They do not want to be found out. And there's other aspects to this, too, that keeps it secret even harsher. There's part 2 of what I was going to tell you. There's a species of unknown lizard unknown to the public. Now, I have to tell you all about this lizard because I've picked them up there as a clone and everything. You can't handle them in real life because you get like something like foot and mouth disease from touching them. They're called the Vril, V-R-I-L or V-R-I-L-L. And they're from far, far underground. And people kept them secret because they've been indoctrinated into a few religions over the past few centuries, or not past few, they were back in ancient Egypt and everything. They have all kinds of names, mimics, doppelgangers, Anunnakis, chupacabras, all kinds. They're these reptilians that people are talking about, and these shapeshift that people are talking about, but the shapeshift is not what David Icke tells you. And the reptilians are not multidimensional. It is this dimension. It all happens in this one dimension, and it's not mystical or magical at all. It's a biological property of their body. They can body snatch people, and the Illuminati use them to replace people that are a problem. You see, these lizards are smarter than a chimpanzee, and they're saying that this is probably the thing that's going to cause the greatest stir in human history, finding out about the parasite lizards. People have kept them secret because in the past they used to think they were magic. They didn't know what parasites were. So they would get this thing, I'll tell you all about them, how they parasite a human and everything. They have a thing on the top of their head they call a quill. It's a proboscis. It's their spinal cord with these things can eject this thing once in their life, and it goes into your eye, and the person's eye, the victim's eye, spirals around the optic nerve all the way into the brain till it gets to a certain point, and then it excretes stuff, and the cells that it excretes are parasitic, and it takes over the brain totally. There's no coming back for the human. It becomes what they call a host or a drone. The drone is a totally obedient slave, is happy to be a human now. The old lizard's body, which is like a foot to 2 feet tall, the type 1 type, is dead now. The spinal cord's out of it, no putting it back in. And it takes people over. Sometimes it causes a swelling of the eye. But they keep it pretty secret. It's what the Egyptian symbol is, with the Eye of Horus, with the squiggly sticking out of the eye. That's what it is. They stick the squiggly thing into your eye and take you over. It's really bad.
I've heard you say this on another show, and this has been the hardest thing for me to accept as real. But
me too. I didn't believe it until I saw it. I had to see it myself there. But and I didn't believe it. I thought it was some kind of a splice thing, because I've seen splice things too. They tried to make weapons for war out of making splice things, and the best thing they made was a spider crossed with a horse. I'll tell you about that some other time. It's not really important. It's big, but it's the best thing that they made. They made like rat scorpions, all kinds of stuff. Anything they could make, just to see if they could get medical science breakthrough or something that could tear through soldiers or something. So I've seen lots of them, and they try to pass them off as aliens to me too, and I was like, yeah, probably just another splice thing you guys have here. Like, you don't understand. They victimized me bad there. They figure that nobody would ever know about the place, so they all feel really secure in doing whatever they want there. And they can remotely kill people from there if they have a clone of you there. They can put a constant electric charge to your clone, and it will cause you to die in real life by an aneurysm or a stroke with an aneurysm. If they mess you up sporadically, it messes up your heart, and which is what happened to me. My heart's not feeling good these days, and I'm only 37. I'm supposed to be pretty healthy, but
so
yeah.
is that the reason that they're creating clones, so that they can kill people or use the clones for rituals, or what is?
Well,
what
they
is
do the rituals there now. They do rituals sometimes, but they're modernized now. They know these rituals don't do anything. It was really just the old people that used to keep that going for tradition and to scare people, scare the kids that are stuck there, memory repressed, into never saying no, right? It's really, they have it like really regulated. it's just really clockwork. They give kids their Stockholm syndrome, and then the kids are way more compliant, and they scare them with the lizards and everything, and it's...
How did you get chosen, Donald?
What's that?
How did you get chosen?
Well, when I got brought there when I was 5, I was originally brought there for what they call a diddle kid, and that was a child molestation victim. So anyway, they brought me there, and these men coming at me, and so I was just I just cried, right? Cried and cried, and they said, well, what are you going to do? Can you sing and dance or anything? What are you good for? So I sang a song, and then a famous person ended up using it. And then after that, to this specific cloning station, more people started coming, because a few nights after that, they brought me back and told me to make another song, and I did. And I can't remember which one the second one was, but it was near effortless. And they were all in awe, sitting in the stands, and I was like, okay, so maybe I'll get out of here again. And I couldn't understand how I'd gotten back here and back home again from the last time, but in real life, I couldn't remember anything. When it happens, you just wake up and you think that you can't remember your dreams. It does give you side effects in real life, but you just think, you're just feeling ill that day or something. They mess people up on worldwide scale because they feel really confident no one's ever going to catch them.
It's a little incoherent to me why you were chosen. What is your background that you ended up in this place? Yeah.
Oh, well, my mother was already there, little did I know, and she, I guess, had given permission to have me brought there. Not that they need permission, they just bring kids there on a, assembly line basis. Any kids that are cute, they will bring them there to be used, right? And no one's the wiser. They just don't get caught because no one's going to talk about it because they fear getting cloned and tortured, and they fear the lizards. And also, after you die, which is the third part that I wanted to talk to you about, it's another big problem. It's the third aspect. There's the cloning, there's the lizard parasite problem, which makes the drones, which are crazy. And then there's the dead consciousnesses recorded on microchip. Now, a bunch of billionaires years ago got together and they said, we're going to die someday. We can't buy ourselves out of it. We can start wars in different countries. We can kill people from different countries and whatever we want. But we can't keep ourselves from dying. We can't take our wealth with us. So why don't we all put our heads together? We'll throw a couple billion to 1,000 Chinese people and get them all set on cloning technology and figure out how to live forever because I don't want to die. So they did that. And they figured it out. Only problem is the technology is flawed. It's kind of like, it's not as bad as, but it's kind of like the movie Pet Sematary, when the person comes back not the same and they're all evil and stuff. Well, what they do is they put the person's, everything that the person is, allegedly, on a microchip and record the consciousness, and then if the person dies that day, they take that microchip, because they can re-record every night, and they take that microchip and put it into either a clone or a real person's body, which has less side effects, which is what they do, and take them over bodily, just like how the lizards do, but with a microchip. And these dead people, they don't want to get shut down, because you see lizard drones, parasited hosts, they'd have to be killed to be wiped out. You'd have to kill them bodily, like a head chop off or anything. But with the dead consciousness chip heads people, you just have to press a button on them and they get deactivated. They drop limp. And they don't want to be shut down. They're scared of the hereafter and all, because they've been real bad in real life and stuff. And anyway, this is like the biggest anybody's ever talked about them, ever, because everybody's afraid.
I've recently read something or heard something, I can't remember which, about the fact that they believe that they don't have to die, and so that they will never be taken to task. In other words, they'll never be called in front of the Creator to have to to pay for the consequences of what they've done. So, so you're saying the same thing, basically.
They've said that. Now the thing is, so that people can understand how they would have told me about all their tech and about the lizards and stuff. What happened was when I was 5 and I made that song, everybody loved the song world over. I won't even tell you the song because it's like way back there. It's all really hard to believe, but I'll tell you right now, like absolute truth, I made more songs than anybody in the history of the earth, of humanity, because they brought me back there every single night, and then I just kept on making songs for weeks and weeks when I was 5, and then it started to trickle away. I was like, I can't think anything. Then they started to scare me, and then I thought up some more. Then they started to like smash me around and hurt me, and I thought of some more, and then it just got into a routine program of sing us a song or we're going to smash the hell out of you. And that's what they did, and it gives you side effects in real life, makes you sick and stuff, but they didn't care. They never paid me, never contacted me in real life or anything. They just kept on bringing me back there like a slave prisoner every night. And they invited me to talk out about them. They said, we don't care what you do. You can't do anything to us. And they had high-profile people there. I mentioned them all on my Facebook wall, which ones they are. And I was like, no, you're impostering this person with a clone of them, with someone else's consciousness in them. This person wouldn't have anything to do with this place. And it turns out that they do. They all go there for a gross old time and to victimize people, because they're all basically losers. I have to tell you, the Illuminati, the elite, I hate calling them the elite because they're such losers. These bloodlines and stuff, they're all inbred. Like, they followed a Luciferian teaching about inbreeding makes you strong, and incest makes you young, and eating children has a beautifying effect, age preserving effect. They're just
there's no doubt in my mind that they believe that. I want to invite people to go to a website. If you don't believe that the Illuminati are consuming human blood and body parts, definitely there's a website called infants-blood.info, and you will see some people are calling the website a hoax, but I'm pretty convinced that these people are not only drinking the blood but bathing in it, and they think it keeps them useful. What?
I can tell you all about it. They showed me a lot of stuff. And let me tell you, other people in the past have said that Queen Elizabeth eats people and stuff. Well, she does. And she says that it's a beauty preservation technique. Now, they found out...
I don't see why people who are consuming the flesh and blood of dead animals... Most of the people on the planet right now are doing the exact same thing that the Illuminati are doing. I mean, they're not being cannibals because they're not eating other humans, but eating the flesh and blood of an animal is the same thing. We think it keeps us healthy.
Well, the thing is, there's you know, when cows eat other cows, they get mad cow disease. It's called.
Well, yes, and that's probably what's going on with the Queen.
Encephalitis. It's well, humans get that too if they eat humans. And people didn't know that until about the time of the mad cow disease discovery. And so they found out kind of too late. So they're 3/4 retarded now from like eating people and stuff. At the Picton murders and stuff, with all those hookers that died there, they had people over there for a barbecue eating some of the women there just to see what human tastes like, because clones, I guess, taste different or something. So I don't know. They're pretty sick.
Ew.
Oh, those gold-foiled babies. You probably heard about Alex Jones. Like, he goes to the cloning station too. He's one of those. He's like a double agent. It's sick. He's only allowed to say what they're allowed, or what they say he's allowed to say. It's comical. They pay for his show. They pay for his TV show. Anyway, he was going on about gold-foiled babies. These roasted foiled babies, right? Well, the thing is, I seen them there, and they do eat them. They're smoked. It's a Luciferian thing, and the thing is, they don't even gut the babies. Like Elizabeth herself, her clone, said to me as a clone there. I was asking her about it because I couldn't believe it. because I've talked to her many, many times out there. I serenaded her out there with songs. I made so many songs there, like, with her prompting me to, like, so many, it's incredible. But all out of just trying to keep from getting tortured there. And then after a while, oh, I'm straying off, but anyway, these gold foil babies, they still got the guts and the brain and everything in them. So Elizabeth said, you have to eat them shallow, right? Now, I don't want to eat these things. She was like, she's just sick. Like, back in the day, when Luciferianism and stuff was way taboo because the church was more important back in the day, her going...
Before you go on, what does it mean to eat them shallow?
Oh, to eat them shallow because it's rotten on the inside. Like, I've never handled one of these things in real life, but if these cops that found them, but with this British agent that was looking to get them from a Taiwan guy, he was getting them to bring them to a cloning station somewhere for someone and to eat. And if you cut them open, the guts are still inside. They don't gut them or anything. So, and the inside guts turn rotten and the brains turn rotten. I know it's a terrible thing to talk about, but it's, you know, blew my mind too. But so they just eat the skin and like the arms and legs and like the surface muscles and stuff. It's really sick. They sit around out there. Sometimes they just sat around out there eating them. Like, I've seen 3 people eating them at the same time. They were just showing me how, because I asked them about it, and then they had to show me them eating them. It was gross. Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sick to my stomach as you're talking.
Well, there's a semi-legal slave trade in the Sudan, Northeast Africa. You can just go there and buy people as slaves, I guess. I guess the Arabs kept it going as a holy thing. They need a slave outlet or something. So I guess there's still a slave trade in the Sudan. So people can go there and buy babies and make gold foil roast babies. And the funny thing is, the report on the gold foil baby finding thing, they said they found a bunch of babies in gold foil. But the strange thing was, they never said that you can smell the spices cooked into these roasted gold foil babies from 6 feet away. Like, I don't know what the spices are, but it's fragrant, okay? It's like, it's disgusting. It's you can smell it from ways away, and it had no say of that in the report. And,
well, most people would probably call it a stench instead of fragrant, you know, when you're dealing with dead bodies.
No, it was spices. It was spices, like heavily spiced. And they smoke them with cannabis, too, and then they get a body stone when they eat them sometimes. It's that bad. They're so, what's the word? Like, there's so many things about them that there's just not a word. They just got more and more depraved over the years and trying to outdo each other in levels of evil to look cool, because back in the day, evil was cool. And faux pas and taboo and everything, and being a devil worshiper was cool because you were against the church and it was so dangerous and everything. But now people don't really think it's all that big. Like, all the celebrities there want to leave. Well, just about all of them. And people are trying to hold the place together, and I'm not helping them with making songs there anymore. And yeah, they're saying they don't have anything good put on the radio now, and like, because you don't understand, they had me doing like just about all of mainstream for a while. It became a religious thing after a while, and they just wanted me to make songs. They'd bring me there, and I'm like, let me guess, make you a song. They had me making songs for girls, for guys, Rihanna, Justin Timberlake, everybody. And sometimes they would put little hints and references in about me in videos and stuff. Some guy that looks like me or something. But like the Megadeth album cover, like, that was like a joke on me. It's not like an honor to be on that cover. They put me on there all cut up like they slashed me all up as a clone, like, and I'm dead in the arena there. It's like a joke on me, because I don't know, it's not a cool thing anyway. They don't like me.
Now, Donald, earlier, I'm hearing music in the background. I'm not sure whose that is, but if you could mute your mics, if you've got music in the back. Donald, earlier I heard you say that you asked Megadeth to promote your songs, and that's why you're on the album, but now you're saying something else. Can you please
I never asked them to promote them. They demanded that I make them songs. I asked them to put me on the cover because I wanted it for the future in case I could ever get unrepressed memory of the thing. I only got unrepressed memory when I was 30 years old. So I was there for 25 years and I couldn't put it together in real life. And they call it the awakening. When they let you remember in real life, they manually, with the push of a button, allow you to remember. And so I remembered it all. They had to tell me gradually so I didn't have a heart attack. And this is how they communicate. They don't go to the Bohemian Grove anymore. They just discuss things at the cloning center. And it's a bunch of the a bunch of the leaders from the G20 countries go there, and it's all just like a big retarded party. And they do the absolute most disgusting things, like someone in their country, a beauty pageant queen or something, they'll bring them there and drug them, have them running around naked doing stupid things, and sometimes just people that they don't like, they'll bring them there and torture them, sometimes to death, like in front of people, as an example, to show what they do to people that they don't like. But this person won't even remember in real life. They'll just get sicker and sicker and sicker, and they'll have a stroke or a heart attack or something. It happens. They gave Tila Tequila aneurysm this way.
Who's got a phone ringing in the background? Can you please mute yourself? I don't know who it is. Okay, I mean, I'm pretty sure this guy, Hugo Chavez, that just died from cancer, I'm sure that is the result of CIA or FBI manipulation of that man's body, because I've read a book called, what is it, Aunt Mary's Monkey or something like that. Let me get the book. Hang on a second. Yeah, Dr. Mary's Monkey. And Dr. Mary's Monkey is all about cancer-causing viruses, monkey viruses, that are in vaccines. So those of us who received a polio vaccine, especially between 1953 and 63, were likely to have been injected with these cancer-causing viruses. And our government did a lot of research about how to use these cancer-causing viruses to knock people out. They wanted to knock out Castro in Cuba, and apparently they didn't like Hugo Chavez too much either, so the fact that he died of cancer is extremely suspicious in light of this other information. Do you want to say something about that, Donald?
Well, they didn't like him. They used to discuss politics with me since I was a little kid, and it connects with how I made a bunch of songs there. After I made a bunch of songs, the politicians wanted to hang around with me and sit around and talk with me because I made it like their favorite song in the 80s or something. And then they started trying to impress me by telling me what they had, what they could do, what they did, what they don't get caught for. And they'll just sit around talking about world affairs, what they're going to do. It's all behind the scenes. Like, America thinks Obama is like Illuminati or something, and they should go with Ron Paul. But guess what? Ron Paul's Illuminati too. He goes to the cloning station and engages in all the disgusting stuff too. So does Hillary Clinton. So does Bill Clinton. He played saxophone there a few times when I was making songs, like back in the 90s. It's funny. All the politicians like to show off their other skills, their acting skills and singing skills and stuff for the celebrities, and then the celebrities in turn hang around with them, and sometimes they get to talk to them about world affairs and stuff and give the world leaders advice, and sometimes the world leader will take the advice just to be friends with the celebrity. It's stupid. It's just the place has to be shut down.
Well, one thing I would not say about these people is that they're stupid, diabolically evil and dark, perhaps, but stupid, no.
Well, some of the main evils, though, they are pretty stupid, because the thing is, they're already dead. and they're recorded on microchip, and they're put into somebody else's head, but after they do that, it's flawed. They come back dumb as hell. And actually, they come back most of the time as a gay child molester. Seriously, for some reason. Doesn't that sound strange? For some reason, when you're undead clone, you come back a gay child molester. And sometimes they want to eat people, and sometimes they want to kill people and torture people. Just because, for some reason, they think they're jealous of real people, that they're not alive anymore, and I don't know, they have a one-track mind. They have to be babysat all the time by what people call handlers. They can't go to the grocery store by themselves. They're messed up.
Well, people have, I don't know, people have said that most of us who are doing radio shows have handlers, so it sounds to me like these people have no souls.
Well, that's the thing. People have said that to me, but as a clone, well, as one of these clones, these duplicate clones, temporary clones, the REM activated ones, you're more emotional than you are in real life. Like, your feelings get hurt way easier, and you do a whole lot more crying and stuff, and so I don't know, it's not like you don't have a soul, it's like you're just temporarily, your soul is blapped into the clone. They don't call it a soul, though. They call it a consciousness. And when you wake up, your clone goes limp and drops. They usually keep all of them sitting in the stands, watching whatever's going on down in the main circle. Like, it's a hockey rink that's smaller than a regulation hockey rink, and it's got dirt in the center instead of ice. And people run around doing stuff down there, and they have tortured me on a rack down there while people watched and stuff. I'm screaming and stuff there. It's pretty sick. Yeah, so they keep them in a seated position, because in case, like, say Gwen Stefani wakes up in real life down in Beverly Hills, wherever she lives, her clone will drop to the floor, and if she hits her elbow or her head off the floor, she can't use that clone the next night because she probably broke her arm or cracked her head. So they keep them in a seated position, and when they wake up, they slump forward and go, meh, like sometimes make noises, and the person next to them, just real commonplace, just reaches out and holds them up, and then a person comes over and drags them off on a dolly to be stored until the next night on racks underneath. Stainless steel racks, 5 high, like bunk beds, and they just lump them on there till the next night. They put a feeding tube down their throat, and they're totally comatose till they get reactivated the next night when they're in a REM stage, full REM stage. Yeah, I know like a lot about it.
It's not, it doesn't, I didn't really follow that whole thing. It just enters into my mind because I just read a story of a mother, 22-year-old mother who's HIV positive, and as a child was put on AZT, these horrific chemotherapy drugs, I guess, or they're HIV drugs. And she was dying from the drugs, and so her parents took her off the drugs, and it was a big political thing for her not to be on AZT and HIV positive. So now that she has a baby, they've grabbed her baby from her and are forcing her baby to be poisoned. And I just thought of it because you talked about these feeding tubes, and they've got this tube going into the baby's stomach, you know, and I had a baby also in an intensive care unit, so I know the kind of torture that babies are subjected to through what we call modern medicine. But this particular baby has been totally poisoned and attacked, and has a tube right into his stomach, and is being force-fed these very toxic things. It seems to me that the evil is very mainstream today, and children are being tortured in what most people think is, you know, an okay setting, right?
Well, one thing about that is something people don't realize. Some people say when they hear about something that on the news, someone wanted to chop up somebody down in their basement and eat them, they're like, how can a human being think something like that? And the thing is, it's because it's not a human being. It's a parasited host of a human being from this lizard. Like, lizards are in high places on Earth, okay? Like, they've been doing this for hundreds of years, but the only thing is, if a drone reproduces the kid that they have is not a drone. It's just normal human, right? They have more birth abnormalities than a regular person, but it's just a normal human. They'd have to have it redroned again, or not again, but have that new kid droned with a lizard. They're all over the place. They're all over Hollywood. There's celebrities that are these lizard things too, and they can't morph. They don't have scales. They don't have slits for eyes. In fact, they encourage all those myths because it throws people off the course. All it is the thing that goes into the eye, the proboscis that goes into the eye, and they parasitically take over your brain on a cellular level, and then they mimic your behavior, and they become smarter too than when they were before, while they're using human brain, and they're the human then until they die. They can't get back out. That's how it is. That's like what the old demonic possession used to be. Man, it's pretty creepy.
It seems to me that children become crazy in our culture. You know, we have young children who are torturing animals, for example. But usually these children are born into families where they're extremely traumatized. Of course, they're born into hospitals where they're extremely traumatized from the get-go. And then the families are abusing them. And it seems to me that this is what causes most of the bizarre behavior. Not that they're possessed by reptiles or anything, but that their brain, the reptilian brain, is the only thing that's really functioning because of all the trauma, and the rest of the brain that would make them more human is dormant. It's not in operation. They have no capacity for empathy, for example.
These things on the inside, their brains look like hexagons, whereas ours looks like spewed out layers of custard or something. They look like their brains look like they got like chambers in them, hexagon chambers. But yeah, they don't have much empathy at all for anything.
How have you seen their brains, Donald?
Well, they showed me the biology of them out there. They got 2 big screens at the cloning center, one over each side of the stands, and they show vids on them all the time. Like, that's what they watch the murder videos on, is the big screens. And yeah, they showed me their anatomy, the anatomy of the things, and I've picked the things up there when I'm a clone. Like, they've bitten me and everything. They got this spit that it just debilitates you. It's worse than like Komodo dragon spit. It's made for like taking down big animals, I guess. It totally seizes you up, and it makes black and purple veins form on the surface of your clone's arms, and spreads all over you. And we'll do the same thing with Real Body.
Who has this spit, Donald? The reptilians or the clones?
No, the reptilians, the actual reptilians. And when they turn into human drones, they don't get to keep the spit either. It's partially their stomach acid, the lizards. Yeah, it's how they debilitate the prey when they get on them, because they don't motion with their spit to swish in spit and suck back out, and swish in and suck back out, and that's what poisons the person. They're pretty bad. They've been kept a secret for a long time.
Well, I mean, this sounds so far out to me. I just want to stress to my listeners that I wanted to give Donald airtime because I think the story is important. I'm not sure how much of this I can even process myself or whether I believe it all, but I did want to give you a space to share it. The reptilians are no secret. I mean, a lot of people shapeshift into reptiles. You say that it's not shapeshifting, but I've seen this.
Well, the thing, MK Ultra is done by them totally. Now, you need a clone of someone to be able to manipulate them with MK Ultra. People don't know that. And people, they know that there's reptilians, but they don't know the skinny on reptilians. They don't know about the proboscis that sticks in your eye and stuff, and the Eye of Horus symbol with the Egyptians and stuff, with the squiggly sticking in the eye and everything. They don't know what that's all about. And the Illuminati symbol with the eye on the pyramid, that's all about lizards and stuff. And they don't know that either. Like, I've looked for people that knew anything else about lizards, and like the closest thing is David Icke saying that they're multi-dimensional, but that's just what they tell people when they're at the cloning center. They say they're at the 5th dimension and stuff. Anyway, what they do with you, it doesn't take much to get a clone of you, and they can keep your memory repressed about certain things and allow you to remember certain other things. And what they can do, they bring you there, and they put a chip into the clone's head, and they can make you see stuff. Like, they made Princess Di see them shape-shifting into lizards, too. Like, I've seen people morph into, like, 8 or 9 feet tall people when they're really just 6 feet tall. And when you're sitting there watching them at the cloning station, you don't see anything, but they see what they're seeing. Like, it gets sent right through the chip into their head. They can do it with sound too, make you hear stuff. But yeah, like the morphing thing, I can tell you, you can put your mind to rest. That does not happen. It's just not possible.
Well, I've seen it. I know that I'm not an MK Ultra person. I'm not a clone.
MK Ultra people don't know that they're MK Ultra people. Like, they think it's real too. Like, they have a dream where they're in a familiar place, like their apartment, and they see a scenescape and everything, but it's not even real. They're at a room at the cloning station on drugs, and they don't even know it. And they can give you a certain drug that'll simulate the feeling of being in a dream too. So they can make you fuzzy so you think you're in a dream, and they come in and pull a porno on you. They record it and everything. They videotape all kinds of stuff out there, like alien abductions and stuff. They have a fake saucer set up out there. It's like a stage prop, and the people never see the outside of the saucer, so they got a ramp they walk up. They put people on a slab, and they have people with alien masks and stuff that come in with chicken skin, dyed chicken skin, like Hollywood quality makeup. And they come in and they bang these people on a slab. And these people, and they videotape it too, because they like people's facial expressions. And these people think that they've been abducted by aliens. And, like, I'm talking like smart businessmen and everything, and they're too embarrassed to say that they were raped by a male gray alien that wasn't even a gray alien, but he thinks it was. And people even set up video cameras watching themselves in bed to see if they were taken, and they're never taken. But they do this on a grand scale. Like the abduction porn they do, they have an archive of abduction porn they do to people. They've been doing it for decades. And the masks have only gotten better, because through trial and error, they figure out how better to...
Welcome back to all my listeners. You are listening to Birth of a New Earth. My name is Janice Barcelo. We are on Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com. If you are appreciating what you're hearing on Revolution Radio, please go to freedomslips.com and make a donation. This is totally listener-supported, non-commercial radio, and we'd love to keep this platform free and open. We are having a wild and crazy conversation with Donald Marshall today, talking about things that, wow, I'm just blown out of the water and even having a hard time integrating some of the material. And I'm already pretty out there, Donald. I don't know if you know anything about my work, but I know there's people out there who are troubled by the things that I share about what's going on in hospitals and what hospitals are doing to babies. But the things that you're sharing are even more dramatically intense. I still don't have a real handle on how you are involved in this. You said your mother's involved in this. Are you part of a bloodline family or something like that? Donald, are you there?
I had the mic still turned. Well, the thing is, I was never into these conspiracy pages. I never looked up anybody. Just when I thought that I had enough information, because I faked being friends with them while I was a clone there at the cloning station, and just to get them to unrepress my memory so that I could remember and go to the police. But little did I know that the police are already, some of them, the highest up ones, already attend the cloning station. They're not going to help me. They're going to snow me. So anyways, tried, failed. And then, well, went on the internet, looked to the only venue that they don't own, and because it seems like they own everything except for the internet and some small radio. But I have to tell people, because when you find out about a parasitic alien race taking over bodies, you got to tell people about it. So even at the risk of your own life, right?
Well, now you're saying it's an alien race.
Well, they are, right? So they're not native to the surface. They're just not outer space aliens. They're underground aliens. Like, not extraterrestrial aliens. They're terrestrial aliens. They're just a highly evolved form of lizard that survived the cataclysm that destroyed the dinosaurs because they were so far underground, and they just kept evolving. And they perfect human killing machines, but and people can use them to replace problem people. Like some of these disgusting Illuminati guys are pretty ugly, and they have no hope of getting a wife, so they'll find a beautiful woman and have them droned, and then this well, it's they don't rot or anything, but I look at it like going out with a corpse, right? Like, it's pretty disgusting. They emulate human behavior pretty well. It's in their instinct to copy being a parasitical life form, but man, they're still just gross, and they don't think right, they don't work right. They freak out all the time. I don't know. This is what they do. They use them to replace people, and there's celebrities that are drones in Hollywood, and it's pretty gross.
Well, now you're talking drones instead of clones. I'm a little, I mean, I thought drones were like robots, right?
No, it's just a word for many different things. That's what they call them. It's a parasitical host. What they call is a drone, because it has less syllables than parasitic host, I guess. A clone just rhymes with it. A clone is a duplicated human body. It's just rhyming word. Drone, clone.
A drone, is that something like would kind of picture, I'm trying to think of those half-robot people out of Star Trek. They were drones, weren't they?
No, that's cyborgs. So they got mechanical parts.
I mean, we have the United States president right now, you know, wanting to approve sending drones, which are mechanical airplanes without a pilot,
oh yeah,
kill U.S. citizens. And there's also mechanical dogs that they've created to sniff out the people who they're looking for, and they have these drone mosquitoes that carry poisonous, you know, a poisonous bite if they want to make a whole community of people sick.
Yeah.
Those are drones. That's my understanding of drone, is that it's a mechanical, non-souled creation.
Yeah, but they have
only dark forces could conjure these mutants up. You know, I mean, this is really.
There's insects that are called drones.
Yes.
Like, so they're not mechanical.
Oh, I'm thinking of the mechanical insects. I don't know of any insect called a drone that's not mechanical.
There's some kind of species of bee that's a drone bee.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah.
You know, the other thing that I'm thinking about is Zecharia Sitchin's work. I don't know if you know him. He's all into the Anunnaki and stuff like that. And one of the first sentences that he talks about is, I think it goes something like, those from heaven came, you know, in chariots of blazing fire, which would indicate that these entities came from somewhere in outer space. And you're saying that they don't come from outer space, that are you saying they're part of the original creation from Source, that the source of all life created these entities?
I'm supposing so. I'm not sure exactly, but I can tell you the gist of it, and I can tell you about saucers, too. Saucers, like the one that crashed in Roswell, was American-made. The thing is, it goes all the way back to Atlantis. Now, I don't know what happened in Atlantis that ruined them, but some of their technology was left behind, and Hitler got a hold of it, and they started, well, these lizards are called Vril lizards. It's, they can say the word themselves, Vril. After Hitler found the saucer plans and stuff, he found the Vrils led him to an underground abandoned Atlantean base where he found all kinds of plans for stuff. And he started back engineering the stuff, and the saucers that he started back engineering, he called them the Vril saucers, even. He named them after the lizards. And They weren't very stable though. They were really erratic flying, and the reason that they had those symbols on the Roswell crash wreckage is because the Americans were trying to back engineer them after they took the stuff from the Germans because they couldn't perfect it in time. So they were test flying them, but if the thing flew off like at high speed into a town and crashed, they didn't want it getting on TV and the Russians finding out that they had some kind of a new air weapon because it would have increased tensions or whatever. So they put like alien symbols on it to make it look like it was extraterrestrial. But yeah, it was just Mylar stuff. Like they have Mylar now, but back then they say they didn't have Mylar, and but they did. Like it's just an unreleased technology that they have. They have all kinds of that. They keep a lot to themselves. Like the AIDS virus, they have a cure for AIDS now. Magic Johnson, the spokesperson for AIDS in America, he doesn't even have AIDS anymore. They cured him. They told me about it. It's something to do with oxygen. They super enrich your blood with oxygen, and it drives it right out of you. It cures you. But the thing is, the pharmaceutical companies sell so much anti-AIDS drugs that they would lose a lot of money if the cure for AIDS was put out there. And they have
let me say something about this, because there's a lot of information to indicate right now that the HIV virus does not cause AIDS. The whole thing about AIDS is a hoax and a big scare. It's the drugs that they're giving people that are making people so sick.
Ah, I never heard that part.
There's a lot of information. There's even Facebook pages about it and websites about it. So, and this woman who I mentioned earlier, the 22-year-old new mom of an infant that they've kidnapped and are now poisoning with these drugs, she's a living testament, because she's HIV positive. She's healthy, much more healthy than she was when she was a kid taking these drugs.
Cool.
Yeah. So something to consider is that the pharmaceutical industry, you know, I'm sure that they have their place, but in far too many instances, they are poisoning people, and they're killing in the United States alone more than 100,000 people a year.
Yeah, for profit, and they want to depopulate.
They do want to depopulate, and they're making a huge contribution to the depopulation agenda, and also through vaccines, you know, which is part of the pharmaceutical industry. I do want to say something, Donald, because this is really important for me to share with my listeners, and that is to say that I have a particular understanding of the Creator, and my sense from looking at the beauty of the natural world and how I feel when I walk into nature is that the Creator is extremely loving and kind, and would never conjure up an entity like the entities that you're describing, the reptilians, which makes me think that they're a creation of some other force.
They're kind of in the Bible and everything.
Well,
also,
who's the Bible? The Bible is describing, in my opinion, people are worshiping the reptilians. And I think David Icke is saying the same thing. Yahweh is
David Icke knows
not
about
the
me.
real God.
David Icke knows about me and cloning and lizards and everything. He just says what he's allowed to say. If he said too much, he would have an aneurysm. They'd give him an aneurysm from the cloning center. He's down with them. Alex Jones is too. There's another group called Bloom and Steel. They're down with them. They're supposed to be truthers. They're just double agents. Like all over the world, there's parasites all over the world, in the insect kingdom, all over the place. Like worms and this and that. Like I posted something on my wall about an ant parasite that totally takes over their mind, and people are like, "Oh, it couldn't happen to a human," but it can. An evolved parasite can parasite on a human. I mean, like it's not a tapeworm that runs through your guts, and it's a different kind of worm that goes in your brain and absolutely dominates. And I have to tell people about this. Like I don't get paid for this, and I'm not like Ick. I'm not selling a book. Like Ick makes a dandy profit. Somebody should actually ask him how he knows about the lizard stuff. Like, did he go to the underground lizard city or something? Like, he doesn't explain how he came upon his information at all.
Oh, yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Where did he meet?
He talks about interviewing many people who've seen people like Queen Elizabeth shapeshift. There's documents that Princess Diana has written that says that the royal family are not human, that they're not human.
Yeah, the MK Ultra'd her hard. They had a clone of her there. They were using her pretty bad. They played some mind tricks on her pretty bad, and
she also wrote that the royal family was going to try to kill her, and they were going to do something with the brakes in her car.
Yeah.
And that's exactly how she died.
Yep. Well, there's more to that too. They had a guy on a motorcycle. He wasn't a paparazzi guy. He was a agent guy that shined a light in the side of the car, and they swerved away from the light and hit the pylon. And she wasn't even dead when she got into the ambulance, but they finished her off either in the ambulance or the hospital. They wanted her dead bad. For one, she didn't want to attend the cloning center anymore and was going to go public with it all. And so she was about to marry an Arab, and they didn't want her to do that. But, yeah, they discuss it out there because nobody ever talks about what happens out there at the cloning center. And so they would just be right off the cuff with it, talk about it plain as day, and totally knowing that no one was ever going to try to talk about them or anything. So I witnessed a lot of things.
What I want to stress here about the Bible and about David Icke's comment that people are worshiping the reptilians, they're worshiping a reptilian deity. He commands his followers to kill animals and
yeah.
We have a caller, area code 425. Do you have a question, caller?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask your guest. I mean, you're going to talk about reptilians. You're not going to leave me. You're not leaving me out. How does your guest know about these things?
Well, underneath the deep underground bases where they have an entire floor devoted to cloning tech, they have a gene splicing floor. They have different floors for different stuff. And anyway, the lizards come up from underneath the deep bases, and they hang there with all the clones in the cloning floor, and they do all kinds of crazy stuff. They fight there sometimes and have the clones sit there and watch them, and that's how I got in contact with them. I met them at the cloning center as a clone. I have extensive knowledge on them. I know their biology all over. I know what they look like. I know what their armpits look like. I picked them up there when I'm a clone. You can't handle them in real life because you get foot and mouth disease because they got something on them. Yeah.
Well, so you're saying you're a clone, right?
No, not right now. Only when I go into REM sleep, they can zap your consciousness into a clone somehow. They do this a lot. It's pretty commonplace for them. It's just it's just what they do. They just give up their ability to have dreams and nightmares, and they just blink their eyes, and when they go to sleep, an hour or an hour and a half into going to sleep, they just open up their eyes at the cloning center. And they get up and walk around there talking with everybody again, just like they did the night before and the night before that. And it's just a common thing.
So you say it's sort of dimensional as well?
No, it's not. It's not dimensional at all. It's all this dimension. Never been to another dimension. Never experienced anything like that. It's just a place. It's a place they can just blap you.
I wonder if the caller has been to another dimension. Do you have another experience that you wanted to share about, caller?
No, I only have one experience. It was in South Carolina where I actually saw a gray. If you look at the Peckman film where there's a gray alien sort of waffling that comes up into the window, it's famous footage. That's what I saw, except this thing had incredible teeth, and it was not more than a foot from me. I tried to punch it. I tried to bring my hand down on it. It just disappeared. But it was waffling. That's the only alien experience, so to speak, I remember. But I mean, so you're all down with the reptilian human hybrid. And so you would agree you can see most of these people that have power, that are on TV, media, military, banking, politics. Well, go ahead.
No. I'm not down with them. Like, I'm forced to go there. Like, I open up my eyes and I look around and I say, I like say, damn, what am I doing here again? I told you not to bring me back here. And they go, we'll bring you here if we want to. What are you going to do? I say, no, I'll be leaving now. And like, I start kicking and punching people, and then they slam me down and hurt me bad, and then put me into the next body, like, because they grow multiples of you at different times. And so you're in the next body, and they say you're not going to say anything this time, are you? So, you know, that's how they keep you. They like keep people there as slaves, basically. And if you talk about it, they're going to kill you, basically.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you can see these reptilian snake-eyed people all over the media, YouTube.
Oh, the snake-eyed thing. The snake-eyed thing is they sometimes do that on purpose to throw people off. Like, I've never seen a drone that's out there, and they're weird to talk to, too. They're not right. I've never seen a drone out there have any kind of visual difference other than an eye that bulges out a little bit from the droning process. I've never seen them get slits for eyes, scales, anything like that. Never seen a morph or anything like that. They laugh at people that say that stuff because they put MK Ultra visualizations, like it's like illusions that only you can see as a clone, and it's better than computer graphics, and they can make people.
Well, I mean, how can that be? There's hundreds of thousands of video all over the place of these people.
Oh yeah, sometimes they make it themselves. Sometimes they fake it and just make it themselves. The one that you've seen, did he have a long neck? Because the ones underground, there's 3 types of ones underground that I've seen. The first 2 are small, but the third one is big. It's like 7-8 feet tall, and it's got a real long neck. And, well, young ones are smaller, but like fully grown, they got a real long neck. And they look
well,
like...
Are you saying you cannot see these people shapeshift or the reptilian eyes on TV?
I'd never seen any. Well, I've seen a couple of clips of some things, but I don't know.
Oh, well, hang on. I'll go into chat. I can put hundreds of links. I can put just hundreds of different websites or whatever. If you haven't seen that, that calls into question. Basically, you might be COINTELOP. You might be going so wild that you don't want people to believe it. I'm trying to figure out your mission. I cannot believe it. You haven't seen it.
Well, I'm not a double agent for lizards, let me tell you that. I have seen the slit eye things in videos and stuff, like the football coach that his eyes went weird. Everybody says the football coach or whatever, but at the clone station, they've talked to me about this at length, like, and they said they got everybody snowed. Like, the only thing that they say that shows up is the bulgy eye, and you can detect them by CAT scan and MRI of the brain. But on the outside, that's pretty much all it shows. Like Nicolas Cage with his one bugged out eyeball. That's they say that's from droning. But they were trying to throw me off for a while out there because I was asking them which celebrity is a drone, because I wanted a couple people for an example.